Hello, everyone. Welcome to ZaranTech. Over 70% of companies are now investing in artificial intelligence to improve growth and performance. Studies show that AI can increase productivity by up to 40% and reduce operational costs in many industries. Let us dive into SAP AI Masterclass training. SAP AI means using intelligent technologies inside SAP systems to automate tasks, analyze large amounts of data, and support smart decision-making. It combines machine learning, predictive analytics, and automation directly within business processes. Today, organizations using SAP AI are able to make faster decisions, improve customer experience, and optimize operations. AI-driven companies are more competitive and more innovative in the market. This topic matters because businesses are moving towards intelligent enterprises. Professionals who understand SAP AI have strong career opportunities and higher growth potential. Learning SAP AI now can prepare you for the future of digital transformation. In this masterclass, we will cover core AI concepts, SAP AI tools and services, real business use cases, system integration, and hands-on practical demonstrations to build your confidence. Let's dive in.
So, welcome to everyone over here. Session on the SAP AI Masterclass. So coming to the agenda, then we start off with a brief idea about SAP, the history of SAP a little bit, and then where we are moving forward in the world of SAP towards the topics of AI, machine learning, and all those things. And then coming on to the job outlook as to how it looks, what are the opportunities over here for SAP AI consultants, what is the salary trend, and so on, and what are the fields currently which is leveraging the SAP technology, and in this case SAP AI. A little bit brief introduction about the course that we are going to offer, and overview of SAP AI, the modules that are going to be covered in the SAP AI Masterclass. So before we get started, I think this slide needs no introduction. Like, I think everyone more or less are aware about SAP. But if we have any participants over here who are actually stepping into the world of SAP, coming from an outside domain, and they want to understand as to what SAP is and what SAP AI has to offer. So basically, SAP, as we all know, is a German multinational software corporate that develops enterprise software to manage business operations and customer relations. So whether you are sitting in an Airbus or driving a Mercedes, or having your Kit Kat, or across different areas in your daily life, SAP has a massive impact on everyone. And as we know, 70% of the world's transactions run on an SAP system, and then hits an SAP system. And a lot of the Fortune 500 companies are SAP customers. So having said that, SAP is everywhere and taking many things very, very, very seriously, like data privacy protection. When you use the SAP product, in this case, whether you're a SAP ERP customer using S/4HANA Cloud, SAP Concur, SuccessFactors, no matter whichever solution you're using, data privacy protection, sustainability, integration, many of these topics are ingrained in these SAP products. So, and SAP, as I mentioned, has a wide presence across industries, whether it is banks using the SAP software in finance, or manufacturing companies, logistics, human resources, and many more. So a brief history of SAP. So basically, SAP, as we know, was founded in Germany by 5 former IBM employees. And over the course of time, there's a lot to cover, right, as per the history. But sticking just to the most important parts, I am very sure that some of you over here might have worked in the older version of SAP, which is SAP R/3, before we had SAP HANA. So over there, we had a lot of benefits as well, but there were a fair bit of challenges also. And then we had SAP HANA being introduced as the in-memory database, transforming the enterprise applications, how it works, and everything. And then moving forward, now we are already into the AI era, and we find AI embedded across the SAP portfolio. You call it S/4HANA Public Cloud, SuccessFactors, or you basically, you're a ABAP developer, and you basically want to do a pair programming with AI. So you already have Joule for developers that is available from the 2025 release, and I think downported to the lower releases as well. I think SAP is planning for that, and you can basically talk to it to understand code code, you can actually generate code, you can generate unit tests for your code. Not only, and for the technical people on the other side of the arena here, like the people who are working on SAP Build, right, developing Fiori applications, developing CAPM applications, Joule is actually embedded right inside your business application studio to help you with all your coding tasks. So, and having said that, as I was mentioning earlier, that not only the technical people but the functional people as well can get the benefits of Joule and SAP AI, where there are a lot of AI agents that are already introduced by SAP, and SAP has also given you functionality where you can develop custom AI agents in Joule Studio. So many of these things we will be covering up in our workshop, and towards the end of the session, I will actually log into the servers that will be providing to you one of the servers and showing you a brief demo on Joule itself. I think some of you might have already seen a demo on Joule, but it is something that I will also be covering in the session. So having said that, it's a very good time actually in the SAP world to be SAP professionals, SAP consultants, to understand how to understand AI and to actually benefit from it, improve our productivity, save some time. At the end of the day, we all want to save some time to spend some time with our family, do the things that we actually love to do. But because of tight project deadlines, many things, we are not able to do that. So AI is the path forward, which actually can save some of this time and enable your productivity. So now moving on to the job outlook as to how the job outlook looks for a typical SAP AI consultant. So the average salary for professionals skilled in SAP AI ranges from approximately $106,000 to $157,000 per year. So depending on the role and the experience that you have. So the average base pay in itself is almost $125,000 per year, and spread across, as you see, from low to high. So, what are some of the SAP AI consultant job titles? Because for people who are moving towards the topic of AI, some people who are already in the industry for some time and looking for ways in which AI can enable their journeys. So, you have SAP Core AI specialist, you have an AI procurement consultant, you have AI driven system architect, lead AI implementation architect, SAP Business Data Cloud AI consultant, S4 HANA AI development consultant. So, you can see over here that across development, across technical and functional areas, there are opportunities in the AI world, and it is growing right as we speak. So, and the top five industries where AI is impacting, and more to this list, are manufacturing companies, retail companies, financial services. So when banks, insurance companies, they are all using SAP AI capabilities, healthcare, oil and gas. So and the list keeps growing. So as I was mentioning, so typically when it comes coming to a pay scale in the US, in dollars, though SAP AI consultant earns and can earn an average of $125,000 per year. So, and now moving on to the fields leveraging the SAP technology. So finance and banking. So banks and insurance companies are already making use of SAP AI and the AI capabilities in itself to detect fraudulent transactions, to basically do compliance checks for their customers before doing a loan disbursement. You have scenarios where you have controlled reports being developed by some of these banks, where basically they are checking where their daily position stands when it comes to foreign currencies. So lot many use cases. In the manufacturing world, it needs no introduction. Basically, you have AI. Basically, there are multiple scenarios in AI in manufacturing. You have customers, you have companies which are actually, as the products move on their conveyor belt, they are basically scanning the product using advanced cameras and IoT, and they are actually understanding whether that particular product has a defect. And before it can actually move on to the next stage, the product is actually taken out of the conveyor belt so that the quality of the product remains intact in the customer's mind. Then moving on to retail and consumer goods, like you name any FMCG, any major FMCG, at the end of the day, they are SAP customers, and they are actively engaging with discussions with SAP as to how they can transform their business processes in order to get better productivity and better enablement. healthcare and pharmaceuticals, hospitals, medical companies, they are all using AI and SAP, the SAP technology in their day-to-day use cases. Transportation and logistics, public sector and government, education, research, media, entertainment, you just name it. There are multiple fields that are, and when I talk about fields, industries, multiple customers across these industries who are SAP customers, but now they want to move one step ahead and they want to understand that how SAP AI can take them to the next level. So now moving on to the main part, which is about our course. So what are our course objectives? So we will first be starting off with explaining as to what are the business AI pillars, ethics, and the portfolio integration. We will be setting up the SAP BTP AI core for ML operations and model deployment. So this is going to be a hands-on session, multiple hands-on sessions actually, on generative AI hub, AI core, AI launchpad, about these capabilities. Building and optimizing the Gen AI prompts using the generative AI hub, implementing RAG, orchestration and document intelligence pipelines, then moving on towards Joule as to how you can, what are the capabilities that Joule has to offer already in the embedded environment. We will be covering that. And then how you can develop Joule skills and autonomous AI agents using the Joule Studio, and also develop AI powered CAP applications. So then designing AI use cases, activating embedded AI, and completing a capstone project at the end of this. So this is how basically our course is structured, covering a blend of technical as theoretical and practical topics across technical and functional areas. So this course is basically for everyone who wants to understand AI and who wants to move forward and step up in their career one level ahead in terms of AI. So moving on towards the prerequisites for this course. So a little bit basic SAP BTP and cloud development knowledge is required. Familiarity with AI ML concepts and LLMs is great to have. Programming skills, a little bit on Python, Java, and Git is good to have. So basically what will happen is when you get enrolled for this course, we will be sharing with you certain documents and go-to guides, so that which will be covering these base concepts. So and we will make sure that even if you are a newbie to this course, we cover on those base concepts and move on towards the advanced topics. And then of course, as I'm very sure that more or less everyone is working on SAP systems and of course S4 HANA. So I'm very sure that you already have understanding of SAP applications as in the S4 HANA concepts, and a little bit experience with APIs and data pipelines. So having said that, as I already mentioned, that we will be sharing prerequisites documents with you, and whatever and you can actually go through that before the course starts, so you are well equipped. And throughout the course duration, if you have queries even on these basic topics, we will be clearing that for you, so don't worry. Now coming on to this question, that as to why you should take up this course. So SAP developers and architects are, they some of them are already, BTP certified. They are already working on BTP on their day-to-day work. So now they want to extend to the next level and move on to the next level with BTP with AI. So it is for those developers and architects over here in this call. Data scientists who are building enterprise Gen AI solutions. Business analysts. I think some of you in this call are functional consultants, SMEs in their respective areas, right? So you want to understand how you can design AI use cases for SAP apps. So IT consultants who are implementing Joule and embedded AI. Technical leads preparing for SAP AI certification. So this course actually is for all of you and many more of you who want to step into this world of SAP AI. So now, what are the training benefits that we have to offer? So we offer training and certification options to 8 trainings in enhancing the knowledge to the next level, as I was mentioning. So we ensure that our experienced instructor, like in this case, I will be your instructor, and I'll be making sure that I will guide each of you in upgrading to the relevant skills over here when it comes to SAP AI, SAP Joule, Gen AI Hub, and so on. So, and when you enroll to this course, you will be receiving assignments. You'll be receiving materials for this course, which includes session PPTs, documents, and the most important is the lab access, right? We'll be providing you dedicated servers where you can actually practice these skills in the system itself, because there is no use of learning theory in world, right? You actually have to do hands-on to get trained on a particular topic in a session. So now moving forward to the evolution of AI. So now this is just a small introduction and to give you a little bit of flavor on the topic of AI. So now we are moving on towards the exploring the evolution of AI. So of course, as we know that AI has evolved from a futuristic idea to a core driver of modern business. So when we looked at the Iron, I'm very sure that many of you are Marvel fans over here. Many of you watch the Iron Man movies. If not you, maybe your children. So over there when Iron Man talks to Jarvis, and or if you are Matrix movie fans over there, the AI agents, the AI in every case. So when they asked a question and the AI was able to seamlessly help them with the task, we used to wonder that, okay, fine, this is science fiction. This is something that it looks good on the movies, but I don't think it will work in reality. But then as we speak, it is already there now, and as you speak to Siri, or when you speak to Alexa, AI has actually entered into our world. So AI shapes decisions, it automates processes, improves customer experiences. AI systems mimic human intelligence. It learns from data and improves over time. So basically, the very first rule when it comes to AI is as good as the data that it has to offer. So it enables smarter automation and better decision making in business. So when we talk about AI, so as I mentioned that AI is as good as the data that you have. So consider that, let's consider a simple scenario. Let's say that you are training a model to basically understand whether the image that you're uploading is the image of a car or not. Okay, so there are a lot of images I have, and the model basically has to understand that whether the image is the model of a car or not. So in that case, what happens is I basically train the model. I make it understand that, okay, how I basically break that model into image into pixels. I make it understand that, okay, fine, this is how a car looks like, and this is how a car does not look like. So based on that, the machine learns, and then once the machine is learned, then I can actually try with the other images, and the machine basically classifies it whether it is a car or not. And the machine keeps learning, right? That is how AI improves. So learning over here is also very important, and it mimics human intelligence, right? So when we say that we are teaching a machine, it is very much similar to as well teaching a child. So to understand things, so the child basically thinks over for some time. He tries to connect different things that he may know, and then comes up with some idea. So it is very much similar. So enabling smarter automation. So AI actually helps. So we all the organizations wherever we are working, the scenarios that we have with the customers, many of those scenarios are workflow driven, right? Complex workflows, multi-level workflows. So AI can, so in many cases, manual, tedious, work is involved. Like lot of steps are involved. So AI can actually come in over here, and it can enable smarter automation, and it can help in better decision making. So lot of these things are already happening in the AI world, and more to come. Now, moving on to the evolution of AI in business. So in the early AI days, it was all rule-based systems and narrow tasks. So we had X is equal to 1, Y is equal to 2, and then Z, if Z is there, it would be equal to 3. So there would be, rule-based systems that was there. And the tasks were very narrow. So those at the time, there were very specific, things to do those tasks. And then we moved on to the machine learning era, where we introduced data-driven models that learn from patterns. So we started recognizing patterns. So over here, if you remember, like we had the first case, one of the first cases in the gaming world in AI, right, where basically a computer actually defeated a human in Go, which was one of the most complex games in the history of gaming. So which meant that computers and machines can actually understand the patterns, the data, and actually can, in this case, outperform a human in that task. And then we move on to modern AI. So modern AI is a combination of different concepts, like when it comes to AI, machine learning, natural language processing, generative capabilities, all those things. So all of them offering real-time insights, contextual insights, and so on. So if you closely observe, as we moved on from the early days to the modern era, so many things have been possible. Like if at all I had asked you probably 10 years back, could you have even imagined that there could be something like chat gpt, generating, writing code for us, for the developers over here, helping with day-to-day tasks, helping you plan, helping with many things. So it was unimaginable at that time. But now we have complex systems that can actually, that are already implemented. For example, in the medical field, you see hospitals there who are implementing AI and machine learning to basically scan images and predicting cancer even before the doctors can say that. So those are some of the amazing capabilities that AI has. Now moving on to AI and enterprise software, right? That matters to us because coming to the SAP space. So enterprise AI is rapidly growing. It is driven by generative AI and large language models. So and Gen AI is expected to add almost 2.6 to 4.4 trillion dollars in value globally within the next few years. So its share of the AI market is rising fast, expanding from 7.75% to 14.8% by 2028. So, unlike traditional AI, Gen AI focuses on foundation models that deliver more intuitive and personal experiences. So, when we talk about foundation models, so these are our so-called LLMs, some of the LLMs that are there, and like OpenAI, Gemini, DALI, when you used to create images. So the capabilities are next level now. You can not only generate text, but you can also generate audio, video, images, and so on. So, and LLMs are transforming software design. It is helping technical consultants, technical developers to write code, to improve their code, like to be your pair programmer, where you can improve, boosting productivity, accelerating AI investments, and so on. Now, moving on from the perspective to generative AI to agentic AI. So we have different layers over here, different things over here. So first thing, as we covered, rule-based AI. So over here, what happens is we set definite rules in the system. We set, okay, fine. My rule says that x is y and a is b, and then z is c. So there is a rule that I have put in the system. So what happens is when the system and like when I actually put an input into the system checks these rules and accordingly takes a decision according to the rule which has been set. So that so and what happens is when it comes to machine learning, or the AI rules, in this case there are lots and lots of rules, different permutation and combination of these rules that actually enable the machine to take a decision. Many a times it is correct, but sometimes it could be wrong as well. So that is it, there were limitations in this rule in the rule based AI as well, and we moved on to the further steps. So in this case, predictive AI. So predictive AI can predict, in this case, future. So like just imagine you had a crystal ball and you basically wanted to know how does my next year look like, or whether I'll be able to get closer to my dream, whether I can achieve my dream, all those things. So now with the help of predictive AI, companies are able to analyze vast amounts of data that is stored in their data warehouses. So for the BW consultants over here, for the SAC consultants over here who are actually analyzing vast amounts of data, there are predictive capabilities already enabled in SAP Gen AI, where in this case predicting price, for example, right, product pricing. So you already have the price data for the last so many years, and then you can actually predict the price for the next year and going forward. Then moving on to generative AI, very much ingrained already into the SAP ecosystem. Joule can generate responses in seconds. Like you just ask Joule to generate code for you, or you ask Joule maybe some question related to like how can I basically do some configuration in BTP, and Joule gives a response. So we have already reached a phase where we are able to generate images, where we are able to generate text, and so on. And finally, the most niche topic in AI, and it's growing more and more as we speak, is agentic AI. So there are different agents that are capable of doing multiple tasks. And one small example I'd like to share over here. This was actually a case study released by McKinsey. So what happened was, like, McKinsey, in that case study, McKinsey covers how AI agent can actually help you with purchasing decisions, right? So just imagine that your birthday is coming closer, and just some days before, the AI agent actually sends a notification to your mobile that, hey, your birthday is coming up, would you like to purchase something? So, and then because the AI already knows what all, your past purchase history, it knows what all things that you like, it recommends something by itself, right? And then more or less you like it because it is something that is according to your preferences, your favorites. So you say, okay, like, okay, fine, go ahead. So then the agent picks it up from there. It finds suppliers, it negotiates with the suppliers to get you the best product at the best price, and then it coordinates with the delivery agents to make sure that your product is delivered on time. So this whole cycle, this whole process that I'm talking about, the agent is actually taking care of things back to back for you, maybe one agent or maybe multiple agents. We have I would like to correct myself that we have already reached the agentic AI era. SAP has already released a lot of AI use cases as we speak. There are 300 plus use cases and scenarios using agentic AI, and apart from that, we can actually develop custom AI agents in platforms like Joule Studio. So then, of course, as we discussed, this is more or less the same thing, whatever we saw. Now, moving on to the key factors in the evolution. So, technological advancements, of course, there has been enhanced computing, better data, and improved algorithms which allow AI to autonomously process the task and generate content. So, businesses are making use of AI to increase efficiency, foster innovation, and improve their decision making. And as we speak, we already have the Gen AI and the LLMs, which basically are ingrained, with the agents over here. We have so many LLMs and more coming in, right from the advent of OpenAI to now Gemini, Meta AI, DALI, all of them enabling advanced automation and advanced AI use cases. So now, why this matters for business? Why AI matters for business? So with the help of enterprise AI, this you can reduce time spent on routine tasks. You can enhance decision making with real-time insights. You can improve user experience, and you can enable scalable automation across departments. And AI is already transforming how businesses operate. So whether it comes to customer services, finance, supply chain, HR, AI is everywhere. So why understanding AI matters the most now? So because with the help of AI, you'll be able to make informed decisions about technical adoption. You can identify opportunities. You can communicate AI's value clearly to stakeholders and align AI capabilities with business strategy. AI in itself does not make sense unless and until AI actually fits into your business strategy, right? It understands where you want to go forward and takes you to the next step. Now, to the question which probably many of you were asking as to what are the modules covered in SAP in our masterclass, and how does the overall flow look like? So we will be first starting off with AI fundamentals and SAP Business AI overview. Then we will be covering on to the SAP Joule Copilot and user experience AI. Will be talking a lot about SAP Joule. Then we'll be covering up SAP Generative AI and custom models, where we'll be looking into SAP Generative AI Hub, AI Core, AI Launchpad. So when I talk about these things, right, Joule, AI Core, AI Launchpad, these are all going to be shown live to you in the system and in the servers that will be providing it to you. So then SAP Agentic AI, how you can develop AI agents and automation in SAP Build and the SAP Joule Studio, SAP Build Process Automation. So those things are also covered. Then we'll be moving on to the SAP AI Foundation and the BTP integration, how that works. The SAP Build platform, low code and pro code AI capabilities. So for citizen developers, for key users who do not want to get into too much technicalities by writing code and all that, but they still want to develop an AI agent to build an AI use case, you can still do it using the low code capabilities that SAP Build has to offer. And apart from that, you have the pro code AI where you can actually write your code, you can create your CAPM application with integrations with LangChain, LangGraph, and many other things over there. So then we move on to SAP Analytics Cloud and Predictive Planning for all the BW consultants out there, for all the analytics consultants out there, or for people who are interested in learning how Joule and SAP Gen AI can actually help you with your analytics use cases, right? What are my top 5 customers who are giving me the revenue? Who are my top 10 salespeople who are actually bringing me majority revenue? All those things, just with a few lines in SAP Joule, and within seconds you have that response. Then AI and key functional domains. What are the embedded AI scenarios, and how AI can be applied across different LOB areas, different functional areas. Intelligent document processing and automation. How you can process documents, how AI can intelligently read different fields in the documents, check that against, but do validations, automations involved over here. AI powered integration and event driven architecture. Then moving on to what are the future trends, governance and responsible AI. And then finally, we end off with a capstone project where we architecting an AI powered digital enterprise. We'll be actually creating a capstone project with the AI tools and technologies that we have learned throughout the duration of this course. So that is how the typical roadmap would look like for our SAP AI Masterclass. So I hope everyone can see my screen. So basically, I'm logged into the SAP BTP cockpit. So this is a paid BTP sub account that is provided to, which will be provided to you all. So for the people who registered, so here in this, you can see that like we have a global account and we have two sub accounts. So for the first month, you'll be provided the first sub account, which is the SAP AI Core and AI Launchpad. So over here, you'll be having the capabilities of the AI Code and Launchpad. So over here, you can access the AI Launchpad already. So go to application. So over here, you can see that we have the SAP AI Launchpad, and then based on whatever is the AI code that is tagged to it, you'll be able to find all the other activities as well under this SAP AI Core Administration MLOps. So this is our setup for the SAP AI Launchpad, which we will be building our AI use cases. So this will be the first part of it, and then other than that, like from the second month onwards, we will be providing you the SAP Joule and SAP Build capabilities. So that comes over here. So over here, you will be having access to. So over here, you'll be having access to SAP Build, SAP Joule, and so on. So, and of course, Joule as a service is already enabled inside the sub account. So you will have it right here. And yeah, Joule is right here. You can ask questions to Joule. You can check with available scenarios, and Joule works that way. So having said that, all of these services, many of these are paid services like AI Core, AI Launchpad, SAP Joule in itself, and then we have a S4 HANA 2023 backend system, as Alok mentioned. So all of these things are already there in the server for us to practice the live session and the hands-on, which we'll be covering in the sessions. So majorly that's all I had from a system overview perspective, and what we'll be seeing in the servers when you get the access.
Hey there! Want to get really smart with AI and SAP? Our SAP AI Masterclass training is here to help. You can learn at your own pace on our easy platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP AI. It helps you use smart tools to study data, predict results, and improve business work in real time. Our course covers everything you need, from basic AI ideas to advanced SAP AI use cases. It is built by experts who know real industry work. Your trainers are skilled pros with strong SAP and AI knowledge. They guide you step by step and answer all your questions clearly. And don't just trust us. Our learners truly enjoy this course. Many professionals like you say, it helped them grow fast in their careers. Best part? The course fee is simple and affordable. You get great value for your learning journey. Ready to become a SAP AI expert? Join from our course page today. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website now.
So, a very warm welcome, everyone, to the module 1 of the course, which is Introduction to Machine Learning, Deep Learning, and Generative AI. So, let's look at the agenda as to what we have to cover. So, first off, we have an introduction to AI, we have an introduction to machine learning, introduction to deep learning, what is generative AI, and what is SAP Business AI, and how things fits in the SAP world, right, when we talk about AI. So, what is AI? So AI is nothing but a technology that enables machines and computers to perform tasks that typically require human intelligence. So it is like as we know that whenever we get a problem, right, like a calculation problem or an analytical problem, we think over it, we try to solve it. So that is a capability of a human. That is a capability of a human intelligence. So same way, machines can also solve problems with the help of an intelligent system. So the AI wave basically has taken over the whole world. We know it, right? It is everywhere. Like when you use ChatGPT, when you use Gemini to generate images, like the Ghibli trend was so popular, right? And with the Nano Banana and everything. So like, the AI wave has taken over the whole world, and the SAP world is no different. So SAP has basically embedded AI across its solution portfolio, empowering businesses to run better and improve the productivity of SAP professionals like us with AI technologies like SAP Gen AI, SAP Joule, etc., which makes this topic very relevant in perspective. So So of course, like as we discussed, so AI with the level of intelligence that it has, AI can help systems learn from data. It can help recognize patterns. Like if you tell an AI system to recognize images of cards, right? So if a model is already trained on that particular thing, the system can actually identify cards for you and make decisions to solve complex problems. So it is used in fields like healthcare in order to detect medical issues even before they occur, right? Hospitals can actually detect cancer in this case even years before the actual screening can be done. So that is the power of AI. It is very much relevant in the field of finance, like when banks basically use AI to solve frauds, e-commerce, right? So AI can, as an AI agent, it can help take decisions based on your past purchase history. So if and also transportation, like it can actually tell me where if my delivery is delayed or there are any issues. So it can help offer personalized recommendations, like when we open Netflix or any other OTT platform, AI already knows it can actually recommend something for me based on my past watch data. And also self-driving cars. So like many things there, right? Like I think when we used to watch the Iron Man movie out there, like when Iron Man used to talk to Jarvis that, hey Jarvis, do this. Hey Friday, how does my day look like? At that moment, we used to think that you know what, this is science fiction. This is like this is amazing, but I don't like. But this is all movie stuff. But now when we speak, right, these things actually exist in real life. So that is how far we have come, and this field is just evolving as we speak. Every day research is going on, more and more things are getting added. Moving on to the core concepts of AI. So under this, we have machine learning, we have generative AI, we have natural language processing, and we have expert systems. So machine learning basically is an AI technique where the systems learn from the data, and it improves automatically by finding patterns instead of being explicitly programmed. So, like, let's take a simple example. Let's say I have created a basic ML model which identifies pictures of a cat. So now I have given it a lot of data. And now basically I have told it that, okay, fine, this is how a cat looks like, basically it has 2 ears, it has a tail, this is how, and like it has these big, bold, colorful eyes. So and then I told, okay, fine, this is a cat and this is not a cat. So once I have given that particular training to the model can actually recognize a cat. And basically over time, right, it learns and it becomes better and better, in doing its job. So basically it's not a one-time thing. It's a cyclic thing. It keeps learning and it keeps getting better. Gen AI, so it's everywhere, right? When we basically ask ChatGPT to, for example, for all the technical people over here to generate code, so ChatGPT can do it in a jiffy. It's like, hey, this is your code that you have. Of course, we know that there are certain mistakes in that. It is of course up to the review of the developers, but it can do that stuff. Like it can actually generate images, as we know. It can generate videos. It can generate like text as usual now. So when we say Gemini or any other model, it can already do that. So it can learn from so basically Gen AI can create content like text. It can create images. It can create audio by learning patterns from large data sets. So basically it focuses on generating outputs rather than just analyzing your data, right? So that is the whole intention. So, and of course, we have natural language processing, of course, right? So basically, when we talk to a chatbot, like, or any chat agent, like let's say Siri, like, hey Siri, how's the weather look like? So Siri tells me that, hey, it might rain, better carry an umbrella. So that is the power of natural language processing, that it is actually able to understand what I'm telling, speaking to it, and it can actually respond based on a certain context that it has. So translators like Siri can actually auto translate stuff as we speak, right? So like very well translate English to German. Chatbots, voice assistants. There are so many many applications of NLP. So So, and then expert systems, of course. So expert systems are basically computer programs that basically mimic the decision making ability of a human expert. So basically, let's say that you have a human specialist. Let's say in this case, you have a human specialist who, for example, is a programmer, right? So it's a he knows technical things. For example, in a particular programming module or a particular programming language. So, but in this case, my AI system itself, I have programmed it to understand code. I have programmed it to understand all those technicalities behind the scenes and generate code for me or correct code for me. So that is the level of an expert system, and such systems are coming up, more and more as we speak in different domains like healthcare, finance, technology in itself, and so on. Now coming on to the types of AI. So we have, based on the capabilities, we have the narrow AI, general AI, and the super intelligent AI. So what I'll be doing is, as we go on with the course, I'll just pause in a bit in the middle to, just give you some time to ask questions and also look into the chat. So please, once maybe after some time, we can just pause for a while. So we have the yeah. So as I was speaking, so and then now when it comes to such things, right, and we want to understand like what is this, like what is the difference based on the capabilities. So narrow AI basically performs specific tasks. Like as we know, we ask maybe recommendations from Netflix could be, one particular capability. It is a particular capability that the Netflix AI engine is taking care of. So basically it is very limited to a specific task. And then we have general AI, which is basically which aims for, human level cognitive abilities like across many things. So these are still theoretical at the moment, but as we speak, we are getting more and more closer. So like basically mimicking human intelligence. And the third thing is super intelligent AI, which basically surpasses human intelligence. So probably things that AI doing things that even humans are not capable of. So this at the moment is still purely hypothetical, but the day is not far when we may have such capabilities coming into the picture. Then based on functionalities, so we have reactive machines, we have limited memory, and then we have self-aware AI. So what is this? So reactive machine is basically which reacts to current situations based on certain rules. So let's say a chess game, right? So like you are playing chess versus a computer or a AI agent in this case. So the agent over here understands your moves. It knows the rules of chess. It understands your moves, and it is basically taking a decision based on the move that you're giving, right? And with the whole intention of winning the game. And in many cases, we have seen that AI is actually playing much better than a normal person. So, and for people who were following it, I know it's quite a little bit for old news, but if you remember Go, right, the game, it is one of the most complex games, and an AI bot was able to defeat a human who was playing that game. So just imagine the level. Then we have limited memory AI. So this type of AI basically uses recent historical data for short periods to take informed decisions. So let's say predictive analytics, right? So let's say based on your last sales data of the last 40 years, you're able to predict, for example, how the product pricing should look like going forward. So that is an example of a limited memory AI. Another example is a self-driving car, observing how other vehicles are moving or the recent movements done by them. And then we have the self-aware AI. So over here, so at this stage, it is still hypothetical. So basically the self-aware AI understands, so it possesses consciousness, self-awareness and understanding of its own existence and internal states. So this self-aware AI is a concept where human things, like how we are conscious about our surroundings, how we are conscious, how we are aware of certain things, all those capabilities are inbuilt in that particular AI agent. So this is something that we were already talking about. So I will just move ahead. So moving ahead, so there are different kinds of AI models that are there, right? And some of this we already know. So we have the machine learning model, we have generative models, we have hybrid models, we have natural language processing models, computer vision models, and deep learning models. So uh, all of these models will be covering up as we speak forward in the session. So So let's try to understand the working of AI, right? How does an AI model or an AI agent typically work? So first is the data collection part. Your AI is as good as the data, right? That's what they say. So, but it's actually true, because you're like, if at all you're asking AI to do a prediction, and in that case, if you are feeding it biased data, or you're feeding it data that is not correct, there are certain issues with the data. So like the AI agent cannot do a prediction. It will just it may do it, but then that result is doubtful, right? You cannot trust that result. So that is the reason why data collection is the most important step when it comes to AI. Then processing and learning. So once the data is collected, the machine or the AI agent over here processes that data. It learns from that data to identify patterns, like let's say the simple example that we were talking about, whether to understand whether the image is of a cat or not. So it understands based on the like, an image is basically a collection of pixels, as we know, right? So it basically breaks that image down into small parts. It understands that, hey, okay, fine, it has to, the pattern of the image is like this. So this is how the structure of the cat is. So it basically understands that. It tries to identify hidden patterns in that data. Then we basically train the model on that data, and after that the model becomes capable of taking a decision, like whether in this case, to whether to classify that particular image as a cat or not. And finally, once the result is given, it is also allowed to take certain feedback from that particular image, and then improve upon it. So that is how. So as we were speaking, these are the steps, so like which we have just covered. Now coming on to the advantages of AI. So we know that AI is capable of efficiency and automation. We are able to automate how certain things are. So when the system already understands, like it's a self-driving car, for example. So it has been trained to understand, like when there is a signal, it's a red signal, you should stop. So those things, like those rules and those frameworks that are already set in it, those come to play. And many a times, and also just imagine the robots working in the factory, right, manufacturing, doing all those tasks which humans used to do, which much more better results. It is much more efficient, improved decision making. So in case, if you're thinking of taking a decision as to, for example, how to price your product. So if at all I like, there is one scenario where I do certain calculations based on certain things, and then I take a decision, versus an AI system who actually understands my last historical data, and then it helps me take that decision. So that is that is also another thing. Personalization, that is what we talked about, like recommendation. For example, I'm watching YouTube, and in that, maybe I am trying to I basically am trying to prepare something. Probably I'm trying to make a cake. So over there, it understands my past history, and it understands, like, maybe the last videos that I have watched, and it understands what kind of cake I like, and maybe it recommends something for me. So that is the level of things that are coming. More and more personalization, more and more human human to human interaction. Those things more and more coming up. Then 24/7 availability, right? You can just fire up ChatGPT anytime in the day as we speak, and you can ask it basically anything. So there are no rules to that. Then comes data analysis and pattern recognition. AI systems can, as we discussed, that once your AI system or AI model is basically, the data is fed into that model, the AI system understands the hidden pattern behind that data. It can basically take improved decisions to make it better. Now coming on to certain real world applications of AI. So we have the healthcare field, like as we were discussing, like AI can analyze medical data to support early diagnosis, treatment recommendations, and also give preventive care, right? So we have seen multiple cases of hospitals in various countries who are actually making good use of AI to analyze historic data and to understand patterns, like cancer diagnosis was another thing. It's something really there's something really next level, right? And things that come up much more later on can be actually predicted. There was a certain news where, like, before a person could have had a heart attack, an ambulance was actually waiting at his doorstep. So that, I mean, just by reading his ECG data from the smartwatch that he was wearing. So next level things.
So then comes retail. So personalized product recommendations, like when you go to Amazon to buy something, Amazon knows your purchase history. It knows what kind of shirts or what kinds of clothes you like to wear. So it gives you a product recommendation based on that data. So managing inventory efficiently based on the swings in the market, right? The demand and supply, your AI agent can actually tell you whether your stock is up to level or it has to be refilled and so on. It can predict demand for better customer satisfaction. Then comes customer service. So AI agents can handle routine queries, like often 24/7 support. Like we have seen in multiple cases, right? Like you have booked a hotel reservation, and you want to change the date. So instead of calling the number, you can just go to the app, and there's an AI agent over there, and you just chat to it and say, hey, can you just move this uh, reservation to some time next week? And the agent does that for you. So escalating complex issues and so on. Manufacturing, very very relevant. So as we have seen multiple instances of robots working on the shop floor, right? Assembly lines, doing the like understanding your maintenance needs, understanding the downtimes that may come. For example, you have the machines that are there in the factory. There are asset management agents now that can actually understand whether your machines needs a service, right? And based on the wear and tear, and based on the life of the machine and the depreciation value and so on, it can understand that whether you have to the machine needs a service or whether it needs replacement. So all of those things, and optimizing supply chain operations to reduce waste. That is also something very, very, very relevant. Then comes finance. So there are a lot of examples and case studies where banks and many financial institutions have already implemented a lot of AI tools within their workflow to understand frauds, to do compliance checks of their customers, to analyze how the market looks like. For example, the stock market in itself, right? We understand how volatile it is, and it takes years and years of experience and practice to understand, for example, which stock to invest in, right, to get better results. So there are AI agents now that can actually understand, that knows the data, that can take decisions based on the data, and also advise you as a financial advisor, right, as to where you should put in your investments. Then comes automated risk management. There are, of course, like it. So before, like it can actually do contingency planning. It can do risk planning for you. It can support personalized investment advice, right, based on the asset portfolio that you have. The AI finance agent can take a decision whether you are like what whether you should change your portfolio, whether you should buy more assets in your particular portfolio. All those things are already there, and more things are coming up as we speak. Now comes on the challenges of AI. So of course, the first challenge, as we know, is the data privacy and security. So like a simple case is that, for example, when we use these LLMs, right, and like OpenAI, ChatGPT, right? So many a times we send in data to it. So over here in this case, so the first rule that these LLM platform tells is that do not send personal information, because at the end of the day, that particular information is entering an AI system, and there are places where basically the system is trained on that particular data. So one very good example from the SAP world itself is the Generative AI Hub. So I'll be covering this in the subsequent course, and we'll be showing it to you how certain checks are implemented right from SAP, where we say that, okay, fine, that if at all I am passing data to the LLM agent, there are provisions where I can mask my data, right? I can basically anonymize my data. So for example, if in a prompt I am mentioning certain information about, for example, some personal information or some sensitive information, in that case, I can actually mask that information such that that particular information will not be going to the LLM and to be used in any other way. So there are multiple things like masking, filtering, and all of those things that are already in place, where SAP makes sure that you can make the best use of AI without compromising your privacy and security. Then comes bias and fairness. So as I was speaking, that in case, like for example, you are training a predictive model, for example, in this case, to predict your product price, right? So in that case, the data that I'm giving it to it, like I am giving data for the last 30, 40 years over there, in case if there is any bias to the data, right? There is like I have manipulated the data in some way or whatever. The results that I get will not be trustworthy. There would be there could be issues with the data, so I cannot use that. So bias and fairness is another thing. Then lack of transparency. So there are cases where transparency becomes an issue with because of the challenges in AI. The job displacement. We know that with the AI trend going on, there were not many jobs, right, in the market which are no longer valid. Like let's say, I there is a lot of debate going on this as well. But just imagine that now that there are artists who are actually creating images based on their talent, their skills. Like artists who are actually painting, who paint such beautiful pictures, but now AI is actually able to generate art. It can actually create art for me based on what I like with the help of just simple prompts. So now like like art and the creative industry is also something that is getting affected because of AI. A lot of things happening over there as well. Ethical concerns. So of course, AI, we know that we are using AI for a particular task, but whether we are making ethical use of AI is also another big question. So there comes SAP's three pillars. We have the reliable, we have the relevant, and we have the responsible pillar in the AI, right? So where we say that AI should be relevant, it should be uh, but it should also be it should also be responsible. So those are the things. And as we speak and as we go ahead with the course, we will see that how SAP has ensured that when it comes to AI solutions, when it comes to AI tools that it is providing to the customers, how these things are actually taken care of, and how especially when it comes to data privacy and security and ethical concerns, how those things are taken care of, will be covering up in the course as we speak.
So you mentioned about the ML and the other Gen A and all, right?
Yes,
So
David.
are we expected to learn some Python over here, or it will be something specific to SAP itself?
So what we'll do, Devi, is that like we'll be sharing you a prerequisite document with all the relevant things that you should know before we start off with the major topics. Okay. So there will be a little bit of Python, there will be a little bit of BTP in that, there'll be a little bit of code AI concepts in that. So, but we will make sure that you are brought up to speed before we, move into those topics. So don't worry about that.
Okay. Okay. And help in the installation part, do you like once we register, are you going to help us with how to navigate and how to install BTP and Joule?
So Devi, there are two things over here. First is that whatever servers that we will be provisioning to you once you register, those servers will already have all of these things installed. It will have Joule, it will have SAP Build, and so on. And other than that, I will also be showing you certain specs when it comes to how to configure these things in your system. So let's say you are from the basis or infrastructure side, right? What are the
Yeah.
things and what are the things that you should consider and before integrating those things into your SAP landscape? So those things are something that we will also be covering up in this course.
Okay, got it.
So this will we be doing agentic AI and like building Copilot or any of that thing to monitor the system, to automate anything, activities that a basis guy? I would ask question only about basis. So would we be
So
doing that or no?
I'll tell you. So when we talk about this AI, agentic AI stuff, so what we will be doing in the course is first understanding what are the capabilities that are there when it comes to agentic AI in the system, specifically the Joule Studio as we know it, the Joule Studio and the Agent Builder, how to build agents for a particular scenario, what we have over there from scratch. And second is how to extend the services that SAP has provided. And when it comes to other so this is the groundwork. So this can be extended to multiple LOBs or multiple areas. So when we talk about finance, supply chain, and so on.
Okay, so like I mean, there's enhancements in those agentic or those agent builders. You're
Yes,
saying that we can add
yes,
our methods or our
yes.
procedures or coding, right? That's what you're saying
You can
to do our work.
you can readily make use of the agents that are available, like as an out of the box solutions. Like SAP
Mm.
has somewhere around 50 plus finance agents that are already there, so you can make very well use of that. Or if it doesn't perfectly align with your requirement, then you can actually extend the agent as per your needs.
Yeah. So the reason I'm asking this question is because this has been come around in our organization to
Yeah.
build to ingest logs from system dumps or system logs and analyze that and then present the data or dashboard. Like these kind of things will be covered or no?
We've like going forward with the course approach, we have multiple, we have handpicked certain curated use cases as across
Mhm.
different areas. So we will be covering, we have already prepared certain use cases and formats which will be covering throughout the course approach. But of course we'll be guiding you if you're facing a particular AI scenario in your organization and you want some guidance with that, we can very well assist you with those things.
So how exactly this AI helps the CPA guy, like
Uh,
CPA
yeah.
consultant?
So basically, as you know it, right? And I think it was like, did you get a chance to attend the TechEd this year? That had happened like globally, Berlin, India, multiple places. So, but rest assured, so basically what has happened is that in the CPI space also, right, generative AI capabilities have already made an entry. So when you're creating iFlows, right, so Gen AI capabilities can assist you in creating those iFlows, and multiple other scenarios as well where Gen AI capabilities have entered. Basically, Joule is SAP's Copilot. Okay, so over there, so as we know that we have other Copilots like the Microsoft Copilot, which is probably helping you draft a PPT before you present it to your manager, for example. Or so Joule as a Copilot has certain capabilities. So if at all I have to summarize it in 4 words, basically there are 4 things. So we have the information capability where Joule can actually query on the help portal, and what used to take consultants a lot of time to find, right? Like you want information on a particular SAP area, or for example a note. So that information can be fetched by Joule within seconds, and it can help you analyze that. There are navigational capabilities where you don't have to get scared of your Fury launchpad and trying to figure out as to where to go, which app to go to. SAP can, like Joule can actually give you a link to those particular Fury apps that are relevant for your scenario. Then we have analytical capabilities. So if you're a SAP Analytics Cloud user, so you already had Just Ask, right? For the people who are working with SAC, they might know. So now SAP Joule has already entered into the SAC space, and which with much greater capabilities, where it can actually create storyboards. It can generate insights right within, like if at all you're using Joule from your mobile device, you'll actually get insights right into the inside the Joule web client. So many capabilities are already there, and more capabilities are coming. And also the embedded AI, as we spoke, right? Joule is embedded inside SAP S/4HANA public cloud, private cloud 2025 edition. Then we have the success factors, we have Ariba, digital supply chain, and so on. So multiple areas where Joule is already available and helping consultants as we speak. Customers and partners like KPMG, Wipro, these are some people who have already purchased a lot of licenses for this Joule for consultants. They are driving their consultant force with AI capabilities. So more and more things. FICO consultation. So basically, so we'll be covering, as I discussed, we'll be covering how AI capabilities are enabled for functional areas, like specifically like multiple areas, like finance is just one part of it. So over there we talk about how Joule comes into the picture as an agentic, as a copilot, and it can actually help you with many of your consulting queries. It can help then the agent build a scenario for specific scenarios in the finance domain or whatever. So those are the things. Okay. So Joule has already entered the BTP space and API, the CPI space as well. So with there are certain limited capabilities over there at the moment, but I am positive that more and more things will be coming up. Joule can give information about your sub account, about your quotas, about the users and entitlements, many other things. So is my screen visible, everyone?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So basically, we'll be providing you URLs to the BTP sub account. So over the course of time, you will have access to multiple services, as I was mentioning. So of course, we can use the free services that are there. But when it comes to the paid services, right, we have procured AI Core, AI Launchpad. These are paid services, and when I say AI Core, it is the extended plan, which also which also includes the SAP Generative AI Hub. So that is also included. Then we have SAP.
Sorry to interrupt. Can you
Yeah,
show
yeah.
them once
Yeah, sure, sure.
components? That will be easy.
Sure. I'll just go inside it.
I think it's in the LMS also. You can.
So basically there are two sets of sub accounts. So over in this sub account, you'll be finding the Joule, the build process automation, the build apps, build work zone, business application studio, and so on. So that is already there. And I will also show you in the other sub account, we have the AI Code and AI Launchpad paid services, which with the extended plan that is available.
Hey there! Want to get really smart with AI and SAP? Our SAP AI Masterclass training is here to help. You can learn at your own pace on our easy platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP AI. It helps you use smart tools to study data, predict results, and improve business work in real time. Our course covers everything you need, from basic AI ideas to advanced SAP AI use cases. It is built by experts who know real industry work. Your trainers are skilled pros with strong SAP and AI knowledge. They guide you step by step and answer all your questions clearly. And don't just trust us. Our learners truly enjoy this course. Many professionals like you say, it helped them grow fast in their careers. Best part? The course fee is simple and affordable. You get great value for your learning journey. Ready to become a SAP AI expert? Join from our course page today. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website now.
So we'll be covering and continuing with the module 1, topic 1. So as a quick summary, in the module 1 section, we looked into what is AI, what is the relevance of AI, and what is SAP doing when it comes to the AI space over there. And we also understood a few basic concepts around AI. So now we will be looking into the topic of machine learning. So and understand as to what it is, and we'll be progressing from here. So basically, machine learning is nothing but a technique which allows computers to learn and make decisions without being explicitly programmed. So let's say that you have a model, or you are creating or let's make it even more simpler. You can just relate it to teaching a child as to how to identify whether the picture that he sees in front of him is a picture of a cat or a picture of a dog. Okay, so basically, in order to do that, what you do is you show the child multiple pictures, right? You show him, okay, fine, this is how a cat looks, this is how a dog looks, and then there could be different types of cats, different types of different breeds of dogs. So and then the child understands, okay, fine, that okay, this is what makes the cat unique, and this is what makes the dog unique. Okay, and then later on, when the child actually sees a cat on the road, that he says, hey, see, I see a cat over there. So that is, so if we actually try to see, right, it's exactly a replica of this particular concept. So in this case, what we do is we feed in a lot of data to our model. We train the model, we make the model understand as to the patterns behind the data, the hidden meaning behind the data, and in that way we build a model. And this model, whatever we build, is now trained to basically predict an outcome, or basically take a decision. In this case, to classify the image, whether it is the image of a cat or the image of a dog. So machine learning has a wide range of applications. Like it has applications in image recognition, like speech processing, translation, recommender system. So when you actually go to Google Translate over there and say that, hey, can you just translate this text to German? And then Google says, yeah, hey, look, this is the translation. So they can do this because Google has been actually trained, that particular model has been trained on a lot of text over there with a lot of translation of those relevant phrases and items. That's the reason why it can actually translate the text. And then over there also, you may notice that when it comes to European languages, right, let's say German or French or Spanish, it can do the translation more like a little bit more effectively. But when it comes to Asian languages, let's say Japanese or Korean, the translation may not be exactly accurate. So it's all about training the model with a lot of different dialects and that. And another thing is also there that when we train the model, we cannot say that hey, the training is completed. Similarly, when we are training, when we are actually teaching a child something, we cannot say that he has learned everything, right? That learning is a continuous process. He keeps on learning and keeps on improving himself or herself. So in that matter, the same way, the machine also keeps on learning in order to improve itself to give a better outcome or to give a better result. So moving on to why do we need machine learning? So machines can actually solve a lot of complex problems that traditional program cannot. So as we know, like if for all the technical folks over here, like if at all you have to write, we usually write a lot of conditional logic in our day-to-day programming, right? Like a lot of if else, lot of different blocks of statements. But so just imagine that now just extrapolate this to the concept of a chess. So you will see that okay, fine. If my piece moves from this location to this location, then what would be the counter move in order to win the game? So there could be multiple hundreds and thousands of permutations and combinations. So that is the reason where the machine comes into the picture, because only the machine can actually handle such complexity, right? And then as I mentioned, it is trained on huge amounts of data, so it can automate repetitive tasks with accuracy. So and let's say your simple example is your spam filter, right? So you receive lots and lots of emails in your inbox, but then what Google, or let's say an example, let's say Gmail as a mail service, right? It automatically classifies your email that okay, fine, this could be a spam message, and it puts it in the spam folder. Many times you don't find the emails because they end up over there. So a lot of things can be actually automated over here, and then improves as I mentioned, that it is not a one-time process. It improves and adapts over time, as in when we train it with more data, and it can identify more patterns. So as I was going through, as we mentioned, so this is just the brief of it. So as the solving complex business problems. So as we mentioned, the traditional programming, it struggles with language understanding and medical diagnosis. If you had to understand simple, I mean example of probably a cancer diagnosis, right? Like if at all we have to train a model to identify to with lots and lots of different images of, and then say that okay, fine, if we see the image and if the images are in this format, then the particular patient could have a certain disease. So in that case, machines can do it a bit more, like machines can do it better. So examples are image and speech recognition in healthcare, language translation and sentiment analysis, and then of course it can handle large volumes of data, is what we say. So some of the examples being, there could be, so for example, lots of banks are dealing with a lot of financial transactions on a day-to-day basis, right? So how do they actually understand that whether that particular transaction is a fraudulent transaction or not? So in order to do that, so there are like there's a lot of machine learning algorithms and artificial intelligence programs already in place in those financial institutions, which can actually identify from certain parameters and label those particular transactions as a red flag or a fraudulent case. So in that case, so that is one example. And another example is like so basically, when you're scrolling through Facebook or Instagram, right, you will notice that Instagram is actually pitching in a lot of different reels or some content from different brands, or it could be profiles. So and then you may notice that actually you relate to some of those brands, because at the end of the day, these platforms actually understand your your personalized your personal this thing, whatever you like. So for example, if you're following a particular brand and you actually you bought a few products of that particular brand, then Instagram, like that particular platform, let's say you ordered it from Amazon, so Amazon will actually recommend something similar. So that is because these machines can actually handle large volumes of data, and then it understands the pattern behind the data, and it kind of clusters them together, that what this is what the user likes, so let's recommend something similar to him. Then automating repetitive tasks. So as I was mentioning, the Gmail Gmail filtering spam emails automatically, chatbots handling order tracking for you. So So let's say that when you order something from Amazon, and you don't have to call somebody to ask him that, hey, where is my order? So you can just go to the respective application. There's it has a chatbot. So you just open it, and then it will ask you that, hey, how can I help you? So you just mention over there that I need help with my order, and then the chatbot says that, hey, your order is expected to arrive in the next maybe 1 or 2 days. So all those things. Then automating large scale invoice analysis for key insights. You can actually understand all those, you can understand and analyze those invoices for like for details. So, and then of course the personalized user experience that we talked about. So let's say over here Netflix recommending movies and TVs based on your viewing history, e-commerce sites recommending products which you're likely to buy. For example, the Amazon example which I was talking about, like if you have already bought a few things earlier, Amazon already knows what your preferences are, and then accordingly it can recommend you products based on your liking. uh, and then comes self-improvement in performance. So as I mentioned, the ML models evolve and improve over time with more and more data so that they can understand and identify more and more patterns. So in this case, there are examples of voice assistants like Siri and Alexa that learns preferences and accents. So then based on how we interact, search engines can actually refine the results based on that. And then self-driving cars that are there, right, they can actually improve the decision what they take using millions of miles of driving data. So there is already a system behind which has been trained on things. So when a self-driving car takes a decision that, hey, when there is someone passing in front of it, it should stop, right? And then when it sees a signal over there, it should accordingly take a decision to stop or go forward. So all those decisions that it makes, it's all machine learning behind the scenes. When we say that, hey, look, the machine is actually behaving like a human, so that is because the machine has been actually trained on that data. And let's say even if I ask you, one of you, that like to do a particular task, but I have not given you training on that task, so you may not be able to do the task full on 100%, right? So you have to actually learn through the basics of the task. You then improve yourself, and then finally when you do it again, right, you perform a lot better. So similarly, machine learning is also something very similar. So now try to understand what makes a machine learn. So a machine basically learns by identifying patterns in the data. It tries to understand the patterns whatever are there in the data, and with this way it improves its ability to perform specific tasks without being explicitly programmed for every scenario. So there could be multiple combination. Let's say a game, right? So in that game you can have multiple scenarios where you like where you play, and the main intention over here when you play a game is to win, right? So let's take an example of a simple chess game. So you are playing the chess game against a computer, for example. So in this case, how does the computer know that, like if you take a decision to move your chess piece from point A to point B, it should accordingly move the corresponding piece from point C to point D. So that is because the machine has been actually programmed on different permutations and combinations throughout the chessboard game as to what are the possibilities that if it does this, that it could win. It is all when we look at it, machine learning, it's all a fancy word, but behind it, right under the hood of it, it is basically mathematics and statistics. Okay, these are the two main subjects that drives machine learning. So over here, when we say a lot of things, that even what SAP has done is whatever solutions that you see in SAP. So so we can use the solutions out of the box. We can use the solutions as and when how it is available. But if you actually try to understand under the hood of things, go to the last level of depth, right, you will find a lot of statistic algorithm, mathematical formulations and all those things. So that is what runs these models, and that is what makes these models more efficient. So, and then all traditional programming in traditional programming, the instructions are fixed. Okay, so you say if it is A, then it is B. But actually, machine learning models are more flexible. So basically, they learn and they improve over the time. So this is going back to what we saw. So this is how the learning process happens. So first there is a data input. There are algorithms over there which basically are trained to identify patterns in that particular data. So in this way the model is trained. And then so basic once the model is trained, it gives an output. Like let's say let's say the example of what we were saying, right? To identify whether an image is an image of a car, let's say. So that So whether it does the classification correctly, in certain cases it fails, right? So you give a feedback to the model that, hey, you have not identified this image correctly. So, you send a feedback back to the model. So that is a feedback loop. And then experience and iteration. So you keep on repeating this step again and again and again, where you give a feedback that, okay, fine, in this time you identified it correctly, this time you did not identify it correctly. And then you keep on repeating it, and finally, and you say that, you know what, the model has actually reached a certain level of knowledge, and it is able to actually classify my image or my data according to that. And finally comes the evaluation and generalization. So over here, we basically evaluate the model, and we say that, okay, fine, this is the, this is the, so there are multiple technical terms which will be coming to when we move forward with the course. There is something called confidence, there is something called acceptance rate, and so on. So where we actually understand that, okay, fine, if this is the model behind it, if this is the model, then what is the accuracy of that model? Is it able to do the task, and up to what percentage can it do the task? So then there comes different types of machine learning. So you have supervised learning, which learns from labeled data. Then you have unsupervised learning, which finds patterns in the data without labeling. And finally, you have reinforcement learning, which learns through trial and error. So over here, you will notice. So let me just come to the next slide. Yeah, okay. Let me just cover what each of this is. So basically, what happens in the case of a supervised learning, right? So you will hear a lot of these terms going forward. So it is better if we try to understand these concepts, so that the going chapters are much more easier for us. So over here, what happens in supervised learning is that we learn from a data set where the input features are basically paired with correct output labels. So let's say we have a lot of pictures of cars, and we label them that, okay, fine, this is the picture of a car, this is not. Okay. And the goal over here is to basically predict outcomes for new unseen data. So the main intention of training the model is basically to identify whatever new images or new pictures which I'll be giving to it. It can identify the picture accordingly. So some of the examples of supervised learning could be spam detection, like whether the email is a spam or not, image recognition, sales forecasting. Let's say you have a lot of sales data in your data warehouses, and you want to take a decision whether the sale, or how to price the product, for example. So you can take the decision based on the sales data. And then, so that there are multiple algorithms that are part of a supervised learning, so which will be coming to very shortly. Like there is linear regression, there is decision tree, there is neural network, and so on. And then you have now let's come to the unsupervised learning part. So over here, in unsupervised learning, it finds patterns and structures in unlabeled data without explicit guidance. So over here, if you see, right, here we have actually given a guidance. We have actually shown the child step by step that, okay, fine, you know what, this is a picture of a car, this is a picture of a cat, and so on. So so we have actually labeled all those images for him so that he can take a correct decision. But in this case, what happens is, in this case, the machine is not, there's no labeling done in this case, but the machine still tries to understand the data based on certain patterns that it identifies, and certain things behind the scenes. So in this case, the meaning over here is to discover hidden insights, or to group similar data to reduce complexity. So there could be multiple examples. Let's say customer segmentation. You want to segment your customers based on their buying patterns, for example. Let's say there could be anomaly detection, and so on. So some of the algorithms over here are, k-means, clustering. These are some of the algorithms that are there as part of unsupervised learning. But don't worry about what these new terminologies are. We'll be covering it as we progress through the course. But just to give you an understanding as to what is supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and then coming to reinforcement learning. So in this case, what happens is, over here, there is an agent which basically learns by interacting with the environment. It takes decisions, and it also receives feedback. So if the feedback is a positive feedback, we call it as a reward. If the feedback is a negative feedback, we call it as a penalty. So it is like, so it is just like, giving an exam, right? You learn something, you give an exam, and then your so-called mentor or so-called teacher basically grades your result. He says that, okay, fine, you have answered 10 questions. Out of that, maybe 8 are correct, 2 are wrong. So it is like a it's like a feedback which is also being given, and that way your machine learns. So over here, so some of the examples over here could be the game examples, let's say chess over here, or Go for that matter, which was the first game, then robotics, autonomous vehicles, and so on. Now coming on to a little bit of benefits of machine learning. So machine learning can help automate repetitive tasks, so freeing up human resource for more complex work. Data-driven insights, it can analyze large amounts of data to understand patterns and trends behind the scenes. It can improve personalizations, as we were discussing. It can, like, in Amazon is already recommending products to you, to buy based on your last purchase history. Advanced automation and robotics. So basically, there are industrial robots that are there on the shop floor in the industry warehouses as we speak, and those machines are actually trained to perform specific tasks with greater accuracy. Like I'm not sure if you have seen that video, but there was a video of the Amazon warehouse what they showed. So in that there were so many multiple robots which were guiding the whole inventory process, like when what thing should be kept in, like what thing is in what crate, it already knows. It goes to that location, picks it up, and then moves it all the way till the shipping point. So all of these things, and there are multiple such robots. There were like 100 or so robots, and all of them were interacting with each other, and they were moving so smoothly, right? They were not clashing with each other at all. So that is the level of machine learning, what it has reached. And whatever we are saying now, it's not science fiction, it's not theory. It is something that is actually happening around, and it is evolving every day as we speak. Now we move on to the topic of deep learning. So what is the concept of deep learning? So over here we try to so when we classify whether the problem is a machine learning problem, and in that whether the problem is a deep learning problem. So firstly we understand the problem and whether deep learning is a good fit. So we train the algorithm in this case on a large amount of data. Let's say the all those images are cat images, and in this case, the machine identifies data sets and prepares them for analysis. So it understands the patterns behind the data and prepares them for the analysis. And it tests the model performance against unlabeled data. So one is your labeled data set, and the second is like it tries to check and classify the data in the unlabeled set, and then you choose which type of deep learning algorithm to use. So how this happens, you will try to, and step by step try to understand in the upcoming slides. So over here, technically speaking, how the deep learning works is it happens behind the scenes via a concept which is called as a neural network. When we talk about a neural network, you can relate to it from the analogy, from the concept of the human brain. So as we know, in our brain, there are multiple neurons that are connected with each other, and every second, every instant, there are, it basically sends signals from one neuron to the other neuron. And when we take a decision, right, when we actually, there are so many complex decisions sometimes we have to make considering multiple factors and all that. But at the end of the day, the decision maker is the brain, right? So how does it take these decisions? It takes it with the help of these so-called connected neurons. So what has happened is, when it comes to the deep learning model, we have actually replicated this biological concept into our machine learning theory. So over here we say that, okay, so here we have a concept which is called as a neural network, which consists of layers of interconnected nodes or neurons, and which collaborate together to process the input data. So in a fully connected deep neural network, data flows through multiple layers, like it flows from layer to layer, and then it allows the model to learn the intricate representation of the data. So let's say this is your input layer. So over here, let's say this is for the example that we were talking about. Over here, let's say you are sending in like for example, this deep learning model, let's say the main intention of this deep learning model is to help translate text from one language to the other language. So over here, you're passing in a lot of, data, like maybe different phrases. That is part of your input layer. Whatever output that you get from the model, right? Like let's say in this case, I'm translating the text from English to Spanish. So whatever text that I see on the other side, that becomes a part of my output layer. And in between, whatever complex computations happen, whatever, you know behind the scene, all the technicalities happen, all those things are actually taken care by the hidden layer that is in between. So when you talk about a typical neural network model, this is what you will actually see. You will see an input layer, you will see an output layer, and in between you will have a hidden layer. So basically what happens is, in a deep neural network, the input layer receives the data, which passes through the hidden layers, that transforms the data. So when we say transform the data, right, it basically in order for the machine to understand it, it transforms the data to a specific format. So, and then that happens via different functions. So, and then finally, you will be seeing the output, whatever is the prediction of that particular model. So, this is typically how the deep learning works, and this is how the neural network looks like. Now, some of you may ask me that, okay, fine, you told me about artificial intelligence, you told me about machine learning, you told me about data deep learning. So how does it all fit together? So basically, the machine learning is basically a subset of your artificial intelligence, and the deep learning is basically a further subset inside the machine learning, where deep learning is focused on very, very specific scenarios. Let's say translation of text, identification of images, or there are some very specific scenarios in which these deep learning models are based on. And then when it comes to the subject of data science, so you may have friends or other colleagues working in the field as a data scientist, or maybe some of you in the call are data scientists. So the data science as a domain fits as an intersection between these points. So as we were discussing, so this is to basically guide you that as to how the machine learning works and how a deep learning works. So over here, what happens is, in the case of a machine learning, what happens that we give an input. Let's say the input is the image of a car. So then over here, what happens is there's a feature extraction that happens. And then it is basically classified that whether the image is that of a car or not of a car. That these are the two examples. So in this case, what happens is we use algorithms, and the machine or the system over here learns on its own. But in order and then once it gives the error, right, once it gives the output, it may need certain human intervention to correct the errors. Let's say the error is whatever, the human over here tells that, okay, fine, whatever you have classified is not correct. This image is not of a car. Although that image is classified as a car, you give a feedback to it that it's not of a car. So basically, this particular system over here, it may need human intervention to correct those errors. But so of course, and then if a model also identifies or classifies the image wrongly, then you have to also understand that why did it do it wrong. Maybe there was some problem during the data training process itself. Maybe maybe you gave a picture of a car, but that picture of a car was in broad daylight, right? So the machine was able to clearly distinguish the colors and actually tell that, okay, fine, this is the picture of a car. But then the next image that you gave to the machine was a picture of a car in probably in a much less light setting, like probably a picture taken at the night time. So in this case, the machine got a little bit confused, how to differentiate between the colors or between the car and the underlying surrounding. So it could not identify it clearly. So in that case, maybe your machine needs more training. Maybe your machine needs further algorithms and classification to say that, okay, fine, whether the image is a car or not. And then you have the deep learning. So in this case, what happens is the deep learning, it uses advanced computing techniques. So in this case, the neural networks, which we just discussed before the slide, to adapt with little or no human intervention. So over here, whatever input we give, right? So the machine itself, does the feature extraction, classification, and everything. It gives an output, and then with little or no human intervention, it is able to do its work, and it basically sends the, as a feedback, it sends it back to itself, and it basically evolves over time. So this is how the difference between the deep learning and the machine learning. So this is more or less whatever we covered in the previous slide. Is just a textual part. You can skip this. So when it comes to evolution of neural networks, right, it has evolved from all the way from 1950s to what we see. So it is not a new thing. It is a very old thing, but a lot of research, a lot of background work was going on at that time, and then it has reached to the next level now. So the first simple neural network was called as a perceptron. That was in the early 1950s, and it could solve linearly separable problems. So when I say linearly separable problems, right, just imagine that you take certain decisions, and you draw a line and you try to represent all those decisions on a piece of paper. Okay. So and maybe let's say your decision is a yes or a no. So you basically draw a line between these two things, and you try to plot the yes and no, and you try to draw a line between the two of them, right? So, and when we say that we can draw a straight line between these two decisions that we have made on on the piece of paper, we say that it's a linearly separable problem. So over the course of time, like there have been further issues, like there were complex tasks that came up which the perceptron could not solve. So in this case, what happened was the problems, whatever they got right, those were not linearly separable, and those problems are classified in so-called as a XOR problem. So what is the XOR problem? We will come to it shortly, but those were certain limitations of the perceptron. So although it was capable of doing certain things, but then it could not do the complex stuff. So then came the multi-layer perceptron. So over here, what happened was, oh, this particular neural network had a single layer, but then in the multi-layer perceptron was something that we just saw in the last image, where we had an input layer, where we had several hidden layers, and then we had the output layer. So, and what happens is this model is basically enabled for non-linear relation. So in case whatever decisions, whatever outcomes you have, if it has a non-linear relation, you go with such a model. And these models basically are trained on the concept of something which is called as a back propagation. And this particular thing, right, it became a it took the concept of the neural architecture to the next level. So there are different kinds of neural networks which we see in the diagram. We will try to go through it one by one. So there is, like, starting with the first one, there is a feed-forward neural network. There is a convolution neural network. There is a recurrent neural network. There is a generative adversarial network, and there is autoencoder and transformers. So let's try to look at it one by one. So basically, what is a feed-forward neural network? So you can think of this as a machine which basically where basically ideas move forward and not backward. So let's take a very simple example to understand this. That you drop a marble at let's say you have a marble, you drop the marble at the top. This is basically the input, and let's say that particular marble goes through a lot of different boxes. Okay, so and then finally the marble comes out at the bottom. So you put you can think of it as a simple game that you used to play as a child, where you put a marble from the top, and the marble basically passes through a lot of different boxes one after the other, and finally the marble comes out. So in this case, what happens is the boxes that are there in the middle does certain processing in that marble. Let's say when you put the marble from the top, right, the color of the marble was blue, and when it came out from the bottom, the color of the marble was green. So because the boxes which were there in the middle, right, those boxes actually modified the properties of that particular marble. So in this case, what happens is let's and so the marble in this case follows a single direction. It goes only forward. But let's say that when, if at all you have a concept, let's say that fine, the whatever marble that you have passed, right, it has to go through another iteration, and it has to go again from the top to the bottom. That does not happen in the case of feed forward neural network. The marble only flows in a one direction. So it is so you can just think of it as a one-way thinking machine. So information just goes from the start, it is being processed, and it goes in the it goes at the end. And an easy example to understand this could be, understanding whether the image is the image of a dog or a cat. So your particular machine notices the shape, it understands the patterns, it identifies the details behind it, and finally it classifies whether the particular image is the image of a dog or image of a cat. And finally, and then going forward to the next concept, which is a convolutional neural network over here. So the convolution neural network is nothing but it is like a process grid. So let's say so basically when you send an image or a video to the machine, right? It basically highlights, or it basically breaks that image down into a lot of pixels, and then basically it filters that particular thing to detect patterns like edges, textures, and all those things, and that way it is able to identify the image behind it. So this convolution neural network is more efficient in identifying or classifying your images or your videos. Let's say medical imaging, let's say object detection, all these things convolution neural networks can do a lot better. Then coming to the RNN, which is a recurrent neural network. So over here, what we do is, here the data is basically processed sequentially, and over here we try to remember the past data, the past inputs, and that way we can make the output even better. So basically over here the neural network tries to remember whatever decisions it has taken, whatever was the data, so that it can improve itself. Let's say handwriting recognition, right? It how like there are sophisticated machine softwares available that you can just scan the handwriting, and it can say that the handwriting belongs to whom. So those things, those kind of advanced scenarios of machine learning, those things that can be handled with the help of the RNN, which is the recurrent neural network. And then coming on to the GAN, which is the generative adversarial network. So over here, what happens is, there are two things that are there as a part of this. One is called a generator, and the other is a discriminator. So what happens is, the generator in this case creates fake data. So you can consider this as a simple theory of a bad boy and a good boy. Okay, so what the bad boy does is, he creates a lot of fake data, and the good boy over here, he basically tries to spot that particular fake data, such that there are no mistakes going forward. So it is always a tussle between the two of them. So, and then in this way the machine learns better, and it is able to produce more realistic results. So some of the examples could be generation of images of art, right? You make nowadays, like if you give a prompt to ChatGPT or one of these LLM models, it can actually create an abstract image of an art for you. Let's say I want an image of an elephant flying with wings, and it can very well create it. So that those concepts that are there, generating images, generating art, image to image translation, all those concepts are basically capabilities of the generative adversarial network. Then coming to autoencoders and transformer networks. So what happens in this cases? So let's come to transformers. So you can just you can just understand transformer with a very simple example. Let's say that a transformer is nothing but it's a small robot brain. So basically it tries to read all the words together, and then basically it take decision based on that. So you can, and a simple analogy would be that you are basically you're basically reading a bedtime story to a kid, and the kid basically tries to listen to it very carefully. Maybe in his mind, whatever words he knows, he tries to bring a picture up in his mind, and tries to connect all the dots and makes a sense out of it, right? So similarly, a transformer is like a robotic brain over here, which gets all the input, it processes all of that together, and then based on that it takes a decision. So some of the such transformer cases are best for natural language processing, like for example you're talking to Alexa or Siri, and machine translation, text summarization, GPTs, what we so called see, right? Those are all the capabilities of a transformer. And then coming to an autoencoder. So an autoencoder is basically nothing but it's a small robot that learns how to pack and unpack things. So let's say that this also an example of a kid. So what he does is, let's say that he is going going for a trip. So what he does is he takes out his small bag, what he has, and he tries to put all his toys inside it, right? And then he tries to squeeze everything together just to make sure that he doesn't miss out on any of his favorite toys. And then once he reaches the destination, what he does is he takes it all out. So maybe his cute teddy bear has all folded up. His toy car has a little bit broken itself. So all he tries to put it all together so that whatever was the current state of things when he actually started the trip is the same as when he has reached the destination. So all those things. So similarly, like when we come to the machine learning part of things, so in this case there are two things. One is the packing of the things, and the second is the unpacking of the things. So here what happens is the packing of the things, what happens is the robot basically squeezes all the important parts of the data into into a small compartment. And finally, then what happens is, so this process is called encoding. And then what happens is the same machine over here uh, unpacks that particular data, and then and then the machine takes a decision. So that is called as a decoding. So basically, what the robot or the system tries to do over here is that the robot even after squeezing the data and removing it out afterwards, right? The data in this case should be the same. So, and in this case, when I actually talk about the examples, right, you'll be able to relate to it even more. So let's say you have a blurry picture. Let's say you had taken a picture, but it didn't come out that well. And the unfortunate thing is that you cannot even travel back to the location all the way again and take another picture. So what you do is you go to AI and you say, hey, Gemini, in this case, can you, the nano banana models, or can you just refine this image a bit? Can you make it sharper? So, and Gemini actually helps you clean those messy pictures. And how does it do that? How does it even know how to, clean those blurry edges, make it look more sharp, remove that background from there, background object from there. So it does this with the help of this concept, which is called as the autoencoder concept. And in this way, it is able to make the original data even better. And so there are a lot of applications to this, like spot strange things, find what is important, and so on. So these are the key applications of deep learning. So there are concepts of deep learning in data science, social media analytics, computer vision, cyber security, NLM, NLP, speech, audio, healthcare, and so on. So lots and lots of applications of deep learning, and this field is really evolving, and more research is going on into whatever we were discussing into these areas. You will find a lot of research articles in the internet where scientists are researching, the professionals are researching on this, and coming out with more and more capabilities of uh, uh, these models which we even did not know earlier that even existed. So having said that, let us move on to a very interesting concept, and the concept that has taken over the world, which is the concept of of generative AI. So it's not a single day that I think for people who are in the call that you might be using ChatGPT, Gemini on a regular basis now, for example, to frame a few sentences in a mail, or to generate images, or to generate, let's say, videos, or whatnot. So lot and lot of applications of this, and what started with OpenAI's ChatGPT has been basically carried on forward with Google's Gemini, Meta AI, and lot of different companies and organizations have come up with their own LLM models in order to provide the capabilities of generative AI. So what is generative AI? So generative AI is nothing but it's a type of AI in itself, which is artificial intelligence, which is designed to create new content. So let's say for the creation of text, for the creation of images, music, code, it could be anything. So and these models basically generate original outputs and are indistinguishable from human created content. So let's say you send a mail, for example, to your colleague, and your colleague says, "Hey, your mail content looked really good today. The words that you used are very next level." But behind the scenes, you just say thanks for that. But then behind the scenes, you know that you have used, for example, a LLM model to refine your writing to make it even more polished. So all those so in this and many cases, we have seen that it is very hard to distinguish between a human generated content versus a generative AI content. Like in many cases, there were cases, especially in the field of
art, right? There have been a lot of legal cases as well where the artists say that, like the models have actually breached copyright laws and they have actually, created things on their own. Even for that matter, the Ghibli trend that had taken over the world some time back, right? So that also became a huge thing, because at the end of the day, the system was trained on a lot of Ghibli images, and based on that, like when you could actually convert your image wherever you are and whatever setup or background you are to a Ghibli image. So those things make it very difficult, and now research is a lot of thing is research and all is going on in order to identify how to distinguish between a thing that is generated by a human or by the machine. So as I mentioned, so this is how it typically works. So as an input, you give a prompt, that whatever input you give, for example, when you're typing into ChatGPT, whatever you type, right, that is called as a prompt. So that prompt could be a text, it could be an image, it could be audio, video, any format. And when it goes into the machine, right, that machine is basically called as a foundation model. So the foundation model in this way has the capability it has been trained on a lot of data, huge volumes of data. So let's say when you go to ChatGPT and when you ask ChatGPT that, hey, can you tell me something about the seven wonders of the world? So over here you ask ChatGPT a very sudden question, but ChatGPT has already been trained on that data. So it has been trained on large and large of volumes of data, and it can actually take the data and it can replicate it how you like it. It can replicate and it can give the data in a formal tone. It can give the data in a little bit informal tone, and maybe paraphrase it into just one para, or it can give you 400 pages even if you ask it to. So lots and lots of applications of and now coming on to that, how the generative AI basically works. So Gen AI is trained on large data sets, as I mentioned. It could be text, it could be images, audio, video, and so on. So during this training, what happens is the model learns parameters, right? So there could be millions and billions of such parameters that help the model to predict or generate content. So here the models generate output based on the learned patterns and the prompts provided. So whatever more input you have given to it, the model tries to understand that, it understands the patterns behind that, and then it basically generates an output based on whatever you have given. So and it can come to different types, like let's say it can be text, it can be images, speech, video. So there are certain large language models that can predict the next sequence in a story. So for example, let's say that you give a prompt to ChatGPT and say that, hey, help me complete the story, and you say once upon a time there was a king who lived in the kingdom, and then ChatGPT completes the story for you, as if it is a human who is converting the story. And then you have diffusion models, like there is DAL-E or there is Stable Diffusion, which can actually, it starts with the noise and it can actually denoise to create realistic visuals. So you have, okay. So in this case, let's say that you are asking ChatGPT, or in this case DALI, to generate an image for you, and you give a description of that image, that maybe you give a description that create an image of a bird sitting on a tree with red flowers. So the ChatGPT understands that particular thing, what you want, and then it basically creates an image out of it. So by bringing different and it already has analyzed multiple images. It knows what is a bird, it knows what is a tree, it knows what is a red color. It needs to put all of those together in that particular image. Then coming to text to speech models. So let's say you have a model, and you want to convert whatever text has been given to you to speech. So model can all the LLM model over here can already do that for you. And then you have video generation, right? So there are multiple providers now. So you have Sora by OpenAI, where you can create very realistic visuals. It is very hard to say that whether that image was created by a very fancy animation studio, or it was just generated by LLM. So such things actually has taken us to the next level, and we are able to see lots and lots of applications of Gen AI. And throughout this course, we will see that how
Gen AI capabilities are enabled in the SAP layer, in the SAP ecosystem, and how the co-pilots like Joule can generate code. It can talk to you. It can take decisions for you based on certain things. Then coming on to agents in generative AI, so we are hearing a lot of things right now, right? We are hearing about agentic capabilities, agentic AI. So what are all these things? So over here, now, like whatever we have seen so far, the modern systems are using AI, agents. So basically, which can interact with the environment. So let's say over here I have an agent that, let's say I have a weather agent. So I am interacting with that agent, and I am speaking to it, and let's say that I'm telling it that, hey, can you help me with the weather for. The agent says, okay, fine, as a sunny weather, but it may rain sometime in the afternoon. So accordingly, and you better carry an umbrella. So the agent is actually interacting with you to understand your current context, your current location, and then it is taking a decision based on that. And these agentic models can reason, can plan, and it can act. It has workflows basically which enable it to take these decisions, and it can query databases. It can perform retrieval. There are a lot of examples of agentic AI. So when I talk about agentic AI, right, I always reference this particular case which is given by McKinsey. So what McKinsey had mentioned in the case study was that, like, there are that particular case study was that of a retail case. So for example, let's say that one fine morning you open your phone, then there is a notification from, let's say, a company X, and in that notification it has been mentioned that what, we see that your birthday is going to arrive in another day. So would you like to buy something? And what, you feel special suddenly, that, hey, how does the system know that it's my birthday, and how does, like, it is already asking me if I would like something. Then you say that, okay, fine, just pick something for me. So what the machine does is, the machine already know, the agent over here, sorry, I'll rephrase the term. The agent already knows your past purchase preferences. It knows what you like, so it already goes behind the scenes, searches for the products which you may like. It puts in the content together, and then it presents it to you that, sir, ma'am, this is what we have picked up for you. So you identify the content, and you see the content, and you really like it. You say that, hey, how does it know that I really like this color, and so on. And then you say, okay, fine, I approve this. You go ahead and purchase it. So what it does, it goes behind the scenes. It negotiates with all the suppliers who have these products. It finds the best price. It blocks it. It schedules the delivery of that item. It coordinates with the delivery agent, and finally that item reaches your doorstep. So you see, there are so many things. When I spoke of it, you might have seen that there were so many steps to this particular thing, whatever we discussed. But all of these things were handled by the agent in a very smooth and efficient way, because the agent is capable of doing those tasks. So whatever McKinsey presented in the case study is not very far from reality. Some of the agents in Amazon and some of the agents in all these e-commerce companies are doing some of the capabilities, and the day is not far where like, you maybe not even have to take a decision to go out. You can just, the agent itself will do everything for you. So now coming on to training and fine tuning. So as I mentioned, the LLMs are trained on a massive data set, right? So in technical language, that data set is called as a corpora. So example, it could be web text. And so these models become pre-trained models. When we say pre-trained, right, the meaning of that is basically these models are actually already trained on the data, whatever it has. And it can be further trained on domain-specific label data to adapt to specialized tasks or stylized needs. So there are different techniques of fine-tuning. So some of these are very technical, so we may not go too much depth into this, but just understand that these are a different kind of fine-tuning models that are available. One is called as a low-rank adaptation, quantized low-rank adaptation, parameter-efficient fine-tuning, RLHF, LL distillation. So these are just different techniques used for fine tuning these particular models. So, but it's too technical. It's we don't need to go through too much of these things.
And now coming out to the concept of RAG. So you will hear a lot about these, you may have heard a lot about RAG and these capabilities. So basically what RAG does is it basically enables modern systems to basically retrieve relevant documents at query time, to ground the generation up to date information, reduce hallucination and improve actuality. So in simple language, let's say I'll give an example of Joule itself, okay, as a from the SAP ecosystem. So let's say that as an employee, right, I want to understand that like I'm a new joiner in an organization, and I want to understand that how many leaves can I take. Okay, so now when it comes to leave policies, right, this policy differs from organization to organization. Some organizations may have a 24-day leave policy. Some organization may have a uh, the 40-day leave policy. Some organizations may have different kinds of leaves when it comes to different categories like vacations, sick leaves, and so on. So this thing varies from organization to organization. Now, what happens is Joule in this case can be actually feeded in with data, in this case your personal or your organizational data, and you can ground it. Is called, that particular concept is called as a document grounding. And then what happens is when you ask Joule this particular question, right, Joule can tell you that, hey, you can actually take a total of 24 leaves, and or whatever it is, and then you get the answer. So basically, in this case, what has happened is Joule as a co-pilot is already trained on SAP related data. It is trained on, I'm sorry, it's already trained on SAP Help Portal data. But what it is not, and what it does not know, is specific organizational data, some private information which is very specific to you, right? So whatever information you want Joule to access, right, based on such things, you can actually feed into Joule, and Joule in this case knows that particular data, understands that particular data, and it can answer your query. So in this case, there are multiple things that are involved. So so whatever documents that you put into it, right, those are basically indexed, and it is stored in something which is called as a vector database. So when I talk about vector database, don't worry, we have a separate session for this particular thing in the subsequent classes. But in a short thing, I would like to just say this, that it basically helps you find the data much more faster and much more efficiently, because these databases are technically trained in order to for similarity searches. So even if the system cannot find something exactly similar, there are different algorithms which are available which can help you find the nearest match. So this is one. And retrieval of relevant passages, augmentation of the prompt with relevant content, generation of grounded informed responses. So there are so RAG as a concept, like if we have to summarize this, if it basically allows you to extract information from the system based on certain data that you are feeding to the machine. And we use the word augmented over here because that particular information that we are feeding to the machine can increase over time, right? At the moment, we start off with only the leave policy document. Let's say your organization also has a car lease policy document, so you actually feed in your model with that document as well, and your model can actually answer questions based on that. And another good thing about this is that, so many a times we get this question, right, that okay, fine, I'm asking a question to chat GPT, but what is the guarantee that this information is actually correct or not, it is factually correct or not? And in this case, what Joule does is it not only gives you the answer to that particular question that you're asking, that hey, you know what, you can take 30 days leave for that matter, but it also tells you like from where that particular information is referenced. So this is the capability of RAG, and we'll be actually seeing certain applications of it as we go further and dig deeper into the concept of Joule as a co-pilot and co-pilot. When you say label data, is that same as structured data? Okay, so basically label data in this case, you have asked this question. Basically, label data is not, so as we were discussing in the example, right? We are training a model which can actually identify whether the image, whatever I am giving it as an input, is the image of a car or not, right? So in this case, what I do is when I give the input to the model, I already label that particular data image, that okay, fine, this image is that of a image of a car. So this is basically telling the model that you know what,
this is your identifier. This basically, this image is that of a car. But I could, and then the remaining images that I upload, right, there I have not given any identifier. I told that these are called as unlabeled data. Like I have not given any label to this data, but my expectation is that the machine over here can classify the data correctly, whether the image is that of a car or not. So that is the difference between a labeled data and unlabeled data. And structured data is altogether different as we know it, right? It is that way. Yeah. I hope that answers, Asima. Any other question? Okay. So there are different types of GenAI models that are there. So we have the generative adversarial network, which is the GAN. There is a transformer-based model and there is a diffusion model. So some of these models which we have already covered in the previous part of it. So I'll not be again going through it. So, but just to give a quick summary of these things, basically, so in the transformer model, basically, as we saw, right, these models basically generate text by predicting one token at a time. So these models basically are used in context of GPTs, like for generation of text, code, and reasoning and all these things. There are diffusion models that are available that are that are responsible for creating audio, images, audio that can create images, audio, starting with noise and gradually denoising it. So when you actually go to these LLM models, right, like DALI, for example, and you want to create an image, so basically you will notice that you get a very hazy picture first, and then slowly that picture actually takes a shape. So that is how a diffusion model works. It starts with the noise, and then it basically denoises that image. Basically, it removes that blurred and all those noisy elements, and that way it can actually produce realistic visuals like. And some of the models, the examples of some of these models are Stable Diffusion and DALI 3. You can go to the website of DALI and you can you can check out, you can play around with the models and so on and so on. So these models are flexible for tasks like text to image generation and so on. Another context which I want to just give over here is that when we go further with the course, like we'll be touch basing upon the topic of SAP Generative AI Hub. So basically, and we'll be also providing you live access to the same thing. And over here, you'll be able to see that how we can actually access these models and how we can actually adjust certain parameters in that particular model for a better output. So like the GenAI Hub basically gives you a platter of all these models that are available. So in your respective applications, you can use either a single model or a combination of models. So let's say in my application, I use a little bit of OpenAI, I use a little bit of Gemini, and I use a little bit of Meta. So I use a combination of these models for my particular use case. And how much of it and what exactly I need to use in that model also is up to me as to how I want to use it. So basically, so going forward, this will be some of our foundational topics that we will be having. Go to concept of the VAE and GANs. So the VAE, so this basically encodes data into a latent space and then later on it decodes it. So as we were discussing, right, the concept of the example of a child who is going on a trip, who is packing all his favorite toys in a box, and then after he reaches, he basically takes it all out. So that is the concept of a VAE, which encodes the data and then it later decodes it. Then the GAN basically uses a generator versus a discriminator setup to basically produce sharp, realistic images. So these are all certain, types of GenAI models, and these are the technicalities, behind the scenes when we go to the GPTs and so on, and when we type in our content and we want to produce images, when we want to produce audio, behind the scenes, behind under the hood, these are the technical elements that are actually enabling that. And then, of course, we have the encoder-decoder models, where we basically use an encoder to create a dense representation and a decoder to generate the output. So, cases like translation, summarization, image captioning, all of these things are taken care by with the help of a encoder-decoder kind of a setup. So, and of course, there are a lot of different versions to it. Like there is T5, BART, different models that enable it.
Now coming on to the evaluation of generative AI, like how typically from a technical side of things can we evaluate a generative AI model? So there are certain benchmarks that are there. So you have something called as a BEIR and NQ. So BEIR is nothing, it is called as a benchmarking information retrieval. So what in a typical case, what it does is that like basically there could be a collection of multiple data sets, right? So as you know, ChatGPT is trained on a lot of data, like internet data, probably coming from news, coming from Wikipedia, coming from medical journals, and so on. And then it basically tests how well these models basically perform, right? And how well these particular models can retrieve the data. And we talked about RAG as well, that how the model over here not only answers whatever question you are asking, but it also gives you the source of the data from where it is coming from. And in order to reduce hallucination, so you will hear you may hear this term a lot, like what this model is hallucinating. So what it means by that, it is not talking about the psychological aspect of a person. It is talking about like what the model is generating an output. It is generating a very generic output, but that output may not be correct. So that is also not right. Like when I ask ChatGPT a question and ChatGPT says that hey, I don't know an answer to this question, but you may check out these links, that is fine. But if ChatGPT confidently says that, what, this is what I have found and this is the solution to the answer, but then later on I figure out that, what, the solution was not correct, that is a bigger devastation, right? So that should not happen. So that is the concept of a hallucination. And then you have various quality metrics that are there, that are available, which allow us to judge frequency and coherence. So when it comes to different platforms, right, there are different kind of metrics that are there, and some of these we will be looking at further in the course. Then you have efficiency. This like basically when you deploy a model, right? So there are many things that should be into consideration, because at the end of the day, many of these AI services are paid services. So you have to ensure that whatever model that you're using, you do not overuse that model. You have to use it within a box, I would say, with a cost check and whatever you use the model for, whatever you need. You don't you we don't want to pay extra, right, for our respective use cases. So then comes retrieval robustness, fine-tune RAG, improve performance with noisy retrieved data. Then creativity, like whether so when you talk about creativity, right, we can actually adjust the model parameters. So for example, if at all the model parameter, like for example, you want ChatGPT to write a story for you. Okay, let's say that you are saying that, hey, can you write a story for me where there are such characters? Let's say there is a king, there's a queen, there's a kingdom, there's a robber, so on, and GPT writes a story for you based on that. So in this case, you want the model to be more creative and abstract in its thoughts. So you adjust the parameter. So technically speaking, this is called as a temperature parameter. We will be covering this up later on when we get into the concept topic of generative AI hub. And there is, and but then of course, if at all you don't want your model to be creative, you want the model to give you accurate answers or factual answers, right? You change the temperature value accordingly. So based on the temperature value, your the model is same. The model is same. You're using the same OpenAI model, but the model is responding differently based on your requirement, whether it is factual data or whether it is a creative data. And then you have bias and fairness also, right? Because, and this is a major thing, like we will be also touch basing on this concept when we talk about the concept of SAP AI, as to what SAP is doing, AI ethics, what SAP is doing when it comes to the ethical aspects of SAP AI. So over here, just to give a small example, let's say that you are doing a product pricing kind of a estimation, like you want to price your products. So but the thing is that whatever data that you are using a machine learning model to help you price your product. So, but whatever data that you have actually fed into the machine learning model, right, that data is kind of biased. That data is not factually correct. There are a lot of things. So of course, whatever the model will generate, right, the response will also not be right. So in that case, we have to make sure that your model does not suffer from bias or any kind of fairness to, and it takes a decision and fairly. All those things is also something that we have to consider when we talk about evaluation of the generative AI model. And then comes to the user value. So user value means measuring usefulness and relevance in the real tasks. So these things are also something that are very like how relevant it is, right? So with this case, I would also like to highlight that when it comes to SAP AI, right, there are three pillars which we'll be looking into detail in the next session. That SAP says that its AI is relevant, it is reliable, and it is responsible. So these are the three R's which it always pitches. So AI should not only be like reliable, it should not only be relevant, but it should also be responsible, right? We don't want to use AI for non-ethical activities. Yeah. Now coming on to the concept of relation between humans and Gen AI. So I have heard a lot of these things even in my previous training cohorts, and also even in the internet. Right? A lot of articles where show a genuine concern. They say, "Hey, I'm a developer. Will I lose my job in the next 2 years because of AI?" Then there are like functional analysts who say that, "Hey, I can see that AI is able to answer questions on configuration, documentation, all those things. Will I be losing my job going forward?" But I respond to that saying that AI is here not to take your job, but to actually help you in your respective jobs. Treat AI as a co-pilot in your respective job role, whatever you're doing, to enable your job role, whatever you're doing. For example, if you're a developer, use AI as a productivity tool to enhance your development skills, to help you in your daily tasks. But at the end of the day, you are the main driver behind the scenes. That is something that I always emphasize on. That you maybe AI is giving you functional, documentation tips. It is helping you find notes and everything. But you are the one who has the vast domain knowledge. You are the one who has the vast business, you are the SME of that particular area. So that AI cannot take away from you. You are the one who is the driver. AI is just here to help you and enable you to do better things. It can take you to the next level when it comes to such things. So the relation between humans and Gen AI is collaborative, and it is continuously evolving. So AI, it is enhancing creativity, productivity. We have seen it is helping with decisions and so on. So it is so as I was mentioning, that instead of replacing human, it is here to amplify our abilities. It making our work faster. It will help us explore new ideas. So let's say you always had this idea, or maybe somebody, let's say a fictional character, Jane, wants to start a brand, right? Maybe an apparel brand. So she has an idea, but she doesn't know how to take it forward. So she can ask ChatGPT that, "Hey, this is my idea. This is what I want to do. Can you help me frame a business plan for this? Can you help me understand that what is my market? How can I actually pitch my product?" So ChatGPT can actually help with those things, and maybe very soon that idea becomes a reality. So in many applications of that are already there. So it's just that it's up to you as to how you take yourself to the next level with the help of AI. So basically, it's a blend of human intuition and AI capabilities that basically reshape how we create, communicate, and innovate. So we have a lot of applications of Gen AI. In fact, you have seen multiple applications already in the market, and more scenarios. So we have retail, we have healthcare, we have content creation, we have entertainment, education, manufacturing, and so on. So when it comes to such things, right? Like I would also like to emphasize over here that like for example, one example which just comes to my mind anytime I talk about this particular slide, right, is the concept of SAP Joule, because SAP Joule over here has embedded AI capabilities, and over there we see multiple applications of generative AI when it comes to supply chain, when it comes to finance, when it comes to success factors, HRM, IBP, digital supply chain, and so on. So a lot of applications of Gen AI already into these models, and we also have agentic AI capabilities in these models, many released by SAP already, and also provision to us to create those AI agents. So as we go ahead with this course and with more and more time, right, we realize that we'll be actually encountering more of scenarios and applications of generative AI.
And of course, we talked about certain challenges of generative AI. We talked about hallucination as to how AI can give you a response which looks trustworthy, but it is actually not. The only way in order to reduce the hallucination is via proper sourcing of the data. Like when AI gives you a response, check the source of the data from where it is coming from. Make sure that things are accurate. Bias and fairness. So as I was mentioning that, like in case if your data itself is biased, your data itself is not correct, right? You cannot blame the model because the model is taking the decision based on whatever data you have. So in this case, your model it should take a decision fairly. Data privacy and security. So of course, when you pass on data to the LLM, right, you have to make sure that uh, you have to make sure that you do not pass on data that is sensitive, like you do not pass on personal information to the LLM and or any project specific information. So all of those things are already there. So one example is the generative AI hub. So over there, I'll be coming to that when we talk about that topic. So over there, basically what happens is in the generative AI hub, you have a concept which is called as a data masking. So what typically happens is when you create a prompt, right, there is a capability where you can hide certain details in the prompt. Like for example, if you're passing a customer number or some personal private information, so you can actually mask that information before you pass it over to the LLM for further processing. So that is there. Then it comes to ethical concerns. Then high computational cost, and then you have prompt injection and misuse. So these are certain certain challenges of the generative AI. No
Yeah.
problem.
So
Please
my
tell me.
question was,
Hmm.
are there any companies which are using Gen AI at right now, and what kind of like what they are using? Like any example you can tell?
Devi, there are multiple companies that are already using Gen AI, and specifically as our course is on the SAP AI in itself, there are multiple instances where companies are using Gen AI capabilities in their respective scenarios. So some of the companies which I can quote are there were use cases of Bosch, which is using generative AI for enhancing the productivity of their developers and their like when it comes to ABAP, when it comes to build code, Fury, and so on. So they had actually given an article, and I think that article is available. So you can go to the SAP Newsroom Center, Devi. I'll put a link of that over here. So over there you can see all the examples of companies who are using these capabilities already. Yeah.
I still have that question, how the companies are using this Gen AI.
Yeah, Devi. Well, what I'll do is let me do this. One second, one second. Give me just 1 minute.
If you can
I'll
give
put
me
it in.
like one example, I know you are saying that the companies are using like Bosch, but like how they are using, like what kind of, I just wanted to understand like how they are using this Gen AI concept.
Got it, got it. So what I'll do is, Devi, right? You have already registered for this course, right? If I'm
Right, right.
Yeah. So what I'll do is, Devi, I'll be putting this section in the materials tab. So if you go down, right, in the materials section, there is a section which says shared by trainer. So over
Okay.
there, you will find like not, I'll share certain links where you will find some real life applications of Gen AI, which these companies have done. I am aware that, there is this JP Morgan from the finance side of things. So I think they have already, prepared a lot of AI agentic capabilities already in Gen AI space, and they are using it for their financial transaction for FPA and many other application areas.
Oh, okay, that's nice to know.
Hey there! Want to get really smart with AI and SAP? Our SAP AI Masterclass training is here to help. You can learn at your own pace on our easy platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP AI. It helps you use smart tools to study data, predict results, and improve business work in real time. Our course covers everything you need, from basic AI ideas to advanced SAP AI use cases. It is built by experts who know real industry work. Your trainers are skilled pros with strong SAP and AI knowledge. They guide you step by step and answer all your questions clearly. And don't just trust us. Our learners truly enjoy this course. Many professionals like you say, it helped them grow fast in their careers. Best part? The course fee is simple and affordable. You get great value for your learning journey. Ready to become a SAP AI expert? Join from our course page today. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website now.
So we will be stepping in one more, 1 inch closer to the SAP, world of things as to how things are implemented at SAP when it comes to SAP Business AI. So let me just quickly share my screen and we can get started. So let us get started with SAP Business AI. So what is SAP Business AI? You will be hearing this term, multiple times, maybe when talking with your customers or in SAP events. So SAP Business AI basically is a broad term where we talk about the applications of AI in the SAP space. So when we talk about that, there are two things that we usually consider. One is your embedded scenarios. So basically what SAP has done is SAP has sprinkled AI across its portfolio. So when you look at S4HANA, public cloud, private cloud, success factors, Ariba, even Concur for that matter, and maybe the extended solutions like IBP, digital supply chain. Across all these things, what SAP has done is SAP has introduced a lot of AI scenarios, AI use cases. So over there, like for example, you can go to your public cloud S4 HANA Fury Launchpad. You can trigger Joule, and you can ask Joule to change a purchase order. You can ask Joule to create a purchase order, or look into, or for example, analyze in your SAP Analytics Cloud. You can just open Joule and you can ask Joule that, hey, can you tell me about my top 5 customers by revenue. So those kind of things, those kind of AI capabilities are actually embedded now right into the solutions that we use on a day-to-day basis. So that is one of the applications of business AI. And the other application of the SAP Business AI is towards building these AI solutions or scenarios, even for your own use cases, right? Outside your like respective SAP solutions, which means that you can create applications, like maybe in this case for the development folks out here, you may know this. You may create CAPM applications, or so in those applications, you can actually embed certain AI scenarios using the SAP, SAP Generative AI Hub and all these capabilities that are available. So with the help of this, what is our goal or what is the motto that we want to achieve? The goal over here is to build enterprise grade apps that are basically, you know, em- uh, uh, powered by artificial intelligence. So that is the main, so these are the main reasons, and there's a background as to why SAP Business AI is there. And using these applications, right, you can power intelligent operations. So basically, you can drive automation, you can drive predictive analytics, smarter decisions. Like, for example, I want to understand, right, as to whether what is the customer churn ratio, like who are the customers who are most likely to stop purchasing from me. So using the data that you have, you can create machine learning models, and you can actually do those predictions. So gone are the days when you used to say that, okay, fine, it's AI ML, but how does it matter? I'm in the SAP world. We just live in a closed box. It's all ABAP, ABAP, and Fury. There is, but now it is like SAP has used. If you just look at the last year, right? They have just gone to the next level, and they have actually pushed AI throughout their business portfolio, and they say that they are now AI first suite. They follow a AI first suite first approach. So that is what it is now, and that is what things are going to be at least for the next 5 years. So moving on to that, what are the key aspects of business AI? So first is we already discussed that AI, business AI will help you to build enterprise grade applications. So when it comes to that, like when it comes to such applications, like things like security, authority, governance, all those things are automatically taken care by SAP. Because, and one of the major factors of this is that all these solutions that we talk about, right? The PTP over here is the platform that basically drives all these things. That is the core foundation on which these things are built. And when it comes to that, BTP, as you know it supports multiple things. It all the way from app development and automation, all the way to integration, to analytics, to AI. It supports all of these use cases. And then, as I was also mentioning, that AI now is actually embedded across all the solutions that you're actually using now on a day-to-day basis. Let's say S4 HANA public cloud, S4 private cloud, Ariba, success factors. You will find applications of AI from this very day. Then coming on to industry specific solutions. So as we were discussing, and also before we started the class, we were discussing that I'll be also sharing with you a certain links where you can look into what are the applications of AI into which companies and customers are actually using as we speak. And that is not from a single industry. You will notice that that is across industries. There is healthcare, there is pharma, there is oil and gas, banking. Across all of these industries, customers are actually using, AI solutions as we speak. And they are actually, if not, they have not already. If they are not already using, they are actually, actively looking as to how they can use AI as a key driver to attain competitive advantage. Then coming on to accelerated data-driven decisions. So one of the applications over here is SAP Analytics Cloud. So for the people over here who might be using SAP Analytics Cloud, you might be aware of Just Ask as a tool, right? You could just go to Just Ask and you could just, write a few lines in natural language, and then Just Ask is to just, give a result with your, analytic query. Let's say I want to understand who are my top 5 salesperson. So Just Ask basically gets that data, prepares a graphical report, and shows it to you. So such capabilities are now coming to Joule, and you can directly access all the data, gain insights right from your applications. Then flexible model integration. So basically, so as we talked about that. When it comes to AI, right, SAP decided not to go with a closed box approach this time. They said, let us take the best from both the worlds, which is SAP world as well as non-SAP world, which means that you can use models like AI models or ML models that are developed by SAP. Some common examples being the latest announcement which SAP made in the TechEd, which was the SAP RPT-1. So using that model, you can actually do prediction on tabular data. That was the major thing. And then SAP also came up with another model, which is the SAP ABAP 1 model, which basically can be used for ABAP specific use cases. So these are SAP related models. But then SAP said that why to close doors over here? Let us open it and let us allow customers and partners to take the best out of the non-SAP world as well. So when we talk about these advanced models now, like when it comes to LLMs, right, and when it comes to the so-called GPTs of the world, the first thing that comes to our mind is OpenAI, ChatGPT, Gemini. So SAP has actually given a mechanism where you can actually consume these models right into your respective applications. And then comes intelligent process automation. So over here, like as you might be already, probably some of you might be already using it, that you were using probably in IRPA, which is the intelligent robotic process automation. In BTP, you usually creating business process automations, creating bots for your respective use cases. Now what SAP says is they have gone a step further. They says let us come up with agentic AI scenarios. Let us create agents which will actually not only drive your respective use case, but it can actually reason and act just like a human would do. For example, let us say you ordered something like from another from you ordered something, you ordered a product from an e-commerce platform, and that particular product is on its way. It is going to get delivered, but for whatever reason, right, the product cannot be delivered. They say that due to some weather conditions or something like that. So the AI actually takes into account data from all of these sources, and it gives you a notification that hey, your product cannot reach you on the so-called delivery date. It will be delayed. So what would you like to do as a as a subsequent step? So those kind of thinking abilities and like to plan, to to decide, to act, such kind of things, right, agents are capable of. And when it comes to agents, SAP has allowed us a mechanism to build agents, which we'll be covering it in the subsequent sessions, how to build agents in a low code no code manner. So let's say there are functional people here in the call. Let's say you are not a technical person, but you still would like to create an agent. So you can do that very well using the Joule Studio, which is now a part of BTP, and you can which will be showing it to you how to use it, how to create these so-called agents. So such kind of automated scenarios, such kind of intelligent processes, right, is also another key driver which is there with the help of SAP Business AI. So moving on to why SAP Business AI matters for enterprises. So as I was mentioning that AI is no longer futuristic. It is not something that we were looking at movies earlier and trying to understand that, hey, look, I mean, when Iron Man talks to Jarvis and says, hey, Jarvis, just tell me how does my day look, or do this for me, do that for me. So we used to think, okay, fine, this looks good in movies, but in reality, will we ever have this? But gone are the days we actually can experience some of those things right as we speak, because whatever was there in a research phase has actually come out to a production scenario, where we can actually take make the best use of these solutions, of course, to achieve innovation, efficiency, and business growth. So many enterprises face challenges in AI adoption, however, due to many complex implementation and data integration. So what typically happens is, right, in a typical organization landscape, you use so many systems, all disconnected, all in silos, right? So, but if at all AI has to actually work in a better way, in order for AI to guide you, the data actually has to be connected. And with the help, when I mentioned this, what SAP has done is they have actually brought uh, the SAP Business Data Cloud, which we'll be talking about very soon, as to how SAP Business Data Cloud is in this very center of the portfolio. So what SAP Business Data Cloud does over here is that it brings together SAP data, non-SAP data, structured data, unstructured data across different platforms, so that AI can make better decisions, because your data is no longer in silos. It is connected together via one single data fabric, which makes your these so-called AI agents, so-called AI co-pilots, to take better decisions. And when I mentioned this, SAP Business AI has addressed these challenges by automating repetitive tasks such as invoice processing, document management, HR operations. It has enhanced customer experiences with AI-driven personalization, some of it which we have already experienced in other applications, like when Netflix recommends you movies to watch, chatbots, predictive support, as well as operational efficiency, which with AI powered supply chain optimization. Like, you can actually use AI to actually optimize your supply chain routes, intelligent demand forecasting to basically take quick decisions based on the demand and supply that is going on in the market, then gain data insights to support decision making. So this is the analytics cloud use case which I was talking about, and you can also build analytics use cases with the help of ML across finance, HR, and procurement. So these are some of the applications of business AI and why SAP Business AI matters for enterprises now. So some of the latest updates in SAP Business AI is, so when it comes to these things, right? You may ask, right? Okay, fine. You're telling me that SAP has given this, SAP has given that, but how do I actually know what SAP has given? Where do I find that information? So all of this information, which I'll be sharing with you now, is available in your Discovery Center, in your SAP Discovery Center. If you go to that center, there is a section which is there for SAP Business AI. So once you click on that, you will be able to see two things. One is your SAP Business AI feature catalog, which is like a repository of all the AI solutions. And the other is a SAP Business AI estimator, which allows you to understand that, okay, fine, if I need these so-called AI services, how much do I need to pay for? How much do I need to pay? So, let's do this, everyone. Let us go to the SAP Discovery Center. Just one moment. So when you type SAP Discovery Center and you in Google and just click on the link, this is what appears. So for people who have used the Discovery Center, well and good. But for the people who have not used the Discovery Center gives you ready-made missions, like guided steps, best practices, in order to drive your development, specifically, and specifically talking about the BTP part and all those things. So over here, if you scroll down, right, you will see a section over here which says SAP Business AI. So just click on this section. So once you click on this section, right, you will find here a lot of AI scenarios which SAP has already released. So, but there is a specific way in which you have to actually interpret this thing what SAP has given. So first is like there are two things that you need to keep. First, let us come to the commercialization of this. So there is a premium one and there is a base one. So what I mean by that is, when we talk about base, so let's say that you are a S4 HANA public cloud customer, who is using S/4HANA public cloud. So when you take that particular solution, right? So what happens is and you activate Joule in your current landscape, there are certain scenarios that you can use directly. You can use without doing any further, without paying anything extra, right? You can actually use those functionalities. So that comes under the part of your base product. So if I just click on base over here, you will notice that out of those 300, 185 are kind of base, and these are across different kind of solutions. So let's say S4 HANA, cloud public over here. And over here, you see that this is one of the applications in S4 in your public cloud, which talks about allocation run details. And if I click on this screenshot, I can actually see what it is. So let's say that you usually use the manage allocations app in your S4 HANA public cloud, and you can basically talk to Joule over here, which is right. If you see on the top right corner, I know it is a bit less visible, but this diamond icon that you see on the top right, just on the very your menu bar of your Fiori Launchpad, just beside your profile icon, you can see a diamond icon, which is Joule. So once Joule is integrated, right, you will be able to see this diamond icon in your Fiori Launchpad. And when you click on it, you can trigger it and you can actually interact with it. So over here, I'm basically asking Joule what amount was allocated in fiscal year 2025, fiscal period 9, ledger 0L from cost center this to plant 1020. So Joule tells me that, okay, fine, the amount allocated from cost center this to plant this was this much. Okay. And then it also gives you a mechanism that get me allocation run IDs, plant this ledger is 0L for period 9. So I can also get the respective allocation IDs. And when I talk about this, right, I can actually navigate to the respective Fiori app that displays all these details. So earlier, the main purpose, right, as we all know, that when Fiori came in, before Fiori came in, like SAP consultants had to remember a lot many T codes, right? We all used to sit with that huge list of documents where we had that T code list, just like how a child looks at a dictionary trying to figure out which word is for what. So then SAP said that what, your life does not have to get that difficult. Let us say we have introduced Fiori Launchpad, where you can actually access your applications just with the name, and all of that is actually arranged for you in a very nice format in pages and spaces and all those things. But now SAP has gone one step further, and it says that, what, if you're using the Fiori Launchpad, you can actually talk to Joule and let Joule fetch the data for you. It doesn't matter from which app. And that also, once it fetches the data, it also gives you a mechanism to navigate to that application. But another thing which I want to mention over here is that you may ask that there are so many different kind of functional areas in SAP, different modules, different applications across all those functional areas. So how can, like, how can we do all of that? So the answer to that is no. So what SAP is doing, that SAP is actively working on to introduce more and more such use cases that we can use in Joule as we speak. So only those there are specific, so there's a list to this, which I'll also be attaching to to the link. So in that link, I'll be actually putting it to as to what are the scenarios that are supported in each of these things. Let's say success factors, let's say Ariba, let's say S/4HANA public cloud, so that if you as a customer or you as a business user or a consultant, you are using these applications, right? You know as to what are the scenarios that are available as on. And that list which I shared, right, that is a direct link to the help portal of your SAP Joule scenarios. And that list is actually updated on a daily, if not on a daily basis, at least on a periodic basis. So you can get the latest, information from there. So having said that, this was one of the scenarios that we talked about. I'll go back one step. And then coming on to, so this was the base scenarios. When I mentioned base, as I told you, that when you take these products, right, and you do the integration, these are the scenarios that you can actually use without paying anything extra. But now let's have a look at the premium scenarios. So when we look at the premium scenarios, right, you will notice that one particular button comes in over here by default. So let's say we are looking at the accounts receivable, scenario over here. So the accounts receivable scenario over here talks about, it talks about the SAP cash application scenarios. So over here, you see this is a paid kind of a thing, like a paid feature. So now the thing is, if at all I want to understand how much costing will this particular feature be for, I can basically add this feature to the estimator. So I can just click on this.
So, and then if you notice right on the very top, there is a small calculator icon. So if you click on this icon, you will be able to notice that this it shows you a tentative estimate over here that the AI units is 285 per month. And when you click on this, you'll be able to see a much more detailed understanding as to how much do you have to pay. I'll just delete this because I don't want to see this. So let's say this is the one that I was talking about. So basically this particular AI application, the cost of this basically depends upon the quantity of the quantity consumed. Like let's say the number of requests basically. So and the requests are basically in blocks of 10,000. So for 10,000 requests, you have up to they have like up to basically 20. So this number falls in between 1 to 20 range. So this is how the pricing will be. The AI units per metric is this much. The AI units consumed is this much. Rate per AI unit is 7. So it is a 770 euros, typically you will be consuming. Now you may have some more questions, as to how does the calculation actually work and all those things. And once you basically decide that this is what you want to go for, you can just click on this buy now button. And when you click on the buy now button, what happens is you will get a form. Okay, now it is asking me to basically sign in, but which I'm not able to do at the moment. But typically, when you use your organization, S user IDs and so on, you can click on buy now. It will give you a form. You fill in all these details. This information is automatically taken in, right? And then you send it to SAP. So what SAP will do is an executive from SAP will contact you, and they will give you kind of a brief as to how much, what are these are the services, and how much do you have to pay for that. So in case if you have further questions, you can talk to that executive and you can get the thing sorted. But this over here in the Discovery Center will give you a fair idea as to how much these premium AI features cost. So having said that, I will be moving on to the next filter. So let's say that you have, so these are the okay, fine. So this, we talked about the premium and base one over here. Now let us try to see that, okay, fine. Here I can see what 126 results, but can I filter it based on the product? So the answer is yes. You can just come over here, right? And you can just click on this. You will get the list of all SAP products. Let's say SAP S4HANA, SAP S4HANA Cloud, I'm sorry, Private Edition, SAP S4HANA Cloud Public Edition, SAP Green Ledger, multi-bank connectivity. Across all these applications, you have, some of the other AI use case. So you just need to click on that respective, let's say Sales Cloud version 2. So when I click on this, automatically it is showing me all the premium functionalities of the Sales Cloud version 2. So in this way, you can actually filter based on the product, and then you can also filter based on the product category. Let's say whether it is a supply chain management product, or whether it is a human capital management scenario, or a customer relationship management. You can filter based on this as well. You can also filter based on, let's say, okay, there are certain premium packages, right, which you can typically buy. Let's say Joule for consultants. So some of the customers which SAP has already also released in the news center is that customers like KPMG and Wipro, they have actually purchased a lot of SAP Joule for consultant licenses, and they're using Joule for consultants as we speak, when working with their customers on the floor, when consultants are working with the customers on the floor, understanding all of the particular from different phases of things, like right from the project exploration phase to all the way till designing, implementation, testing, delivery, across all these phases, right? These customers are actually making use of Joule for consultants to answer queries, search for notes, understand code, and many other things. So and of course, like once I click on this, right, I can actually put it to the estimator, and I can understand how much costing will it incur me for these respective packages. And another thing is that there is also a demarcation which SAP has done when it comes to AI features and AI agents. So when we talk about AI features, these features are more or less, integrated right into your respective applications, or whatever it is. And these AI agents are specific agents which are actually
which are actually there in order to assist you in your respective work that you do. Let's say it could be a accounts receivables agent, it could be a cash management agent, digital services agent, and so on. So we will be talking about more about understanding what an agent is, how an agent can be created, like custom agents can be created in Joule Studio, and and some more information about agents when we look into the agentic scenario session. Now I wanted to give you a brief as to where you find all this information. So this is a nice portfolio view of all the features that SAP Business AI offers. So you can come over here, you can take a look at it. What are the things that are there? Maybe some of these things are actually potential things which could be used in your customer use cases. So you can actually go through those things. So this is the main page where you have to come for checking the Discovery Center. So moving ahead with the presentation. So this is something that we saw. We saw the SAP Business AI feature catalog, which is a list of all the SAP AI capabilities that are there. Yes, I see, Devi, you have a question.
Yeah, I mean, do pause after the lesson so that we can have our doubts, Neil.
Yeah. I thought of pausing just now at 8:30 after the 30 minutes done. So no problem, Devi. It's a good time. Please tell me.
Okay, from interview point, like what is a SAP BTP? Is it a module or what you can explain? Like what is SAP BTP? Is it a
Sure.
module?
No, Devi. So basically, I will be coming to that very shortly, probably in the next slide itself, next, PPT itself. But just to give you a brief as to SAP BTP, Devi is a platform. Okay, so it is when it comes to like now as you know, right, SAP has basically opened its doors, and they say that if like for your respective organization scenarios, it doesn't matter whether you use a SAP system or a combination of SAP systems with other systems. Like I can have a connected scenario where some of my data is residing in an Oracle database, some of the data is coming from Salesforce, some of the data is coming from probably some other third party tool. So BTP as a platform, right? Firstly, it helps you connect all these particular systems together into one place. That is one of the capabilities. Second is, as a platform, it enables developers to create applications, to create automations. Thirdly, it helps like analyze the data that is there. So you might have used SAP Analytics Cloud, Devi. So SAP Analytics Cloud is also another solution hosted very much on BTP. And the fourth thing is development and deployment of the AI scenarios. So BTP over here is a platform that takes care of all your requirements when it comes to development, automation, AI integration, and so on.
Okay. And Joel is a chatbot
Yes.
because see, I'm entirely new to this AI. So
Yeah,
Joel
no problem at all. Joule is like a chatbot, Devi. So what I'll let me do this. So for people for whom this thing is new, let me just quickly log into the BTP account to show you what it is. Okay, just 1 minute.
Yeah, and also the other one which you showed the discovery, right? Like when you log into Fiori, okay, if you have access to SAP BTP, automatically you will get this discovery center.cloud, or you have to register or be in cloud. Like the company gives you this cloud access. That also a bit confused, how you get this into navigate to discovery center. You should have a cloud access and all.
No, Devi. So this particular link which is there, right? It is there for free. Anyone and everyone on this planet can access this link. So all you have to do is just go to Google and just type SAP Discovery Center. And when I do that, right, you click on the first link that comes over here, right? And then the Discovery Center opens up. That's all. But in order to consume these particular capabilities, right, you need to have a BTP setup.
Right. So if the organization is having a BTP, do we automatically see those free use cases, the one which you
Uh,
were showing, right?
Yeah. No, Devi. So I'll tell you how that works. Let's take an
Okay.
example. Let us say that you are a S/4HANA public cloud customer. Okay. So in that case, you have already spoken to SAP and you already got your licenses for S/4HANA public cloud, and you got got your respective tenants configured by the administration and IT team in your organization. So, but now what you say that, okay, fine, I go to my S/4HANA public cloud, but there is no Joule. I don't see the Joule icon
integration, I don't see the diamond icon. So for that, Joule has to be integrated. So when I say integrated, so there is a separate process to enable and integrate Joule, which I'll be talking about more when we come to the Joule session. So over there, what happens is once the Joule is integrated, right, and it is connected in the same BTP, like basically inside BTP itself, right, you will have something, a sub account, and in that sub account, you will be having like you can actually connect and integrate these services like Joule with S4 HANA public cloud. Once you do the integration, right, you will be able to see that diamond icon right there. And once the integration is done, right, you will be able to consume and use all the base features that we talked about. Like all the free capabilities of S4 HANA public cloud, you can use it right out of the box over there. And but as I mentioned, right, if at all it's a premium feature, those things you have to additionally subscribe for. Does that answer, Dev?
Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah. So, like, yeah, and as I was mentioning, so let me just also try to log into this 1 minute. So basically, for the people who are new to BTP, this is how the BTP cockpit looks like. So with the help of this BTP cockpit, you will be able to consume and use all the BTP services that are provided by SAP. So what happens is, as an administrator, right, there are multiple things over here. So like the first thing when it comes to the admin team, like for example, let's say I'm the company IKEA. So IKEA has various branches, plants, different warehouses across the globe, right? So when and different organizational elements, entities, and so on. So when it comes to IKEA as an organization purchasing a BTP, so they will have a central administrative team who will basically configure the BTP setup. So when they do that, as IKEA is also hierarchically arranged, even BTP has to be arranged hierarchically, which means that there is one global account. Under that global account, you will have different, you could have different kind of directories based on the different regions that you have, and you will have different sub accounts. Let's say you have one sub account for IKEA India, you have one sub account for IKEA US, you have one sub account for IKEA Europe, and so on. So George, I'll just come to you in a while. I'll just quickly complete this. Then based on that, so whatever sub account that you create, every sub account will have a quota of the services that you can consume. And once you click on that click on that service, right, you can once the sub account is set up based on the quota, you can go inside the sub account and you can actually configure what are the services that I require. Let's say, so it's taking some time. Yeah. So let's say, let's say that in this particular sub account, these are the services that I want to use. So this is how, typically how the setup is done. We'll be looking into some of these as to how these subscriptions are actually added to BTP to give you a fair idea. And as I was talking about, as you can see, once Joule is enabled as a service, right, you can actually see and experience Joule right from your BTP cockpit, which is over here. So you can see the diamond icon over here. You can just click on the diamond icon and then Joule will open up. Okay. So by the time Joule opens, I'll take the question from George. Yes, George, please tell me.
Yeah, so Neil, I just want to check if we'll be doing this configuration, like setting up the BTP and getting these subnodes enabled.
And actually, George, what happens is, right, these particular servers are not directly from ZaranTech. These are coming from our vendors. Okay. So what the vendors do is that they do the setup and they give it to us. That is how they operate. So we will not be able to do the setup from scratch, George. But of course, what I can do is I can help you with resources where it is explained how you can do these setups. And I will try to go through it also in one of the sessions. Okay. So that will give you some kind of fair idea as to how to enable and activate the Joule service, for example, and how to do the integration, let's say from Joule to S4 HANA public cloud or Joule to success factors. I will be going through that, George, with the help of screenshots at least, because these whatever servers that you see from the vendors, right, these are pre-configured servers. We unfortunately cannot do anything with this. Like we can just use the services but cannot configure. Yeah.
Okay, and in terms of integration, we only do with public cloud, or we can also do with the on-prem solutions?
When it comes to on-prem, George, what is so? As you know, SAP strategy is pushing every customer to public cloud. They say that it does although the reality is that majority of the customers are still running on-premise, but their vision and strategy is that they want to push everyone towards public cloud.
like cloud. So when it comes to cloud, there are two things here, as we know, private cloud and public cloud. So what SAP says is that if you are a public cloud customer, well and fine, but for private, we don't want the private cloud customers to suffer. So let us have the Joule integration for private cloud 2025. So customers who are in S4 HANA private cloud 2025 edition, right? I think 2025 was released sometime in December end, if I'm not wrong, and probably some customers upgraded to that. So if you're a private cloud customer 2025, you can use these Joule features.
Oh, okay.
I think SAP has, no problem, George. So I think SAP has some plans to downport it as well, what they were telling in the last TechEd event that happened, but I'm not sure when, how are the timelines for that. So, but when I tell about such things, right? You may ask that I am an on-premise customer, but does that mean that I cannot, make use of AI capabilities? So the answer is no. So, like you can, of course, make use of the AI capabilities, but not specifically Joule as such. But you can actually build AI scenarios. You can using your on-premise data that is there. You can build AI models. You can build machine learning models. So that is possible, and that is something that we will also be which I'll also try to cover in our sessions when we move towards pro code AI. So there are two aspects over here as well. We have the low code AI and the pro code AI. So the low code AI is specifically targeting the participants in this call who are coming from a functional background, who are coming from a business, who are business SMEs in their respective areas. So like if like they do not know much of coding, but they still want to create these AI agents. So these come into the low code part, and the pro code part is basically for all the technical folks out here who have coding knowledge in JavaScript, who have coding knowledge in CAPM. They can create such kind of AI applications, AI scenarios. So we will be covering both sides of the coin. So don't worry on that. Yeah. So having said that, like this is how typically it appears, and over here, so Joule is already integrated inside my BTP account, and I can very well talk to Joule. Let's say I am asking Joule to write a simple ABAP program to add two numbers and output the result. It can be anything basically. I'm just uh, so I am using Joule over here to, generate a BAP program. So you see, Joule has actually generated the BAP program and it looks more or less, satisfactory. So, and the best part is it actually explains to me as to what are the things that are there in the code. And I can actually, again talk to it that I don't understand this particular part. So, and so when I come to Joule for consultants, I'll be actually showing you, especially for all the functional consultants out here, how can Joule for consultants help you in your day-to-day work as a consultant, how you can ask questions to it, how you can interact with it. Those things, that is also something that we will be looking at. Having said that, let us move ahead with our presentation. So we looked into the Discovery Center and we saw these two capabilities. And over here, we also saw certain other capability. So in the feature catalog, basically, we saw that like it shows all the AI features, it shows the AI agents, and also we saw that how to basically filter it based on the product area, based on the industry area, based on whether it is a base feature or a premium feature. We saw how we can actually, and then and then there are two other things. The one is a tailored AI solution. So as I was discussing that using the SAP Generative AI Hub, which will be coming to very shortly. So the Generative AI Hub gives you a mechanism to, consume the AI models that are there in the market. And you can actually use it for your, creating applications for your use cases. So it could be predictive maintenance, demand forecasting, fraud detection. So these are some of the use cases and scenarios where AI can be used. And in this case, these AI models can be used. And then AI adoption roadmap. So basically, for in the Discovery Center as well, you can also find a place which actually gives you certain guidelines as to how do you go for AI adoption. What are the best practices that you should keep in mind. So Discovery Center is a very nice resource to go to when it comes to such things. So having said that, we complete the module one, topic one. So I will quickly switch to the next one. And because we have quite a lot to cover. So before we switch, does anyone have any further questions from the topic one part, whatever we covered so far when it comes to generative AI, deep learning, machine learning? Any questions, anyone? If not, we will start off with
Quick question.
Yeah, Mridula,
Yeah.
please tell me.
Yeah, I know this is too much of conceptual in the AI world. I mean, yeah, it's more about like understanding what it is, but I guess we will have more questions once we start implementing the actual
Yes,
work.
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, coming back to your, integrating the BTP with SAP Joe, I know that you don't have access or the, avenues to integrate that because you have some vendor solutions already implemented and you are using it. Is there any way that you can use the SAP BTP, the BTP cockpit provided by SAP for free? Is there any way that you can, use that resource to show us how to integrate? The reason is, when you go to the client place, there are more. I was just going through all these job resources and everything. So it's more about like setting up the dual and enterprise system. If that's the case, I think this is the right approach to go through. Showing the images probably will help to go step by step. But if we are encountering any issues or errors, I think it's you know
Yeah, Mridula, absolutely. I second that point. It is just that the two things here. Firstly, as I mentioned to you, that this is a vendor provided solution and we can't do much about the integration part over here. But the secondly is that, these whatever integrations are there, right? These like I will try, I'll try to go through, using the screenshots, because unfortunately, even like what SAP has mentioned is that if at all you want to integrate Joule, you need a BTP paid account. You cannot do it with a free trial. So that is another, prerequisite from the SAP side. So the organization has to use as their own SAP Pay as you go account. So over there, Joule is added as a service, and then according to that, it is done. So I'll try my level best to show you all the relevant resources and everything that I have, Mridula. But unfortunately, showing it over here would be difficult. But what I'll do is I'll also check with the vendor if in any case, we can have a, kind of a demo, kind of a setup where they can actually walk us through those steps one by one, right? That would also be helpful. But I really cannot comment because it's an external party who is providing us these things. But at least from my side, whatever is possible, Mridula, I'll definitely try to show you. Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Neil. But yeah, if there is a possibility, your vendor can provide some recordings instead of the screenshots, right?
Yeah.
Probably it is also. Thank you.
Sure, Mridula. I will take this up with the vendor team. Yeah.
Quick question here. So, at least from the server access point, can we access it at least to test the system, like what has been provided by ZaranTech?
Yeah, you will be able to access the server, George. But the reason why I am giving the server access to you after a few sessions is because we want the server access to you to be with you for a longer time, even after the theoretical part of the session ends, so that you can practice more. Because typically the servers will be provided you for a 2-month timeline. Okay, so and the reason is like right now we are in the technical topic, but then when we actually go into the practical topics, right? Let's say Joule or generative AI hub and all those things. At that point of time, you will actually require the server access. So so probably we'll be soon stepping into Joule. And okay, I'll be just going to the session plan here. So if you look right over here, the module 1 is the foundational and theoretical aspect of SAP AI and Joule and all those things. So from here, right, you will from SAP Joule Copilot, when we start with the user experience and all those things. So from here, we will require the servers. So where you can actually test Joule, and you can see how Joule works. So when we come to this module, George, right, we'll be provisioning you the servers right away. In fact, a little sometime even earlier than that. So the support team will communicate that to you. They'll be sending you your credentials via which you can access the BTP account, as I was showing you, right? Over here, you'll be able to access your BTP account, and over here you'll be able to actually see your SAP Joule as well over here, and you can experience the server at your site.
Thanks.
So that's the reason. Let us try to complete the foundational topics, and then we will of course be stepping into this. And after that, it's all going to be more of hands-on and more of practical.
Can you quickly give a recap of the Gen AI and deep learning AI? Not in detail, just a one-liner.
Sure, Devi.
What we'll be using.
Absolutely. So over here, let me first come to the concept of, like, as we discussed, machine learning, right? That's the first concept that comes to picture before we even come to deep learning and this thing, generative AI. So machine learn in the case of machine learning, what happens is, let's take a simple example that you are actually building a model that lets you identify whether the image that you're giving it, right, it's an image of a car or not. So you basically train the model using images, and then the model learns based on identifying the patterns that it has. And once it identifies the patterns, after that you can actually give some input, and the machine can basically identify, okay, fine, this is a car, this is not a car. But this is not a one line way. The machine has to keep on improving itself based on feedback, that whether whatever classification it did, right, it is correct or not. When it comes to deep learning in this case, right, the model goes a little bit further when it says that there is not much of human intervention that is required for these models. The models can actually take decisions by themselves, and they can keep improving. So one example would be your translator system, right? So in this case, what happens is, like, let's say you are using DeepL or Google Translate. So you are translating from German to Arabic, let's say. So in that case, Google does the translation, but probably the translation that you get on the other side is not exactly accurate. So you give a feedback to Google and you say, you know what, this translation does not make sense. It should be this way. So in this way, what happens? So that is one way of doing things, and the other way of doing things is that the machine itself is learning with various kind of user inputs, feedbacks and everything, and it is producing better results. So there are lots and lots of applications of deep learning. Like, there is, like, for example, the computer games that you play, right? Like, for example, person versus the computer. That is also a deep learning kind of a scenario. And now coming to generative AI. So when we have all seen the generative AI capabilities, like how AI can help generate content. So when I say content, it could be text, it could be images, it could be videos, and so on. So that is the capabilities of Gen AI, and we have already seen applications with ChatGPT and Gemini, and so many other things, Devi. So that is in a short thing about these three things, Devi. Hope that answers.
Yes. And mostly, are we going to use Gen AI in the entire course, or are we going to go with deep learning also?
We'll be looking at Gen AI primarily, Devi, because that is what SAP has provided us via the generative AI hub capabilities. But I will also try to show you certain other kind of use cases that are via Python and these models. So we'll try to touch base upon some of that as well, so that you are not only prepared from the SAP side of things, but you have a fair idea as to how you can create these AI models even outside. So I'll
Okay.
try to cover some of those parts. Yeah.
Thank you.
So now moving on to the next part of the session. So this particular session, talks about SAP's approach to relevant, reliable, and responsible AI. So in case some of you are looking at AI job roles, or looking to step into AI projects, you may get certain questions from your customers that I understand that you have all these capabilities. I understand the tech part of things, that you have all these stuff, but like how about my data, how about data privacy, how about how about the regulations for such things? Because especially when you work with European customers, right, European clients, you know how stringent the things are, right, when it comes to data privacy and security, about GDPR, about personal data, as to how the personal data is of paramount importance, and all the applications, in fact, many like all the SAP standard applications as well, take care of many of these aspects, right. Right, built in. So SAP said that, okay, fine, we have our AI portfolio, but the AI, whatever we offer, should be relevant, it should be reliable, and it should be responsible at the end of the day. So we'll be looking into this part. So this is a short disclaimer before we proceed. The agenda over here is to first cover what we mean by, I'm sorry, when we say relevant, reliable, and responsible AI. What are the 10 guiding principles for ethical AI? Putting these principles into action, a little bit about governance and operationalization, basically how we move from ideation phase all the way to the operations phase. How does these ethical AI components come into the picture? Introducing the responsible AI at SAP, SAP's commitment to responsible AI, data privacy and protection in SAP Business AI, how those things are handled.
and human insight and ethical design. So let us move on. So basically, SAP's approach towards relevant, reliable, responsible AI, like when it comes to making this impact a reality with business AI, let's say, so there are three things over here. So driving relevant outcomes by unlocking value, supporting unique needs, and automating complex processes with AI. Activating reliable insights, so you can take data driven decisions, access vast data, and operate with accurate AI. And scaling responsibly. So across, whenever you implement the AI use case in your organization, right, there are these things, and there are these like outcomes that you look for and that you want to basically bring forward in your respective application or organization. So now coming to these three layers. So the first part is the relevant. So in this, what it means by relevant is that the AI must drive immediate business impact. So over here, SAP embeds AI across ERP, finance, supply chain. That's what I was talking about. That SAP has embedded AI capabilities across S4 HANA, Success Factors, and so on. So with the help of this AI, whatever AI scenarios that SAP is given is SAP is trying to make it relevant, because if at all SAP introduce an AI use case, but it is actually not helping any customer, or it's not helping any particular use case, then that AI application is of basically no use, right? So the first layer is that whatever AI capabilities are introduced by SAP, that is relevant and embedded across all of these applications. Then comes reliable, that whatever data that basically it's being processed or given as a response to you. Let's say you're using Joule, and then you ask Joule for certain information. Let's say you're asking Joule about certain steps to configure, Joule for consultants in this case, certain steps to configure in your inventory management use case. So Joule gives you a list of those things, referencing the data from the help portal. So, and Joule also gives you a small link at the bottom of it, that, okay, fine, you know what, I have taken this information from this link. And you can actually go to the link and you can verify the information. So this way, Joule ensures that whatever information that Joule is sharing with you, that is reliable, that can be trusted, right? Because nowadays, when it comes to these LLMs, right, ChatGPT, Gemini, they give some response, but certain cases you might have noticed that the response is not exactly accurate. But the confidence level by which they give these responses, right, they give these responses as if they are an expert on the subject. So that becomes hallucination. You might be hearing this term many times. So that is when these LLMs start behaving very different, and they start generating a response, but those responses are not accurate. So in order to prevent such hallucinations from happening, Joule actually gives you references from whatever document they have, or from the source of the information where that information is coming. And over here also, going ahead in the course, we will be encountering a concept which is called as document grounding. So what happens in that case is, let's say that I am using Joule over here, and I am asking Joule questions about SAP Help portal, SAP, the notes from SAP, and so on. So this is all SAP stuff. But what if I want the Joule to also answer certain queries from my organizational data? So what I can do is I can set up a private SharePoint access, and I can give it to Joule. We will talk a little bit about the integration part of that going forward. So we will be so Joule over here can, like, whatever documents you have given access, like let's say it is my car lease policy, or it is my leave policy. So I can give Joule access to these documents, and then I can just query Joule that, hey Joule, can you tell me that how many leaves am I approved to take? So, and Joule gives you an information related to that. So such kind of use cases, SAP side, non-SAP side, all of that information can be, I mean, you can query Joule and Joule can give you the response, and all of that in a very reliable manner, because it also gives you the link for that. And finally, coming to the responsible layer. So by responsible, we mean to say that AI must basically meet the highest standards of ethics, security, and privacy. And in this case, SAP's AI systems are designed to protect users, to comply with regulations, and avoid harm. So when it comes to ethics, data privacy, data security, some of these regulations are already taken care by AI, by SAP Business AI. And when it comes, there are a lot of regulations as well, right? Just like you have GDPR in Germany, you have CCPA in California, you have some other acts as well, AICTE, and so on. So those SAP has also ensured to take into account many of these AI relevant ethics policy acts when it comes to designing these solutions. So
Now, just you can go through it even later on, but I will be just touch basing on the 10 core principles of ethical AI as given by SAP. And these, when I say principles, right, these are actually provided and established by UNESCO. So over here, the first principle is proportionality and do not do harm, safety and security, fairness and non-discrimination, sustainability, right to privacy and data protection, human oversight and determination, transparency and extensibility, awareness and literacy, and multi stakeholder governance. So, these are all the 10 principles that UNESCO has provided, and SAP has already made these principles as part of their guiding principles for ethical AI. Now, moving on to putting these principles to practice. So there are multiple things over here. So, first is organizational practice. Like basically, what happens is when, let's say in your organization or in your respective SAP competency, right? You are actually setting up a AI team. And this AI team basically is responsible for developing use cases to base and also the governance of these AI use cases or AI scenarios. So of course, from an organizational perspective, there should be responsibility and accountability towards those AI solutions that you're building. You should have awareness and literacy basically to help you guide decisions when it comes to AI implementation. And then multi-stakeholder and adaptive governance is also another thing. So these are certain requirements that the organization has when it comes to implementation of ethical AI. And when it comes to AI system definition, so of course we discussed that the AI system should be ethical in ways that it does not do harm. It should follow the principle of sustainability because as you like some time back, there was a news article which mentioned that all these GPTs that we are using, right, it is actually doing damage to the environment. So by that, they were saying that it is actually consuming a lot of water, a lot of critical resources. So then some climate activists, they also mentioned that should we, in such cases when it poses such a threat to sustainability, right, how does the future look like? Because now all of us are using chat gpt in massive volume. Like, so how does it actually impact the environment? So there's a different subject which is based on this, and people are actually researching to identify ways in which they can reduce them, to the damage done on the environment, and come up with some kind of a balance to AI and the environment in such cases. And then coming to AI system engineering, so you have human oversight and determination, you have fairness and non-discrimination, transparency and explainability, safety and security, and right to privacy, data protection. So these are some of the guidelines and pillars. I'll be sharing the slide to you. You can, go through it. I do not want to, enforce too much of theory right into the sessions. So this is something that we already, looked into. We can just, move ahead. Okay. So coming to governance and operationalization of these strategies. So what has happened over here is that, so like, how does SAP play a role in order to define the AI guidelines that you have to use as a customer, as a partner in your organization, and how this is basically governed and operationalized all the way till the end. So the first level of implementation or check is the executive sponsorship. The SAP executive board basically oversees the whole responsible AI strategy, whatever it is being given and provided by SAP. So which means that whatever SAP is provided, the impact is coming right from the top of things. So usually what happens in the companies that enforce AI, right? Like probably the development team is and the sales team are trying to push the solution, but the management, and the respective higher leadership is not in sync with the AI strategy. So that should not be happening. So that is the first layer. Then AI ethics steering committee. So this committee basically analyzes the use cases, right? So SAP as a company is in constant interaction with their customers via multiple events that happen throughout the year, right? You have SAP Sapphire event, you have SAP Decade, you have SAP like multiple SAP events that happen. So over there, because they get a lot of they get a lot of ideas and use cases from their customers, and they basically review those ideas to understand that can these ideas be actually implemented. So when it comes to that, right, there is a mechanism. They have an established mechanism where they may basically check that whatever idea they have to whatever idea is being implemented, that does it possess any kind of a risk or not, right? So if it is a high risk idea, right, then those ideas, those use cases are handled with special care, with special attention. So so this particular steering committee team is responsible for this. And then moving on to the advisory panel. So the external experts here, there is a separate panel of advisory members. So external experts from various domains, right? They provide independent feedback on these use cases. And finally, coming to the AI ethics office, who basically coordinates governance, reviews these policies, and supports the implementation of such things. So you see this, but these four layers are a part of SAP's governance structure when it comes to AI, and this ensures that the SAP Business AI portfolio, whatever is being rolled out, embedded across the solutions, it's all actually being administered uh, in a very proper manner. So then so now coming on to, okay, fine, we have the ideation, but how do we operationalize all these things? So responsible AI basically over here is a continuous cycle. So at SAP in this case, it integrates these ethical checks throughout the AI lifecycle. So all the way from ideation. So in this case, in the ideation phase, what happens is the team assess the red lines and defines the governance mechanism. So in this case, what happens is the team understands, like, let's say the use cases which the customer has given, let's say it is related to, it's a financial use case, right, which is directly impacting balance sheets, it is directly impacting your company's key figures. So in that case, those kind of AI cases are kind of critical, right, because it is directly impacting your financials. So SAP puts that in a separate category, and there is a different kind of mechanism or governance mechanism that is done for those kind of use cases. Then basically validation. So models are tested for fairness, transparency, and sustainability. So over here, like one example which I'd like to give over here is that, like, assume that you are doing a prediction on your data, right? You are kind of doing a prediction on your sales data, and you're trying to basically do a product pricing. So over there, what happens is, like, consider that your data is biased. Consider that your data probably is not exactly accurate. So in that case, your model cannot be trusted, right? You cannot use your model for any kind of prediction, because at the end of the day, the data that is there behind the model, that there is certain bias to it. There is certain there are certain issues to it. So that is taken care by the validation part to ensure that whatever data, whatever models you have put in place are all fair, it is transparent, and of course it also looks into the sustainability aspect. Realization, so whatever AI features you have built, right, so those features are built with content filtering, so data masking, explainability. So basically like one example over here, right, from the generative AI hub over here as well. So you will notice that, like, when you so if, for example, even a common use case, right, when you actually send the prompt to ChatGPT, so you are actually mentioning, so you give a prompt over there, but in this case, certain times what happens is you try to hide your personal information, right? You do not give your name, you do not give your more context to it, because you feel that that information could be used, going ahead. So what the generative AI hub does over here is that it allows you to basically mask all that data. So, like, let's say you are putting a prompt to the LLM, you're sending it to the LLM. So it basically allows you to mask the data. Let's say I am masking the customer number. I am using some other, XYZ code based on that. I am masking some kind of a private personal project information, all of those things before I give that data to the LLM. So the LLM can process the results without actually compromising on my personal data. So such factors, such features are actually embedded inside these kind of solutions that we have. Then productization. So it also supports documentation and feedback loops are added over here. And operations. So AI systems basically here are monitored, they are updated, and they are reevaluated for compliance, right? Because it has to all fall in that particular category. Moving on to the responsible AI part at SAP, and it is more and more like like every time the responsible AI is always a major part when it comes to AI implementations. So as AI becomes deeply embedded in enterprise software, trust becomes a non-negotiable foundation, right? So SAP's approach to business AI is not only about innovations, it's about responsibility. So over here we talk about how AI is developed and deployed in ways that the ways are fair, transparent, and safe for customers, employees, and society. So basically, as I was discussing, just key highlights from here. You can actually go back and you can read through this PPT. Is that SAP is actually the first European tech company to actually publish the AI ethics principles and create a whole global AI ethics advisory panel. They also have a AI ethics cookbook for that matter. I can share the link for that in the materials folder. So in this case, as I was mentioning, that whatever in 2024, these particular AI ethics policies were updated to align with UNESCO's AI ethics policy. So those 10 policies, those 10 principles that we were just checking before, some slides before, right? Those are in sync with those UNESCO's policies. And in this way, so we look at how these responsible AI guidelines are actually embedded across the AI solutions. So when it comes to the AI, responsible AI framework, there are three other things. So one is the human-centered design. So basically ensuring human oversight and control in AI systems. So there is a concept which is called as human in the loop. You might have heard this in multiple areas, or if not, you will be hearing about this. So what it says is basically that although you have a AI automation in place, but some kind of a human oversight is required in mostly all cases, because especially if it is a uh, high risk case, the one that we were discussing, probably from the financial side of things, there is some kind of a human oversight that is required in some kind of in these AI solutions. So and people, and when it comes to such things, right, like also there is another aspect to things where people ask, like, now AI is here, AI is writing code for me, AI is providing consulting support, will I lose my job? But over here, the answer is always that AI is here not to replace you, but to actually help you as a co-pilot, as your go-to assistant for such things. And it is here to actually enhance your productivity in order to, buy you time to, so you can, focus on other critical areas of your day. And coming to ethical governance, so all of these AI use cases undergo an ethics assessment. So as I was mentioning, that the SAP AI Ethics Committee and Advisory Panel basically review all the use cases that are there, that are proposed by the customers. They actually go through it, they class, and once those AI use cases are considered for the next level, right, they undergo a risk assessment. So over there, they check whether those kind of whether those things are actually, they fall under the red area or a red line or not. Transparency and accountability. So SAP publishes its ethical standards and assessment processes. So basically, you can actually go through them as to what are the standards and assessment processes that take care of things. So these slides are actually very important for you as a foundation, because in certain cases, God forbid, you should not fall into any kind of a legal issue with any of your customers when it comes to AI ethics, right? And even if you, like, God forbid, even if you fall into such a use case, right, you can defend yourselves with whatever, with these kind of solid information that you have. And also, your customers will ask you in many cases that how these kind of AI use cases are actually dealt. How does SAP take care of these kind of AI ethic policies and so on. So those things are actually taken care. Yeah. So having said that, I'll also pause over here. Does anyone have any questions till whatever we covered so far? Okay. So the idea is not to like enforce too much of theory right into the content, but to give you a fair idea as to about ethical AI, so that later on, if you're having discussions when you're establishing AI, an AI competency in your organization, what are the things when it comes to the ethical part of things, the responsible AI, all those things you should be aware of. So
So one
n-
quick question.
yes,
Sorry, one
Mridula.
quick.
Yeah, Mridula.
Um, you have mentioned that SAP is like, if you go back to the previous slide once, you have said that SAP has committed to all these, rules, or like, the responsible AI, like, SAP has committed to all these. When it comes to, like, as you have mentioned, that when it comes to the legal issues, so my question is, like, have these been all these rules have been published in the SAP website directly
Yes, Mridula, it has
already?
been published.
Okay,
Yeah. I
okay,
can
okay.
so what I'll be doing is, because although there are certain links which I had to add it in the last class, so in addition to that, I'll be adding the official SAP links to the AI, AI ethics cookbook, and the official SAP provided links when it comes to AI ethics, Mridula. So you can go through that and keep it as a reference at your side, so that if a customer asks you when it comes to AI implementation, right? Like, especially, I'm very sure you will have a lot of questions from European customers, because you know how particular they are about their data, right, about the privacy, GDPR, and all those things. So you can answer them better. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Pratana. So going ahead, so like how is now coming to the most important part when it comes to data privacy and protection in SAP Business AI. So as we know, the data privacy and protection is of paramount importance when dealing with customer data, client data. So basically, the very first thing is no third-party training. So the very first thing which SAP ensures is that whatever information that you're actually passing, as prompts, when once you set it up in your generative AI hub and your AI core, you pass it on to the LLM for further processing. That information is not used for training any kind of LLM model. That is one guarantee which SAP has mentioned, and it is mentioned in their and so here there are two things to consider, okay, and which I want you to actually remember is that the models that we talked about, right? These models can actually be hosted right inside your SAP space, or it can be hosted at a partner site. Let's say it is hosted at, I want to use an OpenAI model, which is hosted at the OpenAI site. So the data that is there, right, it is actually going to OpenAI, right, for further processing. So in this way, SAP has very strong legal, contract with them, and they have a lot of conditions over there where they specifically have enforced that such data, whatever is being sent, right, to these LLMs, should never be used for training those LLM providers. So they have put in those checks in place. Tenant isolation. So the data is fully separated and it is never shared across customers. So enterprise LLMs do not retain inputs or outputs. So whatever LLMs that you're using, they will not be retaining, if at all you're using a Gemini LLM to for a particular prompt or a particular use case. So those LLMs will not be basically retaining the inputs and outputs, and this data will not be shared with across customers. And custom consent based training. So customer data is used for retraining only with explicit consent and is anonymized. So in case if there is a so-called requirement where you basically need to do some kind of a training on your customer data for whatever it is, so those kind of requirements are actually informed to the customer, and there are proper contracts in place such that data is not misused. And SAP hosted models. So the of course, there are models that are hosted by partners like the one that we were discussing, OpenAI, Gemini. But apart from this, there are other SAP hosted models as well within your SAP layer, which ensures data sovereignty and compliance. So one example is that like when it comes to Joule, right? So when you implement Joule, at that point of time, you have the capability of choosing the data center where your Joule data will be basically stored, and the infrastructure will be there. So if it all so for example, if it's a European company, right, so they usually want the data to be there in a EU region itself, the Joule data center to be also there as part of the EU region itself. So such kind of things ensure data sovereignty and compliance. So if you were following the last couple of, months, right, SAP has done a lot of SAP has taken the topic of sovereign cloud to the next level. So they started off with EU sovereign cloud, and then in India also they have a India sovereign cloud, I guess. So with the help of this, what makes sure is that whatever data is being actually sent to these models, right, these are actually within the country premises, and they follow the Data Privacy and Information Act of those respective countries. So now coming on to the human insight and ethical design. So basically, as I was mentioning, that SAP Business AI over here is not to replace human, but to basically augment humans and help them with their decisions. So AI scenarios include human review to validate these things, correct these things, and guide these things, guide the outputs. So some examples are basically cache application, so where accountants validate low confidence matches, document AI, where users label fields to improve the OCR. So you, like in document AI, right? You might have seen invoice scenarios, like you basically scan your invoice and all the fields, right, are automatically captured and put in the respective fields in your SAP system, and the data is stored in the database. So such kind of things. But many cases, what happens is, right, uh, it is not able to actually recognize the patterns carefully. So in those cases, what happens is that the AI, like certain kind of labeling is required to improve the efficiency of that. And finally, Joule agents. So as we were discussing, that you will be able to create Joule agents in Joule Studio. So which basically and over here, when we talk about these agents, right,
like although some of the agents can be fully automated, you can have human in the loop in some sense in some of the cases which require a human intervention, and let's say a human approval is required before we proceed on to the next step. So that ways, like we see that at the end of the day, as humans, we have control over the AI capabilities, and AI is not driving everything for us. So SAP ensures that AI is explainable, where the decision logic is made clear. It is revisable, basically, where humans can adjust the outcomes. And finally, it is inclusive. Basically, it is designed to avoid bias. So, so with this, we come to the close of the topic 2, which talked about relevant, responsible, and reliable AI. So I will be sharing the official SAP links for these things right into your materials folder. You can look into the topic, shared by trainer. So before we like, do you have any questions at the moment? Anyone?
I do have a question, but I will ask at the end once everyone finishes the doubts. I have a very basic question though. You told about this deep learning is like you train the models, it's like training the models, and generative AI is for the content creation and you
Yes,
get
yes.
the content. So where does this LLM fit into?
The
You
LLM
mentioned
fits
about
into
LLM.
yeah, Devi. So the LLM fits into your generative AI, because at the end of the day, like let's say the chat GPT that you use, right? So over here, you are using ChatGPT to generate content, right? So let's say you want ChatGPT to give you certain information about the universe. So in this case, the ChatGPT goes to the internet sources, it puts together that information and it shares it with you. So over here, what is happening? Whatever technically, like how the flow happens is that whatever you are typing inside your ChatGPT, right? That is called as a prompt. Okay. And this prompt is basically sent to the LLM model. So the LLM model in this case is OpenAI. Although we say it is ChatGPT, I mean, that is the name of the software app that you use, but the model that is the LLM model that is there behind the scenes is your OpenAI model. So this is one part. For other use cases, maybe let's say you are using the Gemini app, right? So the LLM that is being used is actually Gemini. So these are different kind of LLM models. And when we say LLM, right, it is basically large language model. And the reason for calling it as a large language model is that these models are actually trained on a wide variety of data, like huge amounts of data, right? So that's the reason you ask ChatGPT any question on anything, right? How come it knows? Because it has been trained on, vast and vast volumes of data. So that is the capability of these LLMs, and that is the reason why these LLMs can answer your queries. So that is how it typically works, Devi, under the generative AI setup.
Then what is the difference between deep learning? Because even in deep learning, you're training the model, right?
I'll tell you. So deep learning over here has a very specific use case towards, like, deep learning is more generic, Devi. Okay. So over like let's say your deep learning use case is about you're creating a model which can actually play a computer game against you. Okay. So you're playing chess, for example. Okay. You person versus computer. In that case, what happens is the computer that is playing versus you, right? That computer understands the chess, like the rules of chess, how the chess game is played. It can actually basically, as and when the user is playing, right? It does a move, and then it basically it basically counters the move. So consider that you are playing multiple games. Let's say you are playing a total of 100 games with that particular model. So in the first initial games, right, the system starts learning the moves one by one. And as you proceed ahead, like the second, third, fourth, fifth, and all the way till the 100, right, the system is basically learning the behavior. Like let's say if you do if I have moved the piece of the chessboard from this point to this point, and if the opponent has moved it from this point to this point, there is a probability of losing. So that way it puts together all the combination, and it performs better. So, and in fact, so that is deep learning, Devi. The deep learning is for a specific use case. Let's say model for translating languages, model for playing games, and so on. But Gen AI on the other side is for generating content. It is for creating content like audio, video, text, all those things. So that, like, generation of content, that is the reason why it is termed generative AI.
Got it. So deep learning is more in learning and enhancing the models,
Yes, exactly.
right? And what are some examples in that? You said Google Translator is one of the deep
Google
learning
Translate deep
models.
learning example. Then you have the
Okay.
chess game. That is another example. You have complex expert systems that can do, like, let's say, the self-driving cars that we have on the roads, right? That is also a deep learning example, because those whatever cars are going on the road, they're constantly learning from their experiences how the road is, the terrain is, and all those things. So that is also a deep learning experience.
The electric vehicle cars, you're saying?
The self-driving cars, like a Tesla.
Tesla. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Which can drive, take decisions on their own, drive on their own, all those things. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. It is very clear now. I was confused where LLM fits.
No
But it's
problem, Devi. Such questions are bound to happen when it comes to AI, right? It's a new topic for all of us, but no worries. But the only thing which I want to let everyone know is that no question is a silly question, or no question is a basic question. Okay, you can ask anything that comes to your mind. I'll be happy to answer.
Yeah, question, Neil, regarding this, deep learning. So I'm a SAP PM functional consultant, as I introduced myself during my first session. So I'm just
Yes, Madhula.
so as you know that SAP PM is more about how we are maintaining your assets in the offshore. So I'm from oil and gas industry, and I know that. So I'm just trying to. I know that SAP Joule is not been introduced into the EAM module yet, but looking into it, I guess the scenario of deep learning makes more sense into the maintenance of SAP plant maintenance, because that's how you'll understand the predictive analysis of how the machines are running and all that, right? So in that case, what do you think would be, SAP would introduce in this scenario? Because SAP Joule is based off, generative AI and not the deep learning.
Sure. So over here, Midula, firstly, like as I Joule in this specific case, right? It can handle four kind of scenarios: informational, transactional, analytical, and your navigational. Okay, so we have to, like, whatever use case you mentioned, right? First, try to understand that does your use case fit into either of these categories. Like, do you want to get informational knowledge from Joule when it comes to plant maintenance? Do you want to analyze do some kind of analytics in the SAP Analytics Cloud for your plant maintenance data? Or do you want to get some help in navigation? Or do you want to help get some modify that business object? Let's say your like for asset, for example, I'm just giving a random business object name. So do you want to do CRUD operations on that, like create, read, update, delete? So that is the first thing that you should check. If this does not fit into your particular Joule use case, the second layer is your generative AI hub layer, where we have our AI core, AI launchpad, and we can actually create applications using CAPM. That is one of the technical things. So you can create applications based on that uses these LLM models, let's say OpenAI, Gemini, and you can create your own AI use case out of it. So this is the second one. The third one is SAP has introduced RPT-1, Mridula. So in case if you're dealing with structured tabular data, right? Let's say your plant maintenance data is in a as we know, or majority of the SAP data that is there in our system is all tabular and structured data. So if your data is there in that format, and if you want to run predictions, right, you can do it right away using SAP RPT-1. So these are the three things that I can think of, Nidula, at the moment.
Thanks.
Yeah. And still, if you like, as we proceed with the course, Midula, right, what you have in your mind, right, that will slowly conceptualize, right? And at that point of time, maybe you can put together a use case where you feel that, such kind of things can be done. And maybe we can actually try it out in the, server setup that we have. And we can see how it works, Midula. Yeah.
Okay, sure. Yeah, that will help.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So having said that, everyone, so that's all I had for session. So what I'll be doing is I'll be sharing the links that I have promised with you, firstly related to the Joule scenarios, what is available where, and also the AI ethics links, like AI cookbook link and so on. So you can access those links right from the material section. I'll be uploading that. I shall look forward to talk to you again. So, and meanwhile, if you have any questions, you can just note and keep it up. As soon as we start session, we will be taking it up. So with that, thank you everyone for session, and let's have a call.
Yeah, hi sir.
Thank you everyone.
Hey there! Want to get really smart with AI and SAP? Our SAP AI Masterclass training is here to help. You can learn at your own pace on our easy platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP AI. It helps you use smart tools to study data, predict results, and improve business work in real time. Our course covers everything you need, from basic AI ideas to advanced SAP AI use cases. It is built by experts who know real industry work. Your trainers are skilled pros with strong SAP and AI knowledge. They guide you step by step and answer all your questions clearly. And don't just trust us. Our learners truly enjoy this course. Many professionals like you say, it helped them grow fast in their careers. Best part? The course fee is simple and affordable. You get great value for your learning journey. Ready to become a SAP AI expert? Join from our course page today. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website now.
So basically, the topic everyone is SAP Business AI portfolio, the core concepts, and how does the current landscape look like. So looking at the agenda for right, so basically first we will be looking at the SAP Business AI portfolio. What are the things that SAP offers when it comes to SAP Business AI? What are the components and sub-components under that? Then we'll be looking at the topic of SAP Joule, just an overview of things as to how Joule acts as an SAP co-pilot in such cases and an orchestrator also when it comes to such things. How to what are Joule agents that are there, and little bit about the agentic AI capabilities of SAP. We'll be looking at embedded AI scenarios, some of which we were discussing in the last session as well. The quantifiable value delivered by the SAP Business AI portfolio. Coming on to the AI foundation, the architecture of AI foundation, and a little bit continuation of what is Joule and what are the and also quick a short demo in our current server landscape by as to how does it look like, what is the overall look and feel of Joule. And finally, we'll be looking at the SAP Business AI Q3 2025 highlights. So this is the Q3 one. So I'll also add in the Q4 2025 ones as we speak. So so with that, let us get started. So I'm not sure if you all got a chance to attend some of the SAP events that are happening around, like SAP Sapphire, or SAP the TechEd that happened. So in all the SAP presentations, you might be seeing this particular image. It got very popular. So let us start our day with this particular image and try to understand that what is the SAP Business AI portfolio, how does it look like, and what are the components and the subcomponents. So coming to, let us start from the bottom and we shall go to the top. So coming to the base of things, like the very foundation on which the SAP Business AI portfolio lies, right, is the SAP AI ecosystem partnership and investment. So basically, as you know, so SAP mentions that if at all it has to offer the best of the AI capabilities, it cannot do it, by itself. So it would make more sense for it to actually open up its AI ecosystem and allow, customers and partners to consume AI capabilities, AI models from the partner ecosystem itself. So over here, when I talk about partner models, you might have already encountered or you might have heard of that there are models from Amazon, when it comes to AWS. There is AWS Bedrock, there is AWS Nova. These are some of the AI models. There is, of course, from Google we have the Gemini, we have the Meta AI, from Microsoft as well, the Copilot, and there are multiple other companies as well in this list. And of course, when it comes to training the servers and training the hardware part of things, right, SAP is actually using NVIDIA models to train their internal models. Like, let's say the SAP ABAP 1 model, which SAP recently released, right? It is actually trained on the NVIDIA servers, and those are being trained on proprietary, those are being trained on SAP code, like billions of lines of SAP ABAP code as well as CDS code. That's the reason why these kind of models actually give a better response when it comes to generation as well as explanation of ABAP code. So you will see that it's in this way SAP has widened and broadened the reach towards multiple other partners as well. So after that, coming to the AI foundation. So the AI foundation over here serves as the backbone on which the entire SAP Business AI portfolio is built and it runs. So using the AI foundation, you can not only build your AI models, you can connect to different other models that are there. You can make use of LLMs from other providers. You can also run your custom AI solution and AI agents at scale. So as we see more and more customers trying out different AI capabilities and then deploying them to production, the model, the foundation which basically supports all this, right, should also support scaling up of these services and models, because so that in productive scenarios also we get to see things run properly. Now, coming on to the next layer, which is the embedded AI capabilities layer. So this whole box basically is a part of the Joule capabilities that SAP offers. So over here, you will see that there are multiple agents that are currently available from SAP's side. So SAP mentions this concept as Joule for all. So what they say is that like no matter what is your persona, right? Like where you fit in the SAP space, like whether you're a finance consultant or whether you are a you know analytics consultant or a HR success factors consultant or whatever it is. So you can make use of agents that are actually released by SAP. So you can very well make use of the standard agent and agentic capabilities, some of which we were seeing in the last session in the Discovery Center, the standard agents that are released. And apart from that, SAP also offers you this very special area where SAP mentions that, okay, fine, if you have a scenario, agentic AI scenario, which we are not covering in the standard case, right? You need not wait for us. You can, go ahead and, you can develop it by yourself using the Joule Studio capabilities that are there. So over here also, which we'll be looking into it much more detail, we have a dedicated session for this when it comes to custom AI and agentic AI scenarios. So over here, we will be having two options. One is a low code, no code option. Let's say one of you is a functional consultant and you just want to, create a AI agent without writing a single line of code. So solutions like Joule Studio actually offers us a capability to develop these so-called Joule skills and Joule agents. Using this, you will be able to create custom agentic AI scenarios. So this is one part. And the second part is the pro code part. So what the pro code part says is that if you are a technical person, or for example, if you have a technical team along with whom you can work, you can actually you can actually make use of these models that are being provided by SAP versus like the partners, and you can actually create your AI models and AI scenarios. So this is a very special layer, and you can actually develop custom AI skills based on this. And then coming to the embedded AI capabilities, which we were looking at as to, and also the one which I've also shared in the material section, are the Joule capabilities that are provided across different kinds of applications, different kind of solutions. So one is when it comes to SAP business solutions, right? Let's say S/4HANA public cloud or S/4HANA private cloud. So over there, we see that SAP has offered us capabilities across, financial management, supply chain, the human capital part goes to success factors. Like if at all you want to use dual capabilities inside Concur, which is the spend management part, you can as well use that. You have customer experience, which is the SAP CX cloud for some of you who might be using. And finally, you have the BTP, which is the overall platform on which all of these things are running. So Joule can actually be embedded inside BTP, which I'll be showing a demo to you soon, like during the end of the session. And so overall, you can see that like now Joule is positioned to be the central UI with which you will be coordinating in order to or you'll be interacting when you will be accessing your SAP applications, your SAP data. So before we move ahead, does anyone have any questions on this slide? Okay, we'll move ahead. So as we were seeing, right? So SAP's Business AI represents SAP's approach to embed artificial intelligence directly into the business process across the enterprise software landscape. So over here we see that Business AI helps us create transformative impact across every function. So as we were seeing that like Joule capabilities can be actually embedded in there are two things which we saw, right? One is the embedded capabilities where we see that Joule functionalities can be used inside your standard SAP solutions, whether it is SuccessFactors or S/4HANA public cloud for say. And also you can create the agentic scenarios or the AI agents using custom skills, and you can get more done more quickly with intuitive AI powered tools. So when I say this, I talk, so one of the best use cases would be the development scenarios, right? So SAP has introduced the Joule for developers. So basically what they say is, like, whether you're a ABAP developer, where you will get Joule capabilities right inside your Eclipse or ABAP development tools where you're working, you can basically connect, like basically the ABAP colleagues in the call can relate to this. You will be able to connect your particular project in Eclipse or ADT to Joule, and over there, once it is connected, right, you can ask Joule, like you can generate code over there, you can generate unit test, you can ask Joule to explain code. So this is not only ABAP, right? If you're a Fury developer, or let's say a CAPM developer for that matter, Joule can be used to generate applications in seconds. You just type your respective requirement over there, and Joule will scaffold an application for you. So when I say scaffold, I mean that Joule will give you the base of it, like it will give you it will more or less help with majority of the parts. But of course, like we are yet to reach that capability when it is more refined. So we still require technical knowledge to fine tune whatever Joule has generated for us according to the customer requirements. So that is the second one. And then scaling innovation responsibly with governance and transparency. So another thing which we saw earlier, right, in the last session, was that how SAP, the AI portfolio that SAP offers. So over there we have three things, right? So the SAP says that AI should be reliable, relevant, and responsible. So these three things are something that SAP mentions, and using that, SAP makes sure that whatever is being offered from the AI side of things, follow the ethical guidelines and governance, and like the policies. The AI in no way is biased. The AI is no way is used for any harmful use cases. So many things comes to that. So AI ethics in itself, right, is a completely different aspect of things. But we should not neglect it. Some people will say that what, let's just stick to the you know the theoretical part of things. Let's just understand the practicality of how things are. But they always say that what, ethics is boring, we don't want to go through all those regulations and laws. But believe me, when you're actually sitting with a customer and you are actually talking to them about their AI use cases, right, they will definitely ask these questions related to your AI. How does the SAP AI in itself address these kind of things? Like when it comes to European customers, you'd like to understand how AI takes care of data protection and data privacy, the AI solutions in itself, like whether the data that is passed to the LLM, how it is ensured that at the end of the day, the personal data, the customer data, it is all secured. So those things are very important. So now moving on to Joule. So as I was mentioning, that Joule is SAP's generative AI copilot. You can use Joule to generate content. You can use, like we'll be coming to that shortly in the Joule session, is that like Joule can be used for four kinds of use cases. One is informational, when you can use Joule to you can ask Joule questions about, for example, a help portal, content, or information from, some notes. Like for example, if you have a, like for example, you're facing a problem and you want Joule to find out relevant notes for that, so Joule can do that for you. And then, like for example, you say that you want to create a purchase order, so Joule allows you to create a purchase order, and it also navigates you to that respective application. And then Joule can also be used inside SAP Analytics Cloud to address many, analytic use cases, like let's say top 10, who are my top 10 customers, or who are my top 10 suppliers, and so on. So basically, Joule offers, suppose over 1,800 skills that can basically interact in SAP applications through a conversational interface. And according to the last update, like Joule already supports 80% of the most used transactions when it comes to, so this number which is there, right, it's more relevant towards the cloud scenarios, let's say public cloud scenarios or private cloud scenarios. But like as I mentioned in the last call also, that I think SAP mentioned that they will soon be sharing more updates to us, that whether uh, Like they will be downporting all these to what release these functionalities may also be downported to, because at the moment it's in 2025, private cloud edition and S/4HANA public cloud edition. So, and each Joule skill basically represents a task which you can ask Joule to complete for you. So, for example, entering time of details or managing outbound deliveries. So, or you can just ask Joule, and Joule gets it done for you. So Joule can also orchestrate, intelligent agents across business functions. So as I was mentioning, right? So you can create different agents using the Joule Studio. So now, but what happens is at the end of the day, it isn't like, you are using a different Joule when you use standard functionalities and you use a different Joule when it comes to custom. It is all the same interface. It is the same Joule with which you are interacting. And that Joule basically understands your particular prompt that you are providing to it. It understands whether that particular prompt, firstly, Joule can answer it based on the knowledge that it already has. Or, for example, it needs data, it needs to connect to a backend system. So let's say I am creating a purchase order in the system. Like I want Joule to create a purchase order. For that, Joule has to connect to your respective S/4HANA system. So Joule makes these intelligent decisions by analyzing your query and gives you the correct response. So for that, there is detailed orchestration. There are, and of course, we see that, like it helps connect many things together by breaking down the silos. So before, yeah. So now coming on to the Joule agents part. So as I was mentioning to you, you can create agents using Joule. So when it comes to agent, right? So just imagine a simple use case, like, you'd like to, you have an agent, like just a personal assistant with you, which basically helps you, complete all your tasks throughout the day. Like for example, like it basically understands what you are facing. It helps you plan. It helps you, take a decision. So Joule helps you create these specialized agents using the Joule Studio. So using that, so earlier what happened is, like when SAP released Joule Studio, you had access only to the skill builder, basically, which means that you can create Joule skills only. But now SAP also released the agent builder, which is also available. So using that, you can actually, create, Joule agents as well for specific scenarios. Let's say I want to create an agent for tracking my shipments, right? So so basically what it does is, one of the use cases is that it can connect to the weather service. So it can automatically get the latest weather updates. And for example, if there is, too much snow, or for whatever reason, there's a flood or whatever reason, right? Joule can actually give me the latest update that, what your particular shipment could be delayed because of, weather issues in this area. There is a typhoon in this area, because of that your shipment could be delayed. So those kind of, capabilities, Joule can do it. And let's say that you're facing that issue, right? Joule also helps you give certain recommendations, that, for example, okay, fine, I know that I'm facing this issue, but what next, right? How can I solve this particular issue and move ahead? So that is the power of, the agents and Joule agents. So we have a dedicated session for this topic, and you will hear more about this. And you will also, I will also be showing you hands-on as to how you can create a Joule agent, and that'll give you more idea and more understanding. So some of the key benefits include that, so although we say that it is an agentic scenario, Joule agents and AI is driving most of these, use cases. There is, of course, a little bit of human oversight that is required, right? Let's say there is a major financial transaction that is happening, and you are using Joule to basically verify and post this transaction into the system. But because it's a major financial transaction, you have to be a bit more careful about it. So you may want to review it once before Joule finalizes and updates the data. So this is called HITL in short. That is called human in the loop. So you may be hearing this term when you are talking, maybe when you're working in your AI scenarios. So it is nothing but that, like in your entire AI workflow or AI process, right? You also have some kind of human supervision, or you have some kind of human, overlook on those items. So then moving on to explainable actions to ensure transparency, and then customizable features through Joule Studio's Agent Builder. So as I was mentioning, that you have the Agent Builder capability now, where you can build custom agents in SAP Joule. So So before we move on to embedded AI, I will just quickly switch to the other tab to show you how a look and feel of SAP Joule. So this is from one of the servers which will be provisioned to you. So over there, what we have already done is we have enabled Joule and integrated it with the SAP BTP cockpit. So over here, when you open the SAP BTP cockpit, right, you will be able to see the Joule icon on the top right over here. So once you click on the Joule icon, I'll just start a new conversation. Okay, maybe I have to refresh the page. You see, so basically this is how, this is what happens when Joule opens up. It opens like a nice kind of a pop-up in your screen itself. And over there, Joule says that, you can talk to me naturally. Let's say you ask me, please provide me some guidance and tips on how to use Joule in SAP BTP. So basically you can ask these things. So let's try out this prompt itself, what Joule is giving us. So let's say I want to understand that how can Joule be used inside SAP BTP. So I just give the prompt and allow Joule to respond to the answer. So over here, you can see that, basically so over here, it gives us a detailed list. Let's say these are the available scenarios that are there, okay? Because what happens is from application to application, the list of available scenarios would differ. Let's say the success factors list would be very different from the private cloud list and so on. So over here, if I just click on the available scenarios, right? So automatically a prompt is generated and it is sent to Joule. So okay, for some reason, the available scenarios is not working as expected. Okay, maybe let's try the next one. Okay, so as I was mentioning, right, like if at all I have to check out best practices, like what are the best practices, I can just click on this link and a link is opened up over here. So so over here it gives certain best practices for Joule in the cockpit, like how you can ask it questions, how you can start a conversation using what. It gives you detailed guidance, like, and other than that, the link to troubleshooting Joule is also here, and the help portal for Joule, what's new in Joule, all those things, the links and everything, you can access it right from within Joule itself. Apart from this, I can ask Joule, a lot of other things as well. So let's say, as I was mentioning at the last time, I was mentioning that you can actually ask Joule to write in a program for you. Maybe let's say to print data in an ALV report. ALV grid report. For the ABAP colleagues out here, you can just use Joule to generate quick snippets of your ABAP program. So over here you can see that Joule has more or less generated a sample program for you, which you can just try out. It is declaring the tables, it is creating your work area internal tables, and it is giving you preparing your selection screen for you, building the field catalog, and then it is also displaying the table, ALV data using the reuse ALV grid display. So, and all these things. And the best part is it also explains the code that is there. Apart from this, if you have a code already, right, and the BAP code, for example, you can just put it over here and you can, Joule can explain it to you. So these are some of the capabilities of Joule which we can just experience right inside, our SAP BTP. And I can also say that maybe let's try asking this question, that because as you know in BTP, right, we have the concept of account sub accounts. So give me a list of users for this sub account. So over here, right, it tells me that I need to provide a valid sub account. So it also mentions that I have only one sub account in this global account. So can I use it? So if at all I have multiple accounts, right? So I need to select that particular thing. So let's say I select the sub account, simple use case, like I just want to understand. So rather than me going to the respective tab, I don't want to filter. So because there could be multiple users, and every user could have different rules. So Joule also asked me that should I filter based on that. So Joule says that you have 44 users in this particular sub account. So, and it also mentions that the list is too long to show here, but I can take you to an overview in the SAP BTP cockpit. See, so when I click on the navigate, what happens is, if you see in the background, right, it automatically navigates me to that page. So you see, it has automatically taken me to the users page without me actually manually going through over there. So that is, so those are some of the some of the things that that Joule is capable of, and we'll be seeing more and more capabilities as we progress ahead through the session. So now, apart from this, right, so we also saw that how AI and Joule in this case is also embedded in our SAP solutions, let's say SAP S/4HANA public cloud or private cloud. So over here, some of the tasks that Joule can very well which Joule can very well use to is that, for example, you need AI's help to automate tasks such as invoice processing, SOW creation, compensation planning. So Joule as an AI agent can help you with these tasks. So providing predictive insights of proactive decision making. So like offering personalized recommendations. So let's say, like as I mentioned to you, that in your particular AI use case, some particular problem problem has occurred, or some issue is there. Joule also helps you with some kind of recommended actions that you can take up, and it adheres to SAP's AI ethics and security standards by default. So you don't have to do you don't have to do things additionally when you use the standard functionalities of SAP AI, because those AI solutions are actually developed after a lot of internal reviews. As we were seeing in the last session, like there is a SAP Executive Council who is responsible for critically analyzing the use cases before they are actually implemented in Joule, and so on. So before we move ahead to a respective process flow, does anyone have any questions till whatever content we have covered so far? Okay. So over here, everyone, is a typical business process which is followed in all organizations. All organizations, I mean, the main driving force of the organizations are, of course, the people, right? When we say when we say three P's: people, process, purpose, it is the people who is driving the organizations. So when it comes to that, right, so the hire to retire process becomes of paramount importance to us, and over there SAP has already taken into consideration many things and actually embedded AI throughout the business process. So over here, if you like, I know the font is a little bit less visible, so I'll just try to read it out to you as we see. So in a typical hire to retire process, you may see that we have different kind of steps, right? For example, we have a planning phase where we do the workforce planning. Then we have a staffing phase, right? So over here we have project planning and identifying internal talent and recruiting new hires. So over there we already see Joule capabilities, that can be used readily. Like let's say you want to you want to screen your applicants. Let's say applicant screening. You want to match the skills of the applicants to the respective job. You want to generate interview questions. You want to enhance your job description before actually posting it on LinkedIn. You want to understand, like, get advanced skill match, many things, right in this particular staffing profile itself. Then comes the onboarding phase where we onboard the talent. Then the working phase, which talks about filling timesheets and everything. So over here we have multiple things, like we have the monitoring, training and development, and the assessment. So when we say monitoring, so using Joule and success factors, you can get person insights for compensation discussions. So let's say your manager wants to have a discussion with you when it comes to compensation, right? So your manager can directly pull in information right from success factors. Using Joule can actually give you certain insights, right, as to what are those key driving points using which you can actually drive these kind of discussions. Then when it comes to development goal creation, like I want to create goals for the upcoming year, right? What are the things that I should consider? Performance insights, all these things. Then moving on all the way till payment, closing, and then analyzing and improving. So so over here you have the process analyzer, process recommender, and performance indicator recommender. So this particular part is taken care by SAP Signavio. So using that, you can actually utilize it for analysis and improvement of your risk of your overall process. So basically we see that this is a typical business process. So over here, across different phases of the business process, we see that how you can make use of the Joule capabilities that are there. So this is just an overall overview of whatever I was talking about so far, and so you can go through it like this. The PPT is already in the SharePoint in the respective materials folder. Now moving on to the quantifiable value delivered. So basically, so this is whatever these numbers are, right? These numbers are from SAP, SAP's published statistics as per the scenarios which they have run across multiple customers who were part of their Joule and the SAP AI program. So over there they mentioned that when it comes to job description creation, right, the JD creation in SAP Fieldglass, so more than 85% reduction in time was achieved, and there was a 68K euro annual benefit. I'll not go through all of them, maybe a few. Let's say when it comes to compensation insights, right, in SAP success factors, there was an 89% reduction in the manager time and 81K euro approximated annual benefit. So all these things, right, these were some of the the quantifiable value delivered with the help of AI. Because even in any organization for that matter, even in your respective organizations, if at all you are introducing AI in your business processes, so you may want to understand that what is the ROI that I'm getting after that, right? What is the return on investment that I'm getting after investing in these AI solutions? Let's say I paid this much amount for Joule. What is the return on investment that I'm getting out of this, right? And then, or for example, if I've gone out of the way and spent a lot of time and efforts and of course resources to develop AI agents for my respective scenarios, what is the benefit that I'm getting out of that? So all these things is also very important that in your respective transformation journeys, AI enablement journeys in your organizations, you may want to take a look into this as well when you after maybe if you're creating the custom AI agents, that should ideally happen towards the end of your pilot phase when you're reviewing your AI agents for your quantifiable values that are delivered. So so this is what it's about, the value delivered part. So moving on to AI foundation. So as I was mentioning to you when we were discussing uh, the overall picture of the AI architecture and what are the underlying components and layers that make it, right? So AI foundation over here is the most important part. So the AI foundation over here basically is the backbone of SAP Business AI that offers tools and technologies that helps organizations build, extend, as well as run the custom AI solutions. So it combines powerful products accessible through a unified experience. So basically, all of these things, right, are accessible through a single interface right inside your BTP. You don't have to go out anywhere. So which means that like so these are the underlying solutions and capabilities that the AI Foundation offers. So the number one is your generative AI hub. So in simple language, what this does is, let's say that there are multiple models that are available in the market now, right? Multiple LLMs, OpenAI, Gemini, Meta, DAL-E for image creation. So now, when at all you want to create AI applications, create AI solutions, you want to basically use or consume the data from, like, you want to use these models in your respective applications, right? So Generative AI Hub offers you a very seamless, secure way via which you can actually consume these models. So when you consume the models, the Gen AI Hub offers you an interface where you basically send prompts to these models, just like how you chat with your chat GPT, right? So that you are doing at a personal level. But when it comes to enterprise level, right, there are many things that are to be considered, right? Because the prompt that you're sending to these LLMs might contain sensitive information or personal information. So Gen AI Hub itself takes care of those facilities with the help of orchestration. Like you can mask your data, you can do input output filtering, translation. So we'll be talking a lot more about detail, and we'll also see it live, in the system as to what it is, and how are these functionalities actually achieved. And then also I was mentioning to you about the Joule Studio, which you can actually use for, low code, no code development, or to extend your Joule skills and, to build custom agents out of that. Then moving on to SAP Document AI. So I think one of you had asked me in the last call as to, what are the when it comes to document processing, when it comes to processing, business documents, what are the AI capabilities that are available and how is it actually administered? So that is done via your SAP Document AI. So using this, you can process structured and unstructured data from a wide range of business documents to streamline data handling and automate your business processes. So let's say invoices, right? This is a common use case across organizations. You want capabilities where you can process the invoice data, you can feed in the data right inside your system to validate the invoice information. Like especially from the finance scenarios, right? Colleagues who are in the finance space may relate to this. That like over here in the like the in the month end, right, validating these invoices and all these things, matching reconciliation takes a lot of time. So document AI can actually help in those kind of scenarios. Finally, moving on to SAP Knowledge Graph. So the SAP Knowledge, so what typically happens, right? And even this was a challenge in many of the AI solutions that was developed by other organizations as well. So over here, we notice that many a times, right, what happens is the data that is complex. We have a typical company has data coming from multiple systems, right? SAP systems, non-SAP systems, like different kinds of data, structured, unstructured, geographic, spatial data, time series data. So now the thing is, like when there is so many different kinds of data coming in, and your data is all and it's all disconnected, right? It's not connected to each other. It's via any common link or something. So your AI solutions cannot actually process that data and give you a right response. You'll have different AI solutions built on each of those systems and giving different answers and capabilities, and then it takes another lot of efforts for you to consolidate all that information and give you a proper response. But with the help of Knowledge Graph, what happens is you can actually connect all these entities together in a network like mesh. So basically, with the help of Knowledge Graph, you can create a network of entities where one entity is connected to the other entity. A simple example is that like one particular person, let's say John over here, is an employee of organization, let's say XYZ, and John is also a supplier, like to another particular company over here. So and a customer of this company. So one particular person playing multiple roles together. All of this connected via the knowledge graph. So in this case, when the AI system processes the data, it already knows that okay, fine. When I'm processing the information on John, I can already see that that particular node is connected to all these nodes, and that helps me get a much better understanding of the data, right? It is always like, even in common world, right, it is always good if you get a holistic picture rather than if I give you information just in silos separately. So these four capabilities, that is the Gen AI Hub, the Joule Studio, SAP Document AI, and SAP Knowledge Graph, these four things comprise and build up your AI foundation. So, and as I was mentioning, the AI foundation over here helps you build application, extend these applications, and run these scenarios at scale. So over here you can use the AI foundation to build the AI agents, like using the Joule Studio. You can extend Joule agents, like whatever standard SAP agents are provided. You can use the Joule Studio to extend those agents for your respective scenarios. You can experiment with various models and orchestration workflows. So like as I was mentioning, you have the Generative AI Hub. So over there in the Gen AI Hub, you will have access to various kind of models, and you can go ahead and you can experiment with it. So when I say that, right, I'll just quickly show you a short demo of like a short demo of the Gen AI Hub as we speak, so that it is something that you can visualize rather than me just speaking about it. So just give me 1 minute. I will just quickly share the other screen. Yeah, I'm just sharing the screen. So 1 minute. I'll just quickly go to that respective. Of course, I'll be showing you in much detail from scratch as to what is the AI Core AI Launchpad and we will be going to that service, but I just wanted to, bring this up so that, we can at least visualize what I'm talking about. So one second, I'll just close this. So as I was explaining to you that there are different kinds of models that are available when it comes to the Gen AI Hub. And the Generative AI Hub is actually accessible through an interface which is called your SAP AI Launchpad. So, and that particular Launchpad is actually a subscription in your SAP BTP cockpit. So, I will show you the process as to how this is created when we come to this particular topic of AI Core and AI Launchpad. But once this is created, you will be able to see the subscription, and over here, when you access it, this is how your interface will look like. So, and here under this, you will have the generative AI hub capabilities. So you just click on this, and once you click on this, right, you will have different kinds of capabilities like, for example, model library, chat, prompt editor, orchestration, and so on. We'll be covering all of these things in detail in our Gen AI Hub session. But I just want to show you a quick, a bird's eye view of, how the things look like. So as I was mentioning, the Generative AI Hub offers you a way via which you can consume different kinds of models. You see, there is models from Claude, there are models from GPT 4.1, different kind of models, 4o Mini, GPT-5, GPT-5 Nano, Gemini, so different Mistral, NVIDIA model, Amazon, AWS, Nova, different kinds of models you can use. And of course, you may at the moment, for from a personal use case, you may use Gemini for maybe image creation, image editing, and so on, and you may use ChatGPT, for example, to answer simple queries like, for example, preparing a daily planner, for example. So over here also, what the generative AI hub has done is it has given you filters to basically filter these models based on the kind of capability that you want. So for example, image recognition, right? So over here, you see that these are already the models that can support the image generation here. Or for example, speech to text. So these are the models that support these kind of functionalities. And based on the input type as well, and whether and who is providing the model, let's say it is provided from Perplexity, or the model is provided by NVIDIA or Amazon or whatever it is. So you can just select it here to get access to these models. And the best part is, let's say that I have taken a model, let's say Gemini to Flash, right? So I can actually experiment with the model before actually using it. So I can just select use and chat. Yeah. So over here, I can actually chat with with the Gemini model right here without having to do anything. So these are some of the like great capabilities of the Gen AI Hub, and we'll be covering it in greater detail as to and going through all these functionalities and seeing how we can actually use these models for our respective AI scenarios, AI applications using the Gen AI Hub. So having said that, like, does anyone have any question on this? Okay.
I know SAP. First of all, let me be very clear. It's like very Greek and Latin for me right now. I understand until we start probably going in depth of these scenarios. Probably we can relate it. For me right now, it's more like the regular AI, like different models of regular AI that we use in a day-to-day life, right?
Yes.
Coming to this, yeah, SAP Launchpad and the different models that it is providing us. So where exactly do you use all these models, or like do you have a list of like what model is required for which scenarios or something like that, or is there any easier way to identify that? Because I mean, if I think in a regular perspective, right, there are so many AI models right now, and
Exactly.
yeah.
I get your question here. And the like, even for that matter, right, anyone and everyone who starts to use these AI capabilities, right, are all in confusion as to when should I use what. So like, let me start it from one simple basic thing, Mridula. So let's say that you want to maybe edit an image. You already have an image, and let's say that image is not up to your expectations and you want to edit that image. So what you typically do is, that okay, fine, nowadays ChatGPT does support to some extent, but Gemini is great at this, right? So you open Gemini in your mobile, you upload the image, you tell it what to do. Let's say you want to change the color of some background elements from white to gray or whatever it is. So, and Gemini does it for you. So like, when it comes to certain things, right, you yourself know that, okay, fine, this model is, good for this, and this, like the OpenAI model is good for that. So, but when it comes to the use cases in general, right, certain times it is easy to take a decision based on what we want to do. Let's say I want to do analytics on the data, right? I want to do a predictive analytics on the data to see what would be my product pricing. So for that, probably I'm going with Gemini or OpenAI. So in this case, Gemini and OpenAI both can do it. But typically what happens is, right, when we choose models, what we do is we experiment with the model. Okay, we pass in some data to the model, we see how it is, how it is performing. We benchmark one model against the other model, and maybe multiple models together. Maybe I can have 3 or 4 models or 5 models together doing the same task, and basically I pick the best out of it. I realize that, okay, fine, this particular model, and also there are multiple things to consider. Not only the performance of the model, whether it can do a thing or not, also the costing also is very important. Maybe whatever capability that I'm getting out of OpenAI is maybe more expensive than Gemini. So considering all those things also, I typically take a decision. So there are some kind of use case list or something, but at the moment it is not in a structured format. But when we come to this particular section, Mridula, right, maybe we can talk about it a bit more. But in short, I just want to say that this particular decision is taken based on the capability that you want. Like, one of the capabilities are listed over here, like for example, reasoning or image recognition. So let's say I want image recognition. So you see there are so many models that actually support this. But the performance of the model versus the other model may be very different. Maybe Gemini 2 would do it lot better than Claude. So, but the other thing is also that maybe OpenAI can also do it, but it costs me less. So cost, performance, there are different factors that are to be considered where choosing a model. I hope that makes it somewhat understandable.
Yeah, sure. And are there any new models that's going to be embedded into SAP Joe, or are there? I think I saw around like 8 to 9 models in here right now.
Yeah. I'll answer that. So SAP Joule by default uses the OpenAI model, Mridula. That is, SAP's default, settings. So, but when you configure Joule, right, at that point of time, it gives an option to basically choose which model do you want to, which model do you want to use. But what happens is, when you create your custom AI, applications or scenarios, you get much more flexibility. When I say that, what I mean is that, for example, I am creating an AI application, let's say using CAPM as a framework. I am calling, but I have much more greater flexibility to connect to this generative AI hub and consume whichever model I want, either one model or a combination of models. So that is up to me. So that is what typically happens, Pratula.
Thanks, Neil.
Yeah. So we'll be coming into this, like, when we look into the concept of AI Core and AI Launchpad, and we'll be looking into this in a greater detail, everyone. So by that time, I will quickly switch the screen and go back to the presentation. Yeah. So as I was telling you that you can, using the generative AI hub as part of the AI foundation, you can experiment with different models, and you can orchestrate workflows through interfaces. So when I talked about orchestration, right, this is a big topic, but to just give you a flavor of it, things like, grounding of the data. Let's say you want information from your like, as I mentioned, right, a Joule can give you information from, let's say, standard SAP data content like SAP help portal, and can also give you information from, let's say, your car lead. Like, you have a SharePoint which is connected to Joule, and over there you have documents like your car lease policy or leave policy of the organization. So such things can also be actually consumed in your Joule applications. And then when it comes to your, like, let's say data masking, as I mentioned, that when you pass the data, like such data to the LLM, like for example, when you're using ChatGPT as a common example, right? You're using ChatGPT and you're typing a prompt, but in the prompt, you usually don't put in your name, right? You don't say that I am this and I am doing this, I am doing that, like, and can you help me? So what happens is typically, right, when this particular information goes to such LLMs, right, ChatGPT, certain times what happens is such kind of information can be used to train the model. So in this case, it is, or that's why ChatGPT always, comes with a disclaimer that, what, do not use any personal information or sensitive information when talking to ChatGPT. So that is what, Gen AI Hub already takes care of. So basically, whenever you create these prompts, right, you these kind of prompts are basically, you can use data masking to basically mask all this sensitive, personal information right inside, uh, your generative AI hub. So that is one thing. And we will be actually seeing this, how we do this. Okay. So maybe whatever I'm speaking right now is maybe a little bit difficult to visualize, but we will actually see, how these things are done in the system so that you get a much more clearer picture. And as I was mentioning, you can use the AI foundation to run the AI at scale. You can manage different agents. You can, manage the security, workloads, life cycle of the agent, and so on. And you can also run the particular agent to, as I was mentioning, that you can connect your Joule in this case to SAP specific knowledge, external data sources, different infrastructures, and so on. So in this way, we see that the AI foundation serves as a central backbone for your AI use cases. So this is something that we have already seen, so I will not be moving more on that. So coming on to, like, as to why the AI foundation matters, right? So usually what happens, right? So whenever it comes to the AI models and creating AI applications, what happens is, although there are many open source models that are available in the market and you can use it, understanding and connecting it to the respective SAP applications and solutions becomes very difficult. All of that information is fragmented. There is lack of integration on those things. And another thing, as we speak, right, there's a high resource demand when it comes to onboarding such AI models. And another thing is that, as I mentioned, right, when it comes to AI regulations, AI ethics, right? So over there also, you will notice that the rules when it comes to AI are very different when it comes to India versus Europe, or for example, the US versus Japan. So every country may have, like, there are, of course, UNESCO gives us a list of 10, guiding AI principles, but country to country there could be different AI ethic rules. So there is something called as the EU AI Act, so which mentions like, it is a AI Act for the European Union, where they mention specific guidelines in order to use the AI solutions. So when it comes to such things, right, like scaling AI across different regions and regulations can become a challenge. So, but what happens is, with the help of AI Foundation, you can actually get this done very, very easily, like, because it offers a unified development and orchestration platform. So in the same platform itself, you get all these capabilities. There is built-in governance and security, and as I mentioned, you have different integration with SAP and your third-party systems. So now moving on to the architecture of the AI foundation. So how does a typical architecture of the foundation look like? So as I was mentioning, so like so there are two things to see over here. Okay, one is the AI foundation box. Whatever you see inside is part of the AI foundation, and whatever you see outside is the external world. Okay, so over here, as I was explaining to you, from the external world, you can have data, right? Of course, the whatever AI models you are developing, that is for processing and getting insights from data, right? So the data can be data coming from SAP systems versus non-SAP systems. Then you can have data coming from, you have your infrastructure, which is taking care of all of this. Then you have your partner foundation models. So as I was mentioning, that some models, right, are built by SAP. Let's say the latest SAP RPT1, which SAP released, the SAP ABAP1 model. these two models. And apart from this, you have different kind of partner models. Let's say the one that you use every day, like OpenAI, Gemini. These are the partner models. And then you have remote services, basically, which allows the AI foundation to connect to external services. Now coming on to within the AI foundation. So over here comes the interfaces part. So using the interfaces part, you as a person, right? You can interact with the AI foundation. So this is the foundation which is user facing, right? So over here you have the AI development. So there are capabilities within the AI foundation. For example, let's say in this case SAP Joule Studio, which you can use to develop all these AI agents, AI tools. Then comes the AI playground, the one that I was just showing to you earlier. When we went to the generative AI hub, right? And we clicked on a particular model and we clicked on, try and chat. It served as a playground environment. Before actually using these models for my like enterprise use cases, right? I can actually give some prompts, adjust certain parameters. I can see what response I'm getting and whether that particular model actually supports that use case or not. So based on that only, I take a decision to onboard that particular model to my particular enterprise AI use case. And then comes the operations and administrations of all these things. So there are different kind of functionalities available right inside your AI Launchpad and AI Generative AI Hub, which takes care of all these things. Then moving on to the technicalities of it. So you have your AI kernel and your AI integration layer. So the AI kernel layer basically talks about your creation and management of your agents, like the routing, life cycle, security. These are the things that the AI kernel takes care of. And the AI integration basically takes care of your different kinds of integration that you have, like for example, your data integration, your AI model integration, service integration. So now when I talk about these things, right, like for the functional colleagues out here, you're the SME, business SMEs out here, you need not, delve too much into your the AI kernel and the AI integration. What matters to us is the AI foundational interfaces, right? Because how you interact with the AI foundation and what are things inside. This is what is there under the hood. Like what is the core engine that is powering the AI foundation is the AI kernel and the AI integration layer. And then comes the business context of things. So as I was mentioning that you have like first thing is you have the SAP knowledge graph. So the knowledge graph is like at the moment, I just want you to visualize different kind of, entities connected together, like so that you as an AI model, when I look into that data, right, I understand it better. Then the standard SAP content that is already available when it comes to SAP Help Portal, when it comes to SAP community data, different kinds of things. Information that is that SAP has already, trained these the SAP's models on. And then you have your SAP foundation model. So which when I say foundation model, this refers to the standard the SAP AI models that are there right now in the market. So some of them being SAP ABAP 1 and SAP RPT 1. So these are models that are very much within the SAP layer, and they are used for specific use cases. But when I say this, right, you will see that the SAP foundation model probably is just 10% or 20%. The remaining 80 to 90% are the partner foundation models, because like there are a lot of partner foundation models out here with various capabilities. So, and the best part is that using the AI foundation, you can have the best of both the worlds. You can take content from over here, which is the SAP foundation model. You can use these models, and you can also use these partner foundation models, like which includes ChatGPT, like OpenAI, Gemini, and so on. So this is the same. This is one of the another thing which we just want to quickly highlight on. So as I was mentioning to you, using the AI foundation, there is a unified AI portal where so this gives you a unified central view via which you can, manage all your AI agents, all your AI tools and everything. And then you have your Joule Studio, right, where you can actually create your low code, no code agents. The Gen AI Hub, which we just saw, which gives us access to all of these models and which gives us capabilities where we can productize these generative AI capabilities at scale. And then comes the SAP Document AI, where we can process any document end to end. And further on, we have some underlying technologies as well, like the SAP Knowledge Graph, the Translation Hub, the SAP Foundation Model, and so on. So when it comes to the Knowledge Graph, like we have a dedicated session on this, so you'll be able to understand it better. But at the moment, I just want you to what I want you to take away is that the AI Foundation serves as the central backbone for this AI ecosystem, and over here, we have four things that basically comprise the components of the AI foundation, which are these things, as I mentioned. So with that is what is there. This is the same thing, so we should not. I don't want to cover it again. This is also looking at the same architecture diagram which we saw. As we saw, the interface layer is your unified entry point for all the development, operations, and administration that you do. Then you have the AI kernel layer, which we were talking about, which takes care of your management of agents, models, and your workloads. The AI integration layer basically takes care of connecting, as I was showing you, connecting data from the SAP systems, non-SAP systems, external services, and so on. And then your peripheral and the data layer, which basically integrates data sources, partner models, when it comes to SAP models versus non-SAP models, all these things. So this is kind of an extension to the architecture diagram itself, providing you detailed information as to what each layer is for. So now moving on to when it comes to like the AI foundation itself. So over here, like what are the different kind of capabilities that the AI foundation offers to different kind of like personas. So for example, if it is a CIO, the CIO, the CTO, so you have things like security, integration with existing infrastructure, and so on. Like because when it comes to the top, when it comes to the CIO and the CTO level, right? The overall architecture, the overall the extensibility of things, security of the things, infrastructure, all these things of primary importance. When it comes to developers, right? Things like Joule Studio, prompt optimizer, SDKs, these are the things that are of critical, that are of critical importance. When it comes to business leaders, like it is important for us to understand that how the AI foundation can enable innovation without complexity, and in this case, help solve those use cases that we have. So as I mentioned this, right, as an extension to this, we will be actually when we actually look into these so-called scenarios of Gen AI, we will also try to understand some of the use cases that we have. Like we have dedicated sessions where we pick up AI scenarios from different kind of areas like finance, supply chain, HR, and we try to implement them using whatever SAP AI tools that we have available. So this is also an extension of the same thing. So basically, you have the CI, so the different kind of personas that you have, and how you can use the AI foundation as a tool. So we already covered the CIO and the developer part, but let's say that you are a CHRO from the human resources side. You can create, or you can use the standard SAP agents for, let's say, onboarding, learning path orchestration, or as we were discussing, right? For example, compensation discussion, compensation insights, or refining job descriptions. So multiple use cases are there. When it comes to CFO from the financial side of things, we can use the custom models we can create custom models for forecasting, regulatory reporting, and so on. For COOs, coming from the operational efficiency part of things, you can create AI agents for logistics, inventory, process automation. When it comes to the CPO part, from the supplier risk or sourcing, you can create custom sourcing agents and invoice validation models. So there are different kinds of different scenarios that are there for different kind of, that can affect different kind of personas. So that is something that we have to understand, that AI is not for one person alone. Developers cannot say that AI is just for me. It's just a technical thing. But AI is actually impacting and will impact each of the personas and each of the job roles that we actually see across different industries and different areas. So moving on to this is something that we just discussed. So what is Joule? So Joule is an SAP AI Copilot, and basically using Joule, we can basically infuse Joule with AI agents. So as I was mentioning to you that when you create these custom AI agents, right, you don't need a separate interface to query your agent or use your agent. You can do that very well using SAP Joule. So as I say this, what I will be doing is like in the link itself, or maybe the support team can help me convey this information, that I will be sharing certain links where you can actually see some short videos as to how these agents are actually working, like some short demos of these agents, so you can actually visualize as we discuss and speak these things. So, and as we, okay, so basically another thing which SAP has done is SAP basically acquired a company called WalkMe. So when they did that, they have introduced something called as a Joule action bar. So what they say is that if at all you are using Joule, right, you need not use Joule only within your web application or the web interface. You can use Joule from anywhere. So just like your laptop has a task bar, right? So over here, with the help of the WalkMe integration, you can have Joule right as a some kind of a taskbar right within just next to your taskbar, and you can access and use Joule across your different kinds of third-party apps. So when I say third-party apps, right, there are certain third-party apps that are currently supported at the moment, but I'm very sure that more and more apps would be coming in as we speak and discuss, when SAP wants to take this particular topic of Joule and extend it beyond the SAP ecosystem. So one interesting topic, and I will also be sharing a short video on that, is that how the Joule can be integrated with your service now. So over there, like in that video, they have actually shown as to how you can, like for example, when a customer raises an issue, right, you get a notification, and you work alongside Joule to basically help find relevant answers to that particular query, to route that query, and some capabilities around that. So that is what it does. This basically, the Joule action bar basically travels with users across all SAP and third-party applications, and offers the users what is called as a always on AI experience. And when it comes to, like, also another thing which SAP recently announced was the PyTag, like, capabilities where Joule can interact with Microsoft Copilot. So what happens in many cases, right? You want seamless integration with your SAP systems along with the Microsoft system. So let's say that I am going to one respective application, let's say the purchase order approval application in Fiori. I open that application and I want to basically, like, I have certain detail and I want to send it to maybe my colleague or some other person in via Teams, right? Microsoft Teams. So there is, like, if you notice that SAP Fiori already has a certain kind of integration where you can just click on a button and that information is actually copied, and then a Teams link is generated for the Fiori Launchpad, and you can just share it with Teams. So now SAP has gone beyond that, and it says that using Joule, you can actually talk to your Microsoft Copilot and actually connect with different components and capabilities. So for this as well, I have a video which I'll try to share it across, so you can get an understanding and idea as to how the SAP Joule capabilities are no longer limited to the SAP space. It is going beyond, and it is getting connected to other partner ecosystem as well, like Microsoft. So over here, there are other things as well, like when it comes to outcomes, right? So over like we say you can deliver connected, like you can deliver connected cross enterprise outcomes with agentic AI. Like as I was mentioning, all of this is actually connected together and pre-integrated with your trusted business data and existing business applications. So no matter what your business data is, no matter from what data source your data is coming from, it is all connected together, and Joule can actually answer based on that. Access to role-based AI assistance for simple and intuitive AI experience. So basically, the Joule in itself, right? It also has it also works in a role-based manner. Let's say that I should have access only to the financial, let's say from the general ledger, side of things, right? I should have access only to the accounting information. I should not have access to the warehouse related information, right? So that is the reason why, like for example, if at all you are able to access SAP transactions related to general, like the finance side, or if at all you're able to access Fury apps related to the finance side, you cannot somehow, bypass this and say that, you know what, I cannot access the warehouse related stuff, so let me just make use of Joule and access it. No, that cannot happen, because Joule takes care of your underlying rules and, authorizations when providing you access to that information. Only whatever information you should have access to, only that you will have access. That's all. So basically, with the help of Joule, you can work more efficiently to get more things done. You can achieve much more better productive collaboration. You can, and then these are some things that we have already covered, how basically Joule can be connected with different kinds of data sources, everything, and it gives you a holistic view and holistic response. Some of the key benefits of using Joule is that, like, Joule can basically accelerate end-to-end business processes. So over here, when it comes to like, let's say that as I was mentioning to you, that you don't need different kind of environments or different kind of solutions. You just need one interface via which you can interact and get the data from different layers. Let's say in the same Joule, you can basically have, like, if you have access, you can do transaction capabilities on your purchasing information. You can do transaction capabilities on your supply chain information, and so on. So and then, as I was also telling you, that Joule can be integrated with Microsoft Copilot, Perplexity, WalkMe, many things. And with the help of Joule Studio, you can actually deploy custom skills and AI agents to actually tailor Joule to specific business requirements. So this is a list of all the capabilities, more like, I would say not all capabilities, but a glimpse of the capabilities across different areas like finance, procurement, supply chain. You can go through this once, and also I would also ask you to go through the link that I have shared under the shared by trainer, the important links where I have mentioned or mentioned the access to different kind of Joule scenarios that are there for different kinds of SAP solutions. So overall, like, these are the highlights from the last year when it comes to SAP Business AI from SAP. So SAP AI achieved ISO 42001 AI governance certification. So there are multiple things over here when it comes to quality, right? The AI ethics, quality, and governance. So this particular certification is an important step towards that. So SAP is already on track of providing 400 plus AI features by end of 2025, and we see that 300 plus are already live right now. So you can actually see and access it right inside your generative AI hub. So this is basically the similar things, like, for example, under finance and procurement, you have faster invoice handling and payment issue analysis, automated SOW creation, smarter travel booking via the AI recommendations. For supply chain, you have a shop floor supervisor agent for disruption management. You have voice enabled mobile execution for field technicians. So these are some of the capabilities that are there when it comes to Joule. So customer and service, you have a digital service agent for faster issue resolution. When it comes to IT analytics and developers, you can, if at all you're a SAP Analytics Cloud customer, you can make use of Joule to get quick and insights analysis. You can very well create storyboards using Joule. You can just mention to Joule that, what, can you help me create a storyboard using the financial data that I have, and Joule can actually do it for you. Then you have Studio, for, as I mentioned, for creating the custom AI agents for development. You have sustainability, and you have, like, even Green Ledger, for that matter, for the colleagues. If at all, if anyone is working in the sustainability topic, right, you will understand that how important Green Ledger is when it comes to carbon accounting, like, because all many companies are very particular about the sustainability topic as such. So you can actually use, like, natural language prompts when interacting and getting insights from your carbon ledger. So having said that, more or less these are more or less the same, the capabilities of Joule that are currently offered in your respective, or the respective across solutions, across different portfolios. So it's a huge list, but what I'd like to do is just keep what I'd like to do, or what I would recommend is just please keep it as a reference. And whenever you are working in that particular area, right, this information will be very helpful to you going forward, because as and when we work across SAP projects with different customers, different clients, we work across different SAP solutions and different SAP cloud solutions for that matter. So when you are working with a success factors solution in a success factors solution, right? So over there also, instead of manually doing things, you should know as to, how to use Joule, to the best of the advantage that you have.
Hey there! Want to get really smart with AI and SAP? Our SAP AI Masterclass training is here to help. You can learn at your own pace on our easy platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP AI. It helps you use smart tools to study data, predict results, and improve business work in real time. Our course covers everything you need, from basic AI ideas to advanced SAP AI use cases. It is built by experts who know real industry work. Your trainers are skilled pros with strong SAP and AI knowledge. They guide you step by step and answer all your questions clearly. And don't just trust us. Our learners truly enjoy this course. Many professionals like you say, it helped them grow fast in their careers. Best part? The course fee is simple and affordable. You get great value for your learning journey. Ready to become a SAP AI expert? Join from our course page today. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website now.
What is the minimum version for S4 that needs to be in place to enable Joule and its capabilities, to at least to play around with?
So Sima, basically there are two aspects of looking at this. One is, if you're a S4HANA public cloud customer, you can consume Joule capabilities right away, because as you know, S4HANA public cloud is automatically taken care by SAP, the upgrade cycles are taken care by SAP, and so on. So you can consume it right away. But when it comes to private cloud, right, SAP has released Joule capabilities only in the private cloud edition 2025. Okay, so there are certain talks about like SAP discussing whether whether like it will be available in the lower releases as well. But that is something that we have to wait for, Sima. So to experience Joule capabilities, right, in edition or on-premise edition in the lower releases. Yeah.
Okay, so not even a. I thought I heard again in one of my clients. I'm a delivery lead.
Yeah.
I heard one of my client came back from an SAP meeting and he said 2023. We are in private cloud edition, by the way. 2023. So they said 2023 FPS 03 as that capability unveiled, but we are not in that version, not in FPS 03. So I was told FPS 03 since then it kicked in. Just curious.
Okay, so sure. So which release are you looking at, Sima, at the moment? 2023 SP303, is it?
I'm currently in FPS 00, so I don't have that capability. Yeah, okay. But I was told minimum I have to upgrade to FPS 03 to get Joule.
So yeah, so over here, Simha, right, what I'll do from my side is, I think it is already there, if I'm not wrong. One second, let me just quickly share my screen.
And the one you are sharing with us is public cloud, is it?
No, it is both public and private. The one that I'm showing you in the sessions.
Yeah, a session or the ones we are going to get access to work with.
The one that you are getting access to is basically in this case, the Joule is not integrated with the private cloud. What we will be rather looking at are the generic Joule capabilities that are available. So that is currently accessible via the BTP itself. So when we go to the BTP, as I was showing in the last session, which I can also show it, is that when we go to the BTP cockpit, right, over there also you have the Joule capabilities. You can just click on Joule and Joule will open up. But because integrating it with a private cloud and public cloud, right, it's a completely different project that the team has to undertake. But of course, even if I cannot show it to you, but I can share detailed blogs that explain you step by step as to how it is done, so that you can keep it as a reference. So later on, if you are planning to go for integration of Joule with your S4HANA private cloud system, right, you can follow that blog. And another thing which I'm quickly sharing now is the link to the Joule capabilities. I'm just opening the screen. I hope my screen is visible. So if you see under the material section itself, towards the very end of things, you have this particular link over here. Okay, so this link, everyone, is an active link which I'll be updating going forward as and when we progress with important links for different aspects of the session. So you can just click on this, and you can just go down below, and over here, if you see, right, I have a section over here which says Joule functionalities in S/4HANA Private Cloud. You can just click on this, and it will redirect you to the help portal link for private cloud. So over here, right, so like we have, so as SAP has mentioned, see in the help portal itself, like this is what I was waiting for. So Joule offers 3 types of capabilities for S/4HANA Cloud Private Edition 2021 onwards. So which means from 2021 itself, you have certain Joule capabilities, enabled by SAP. So now you may ask, what are the capabilities that are release specific, right? So for that also you have a section over here. So this is not only for Sima, but others as well in the call who wanted to understand that, how, like, what are the capabilities that Joule supports for specific releases. So over here, right, you can see these are all the Joule capabilities, and over here, it's a detailed list of the releases that it supports. So let's say creation of business partners. So you can very well use this because you are on 2021 plus, right? So these are something that you can use 2021, 2022, 2023, and some cases, right, whenever it is within 2023 itself, it is feature pack specific. So over there, you are actually, it will be mentioned over here. So in this case, all the feature pack support is, see. So I would go through this link and just, and handpick whichever, use cases that you want to actually, try it out. But when I say this, there is like I will also be uploading a blog which tells you how to actually integrate your S/4HANA private cloud system with Joule in this case. So I would recommend to you to go through this, and when the time comes, you can actually have a word with your basis team and get this integration done.
Got it. Sure, appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Good question. In Fiori, can you see, is it a public cloud or private cloud? Is there any way that you can know whether it's in public cloud or private?
You are talking about the Fiori Launchpad, Devi?
No, like you said, this is on cloud, right? How we will know is it in public cloud or private cloud?
Okay, so both the capabilities are there here, Devi. Okay, so if you see here, right, if you're a public cloud customer, you can come to this particular link and you can see the capabilities that are there as in here. So let's say I want to check, if at all I'm a public cloud customer, I want to check what are the capabilities in finance. So I can just I can just check this link over here.
I think she's asking about her SAP system probably. You wanna check your GUI. You wanna check your GUI. It will tell you on the technical details.
Yeah, even the Fury will tell you the details. You need to click on your profile up and
settings.
Go to about.
Yeah.
Okay, Fiori profile settings. Okay, that's what I was looking.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. You all can go ahead. Yeah.
The topic of AI ethics, data privacy, and security. So as we were discussing even in yesterday's session, right, that the topic of AI ethics is of paramount importance to customers, and many customers, when you start discussing AI use cases with them, right, they will have a lot of questions when it comes to security. Like they may ask you, like, what about the data that is getting processed? Is it being leaked to a third party? Is it safe? Is it, like, how is it governed? All these questions might come up. So for that, what SAP has done is SAP has actually released SAP AI Ethics Cookbook. So what we have done is we have taken up, significant and excerpts from these section and put it together into this PPT, so that I can walk you through this. And of course, it's a very big topic, so of course we cannot cover the length and breadth of this topic in one session. But what we can do is, like, I will be sharing the link of the SAP AI Ethics Cookbook with you, so that you can also go through the same and keep it as a reference, to always come back to if you have any questions on any section. So looking at the agenda, for we'll be, as the title itself says, we will be covering three different things. One is the concept of AI ethics, the concept of data privacy and how it is taken care when it comes to SAP AI, and finally we'll be looking at the security aspect. So moving on to the topic of AI ethics. So AI ethics is not something very specific to SAP. it is something like which is there from the perspective of any company or any customer implementing or making use of a AI use case. So giving you a small real world example over here. So what happened. So what happened was, like if you were following the news sometime back, like Amazon had built an internal machine learning system to screen resumes for technical roles. But what happened was there was an ethical issue over there. So the model was actually penalizing resumes containing certain indicators with the categories of women. So example, women chess club. So because it was trained on historical hiring data dominated by men. So there was some kind of fairness and discrimination when it comes to such things, and it was later found out that the model is behaving in this way, and finally Amazon decided to abandon that system, and they had to publicly acknowledge this actually. And this actually shows us that how historical data can actually, if the historical data is biased in any way, right, your model response will also be biased, so you have to take care of that. So there are a lot of different kind of examples when it comes to AI ethics and what happened with the different kind of organizations. So I will try to include that in the session in as we progress. So coming to AI ethics. So the first thing is the SAP AI ethics policy. So what happens is the AI ethics policy clarifies how SAP's guiding principles for artificial intelligence relate to AI use cases. So the policy applies to SAP and all its employees worldwide. And in extension to this, I would say it also applies to the customers as well, to partners as well who are actually implementing AI solutions by themselves, because these many of these policies are actually taken from standard policies, like which we'll be soon looking at, like the UNESCO AI policy. There are country specific AI policies which we'll be looking at, so and so on. So now with and this AI policies actually helps define the intent, expectations, and obligations for employees involved in development, deploying, and sale of the AI system. So there are three pillars in this policy. So the first pillar talks about human agency and oversight. So no matter how how superb your AI system is, how well the models interact with each other, there has to be some kind of human oversight in order to for a full kind of governance that you have, right? So we cannot let the AI systems run by themselves completely without any human oversight. There has to be some kind of human oversight. That has to be there for governance. Then coming to transparency and explainability, and addressing bias and discrimination. So as I was mentioning, if there is any kind of bias in your data, right, any kind of historical bias, so that can lead to issues. So these three things are the pillars of the policy. Let's look into this. So coming on to the product standards when it comes to AI ethics. So these product standards are actually SAP's product standards. So like what are the things that SAP has taken care of when dealing with these AI ethics use cases? So these three things that we just discussed, the policy pillars like the human agency oversight, addressing bias and discrimination, and transparency explainability, these fall under a product standard which is a DPP 350 product standard. So now what happens is there is something which is called as a red line, okay, under this product standard. So we will be looking at what is this red line, but in simple words, basically whenever a product standard or whenever a use case falls into any kind of unethical or harmful category, right? Those fall under the red line. And whenever those use cases fall under the red line, right? Those no further action is to be taken on those use cases. Those use cases are actually marked as cancelled. So we'll be looking at a flow chart which explains us how this whole process happens and takes place. Yeah, so and as I was mentioning that if any use case fall into the red line category, it should be immediately dismissed. Now, like as going further into the AI ethics policy pillars, so human intervention, as I was mentioning, is that it allows human intervention for all automated decision processes. When it comes to transparency, you provide transparency when using AI during processing and processing of personal data. So over here when AI systems like LLMs process your personal information, right? So firstly, no personal information is to be passed to the LLM. That is the first rule. And even if, for example, it is difficult for you to kind of segregate it out or isolate it. What happens is the default like the SAP solutions in itself. For example, the generative AI hub takes care of data masking. It takes care of your input output filtering. So in this way, what you can do is when you pass the prompt to the LLM, right, which will be which we shall go through in the course, that we can mask the data that is there. So let's say I have a prompt which says like I have received a quotation from customer, XYZ. I am, or let's say customer IKEA, and I want to, negotiate the terms and conditions. And this is these are the revenue, these are the details of the contract. And I mentioned certain financial figures. So now the thing is that when I pass it on to the LLM, right, we should be very careful because the LLM can actually use this data to train its models. So that is the reason why, firstly, as I was mentioning, SAP offers you a capability to mask the data that is there. So in this case, whenever the term IKEA is there, right, it will mask it with some other pseudonym, or so let's say XYZ. Right, and let's say the financial figures are there. It will mask those. It has a capability of masking those details as well. So in this way, what happens is whatever information you are actually passing to the LLM, right, you get the response. You can make use of the LLM as such, but you can not conceal your personal data or your customer data. And bias. So as I was mentioning that the AI ethics policy states that ensure used AI methods do not result in inaccuracies detrimental to data subjects' rights, right? And finally, the safeguards. So this particular section talks about how to implement safeguards to protect personal data used to train AI models. So yes, coming to the SAP redline cases. So as I was mentioning, so no SAP AI use cases should fall under the so-called red lines defined in the SAP AI ethics policy. Whenever you have a case like, let's say in any case of discrimination or any kind of harmful use case, those cases are flagged as the red line cases, and no development should be done on those use cases. So if any of these use cases are built for these purposes, you are required to immediately stop, developing, deploying, and selling that particular use case. So at the very beginning itself, these use cases are analyzed, and if at all it is, figured out that, this use case can actually be, in any way come into that category, it is discarded. Now, moving on to the different kinds of red line cases that can happen. So first is the personal freedom. So you can have three different kinds of red line cases, in this case under the personal freedom. So let's say human surveillance. So let's say, AI capabilities or AI systems that is actually used for human surveillance. So that is actually used for targeting individuals or groups either by biometrics, facial recognition, or other identifiable features. So basically, if the AI system is doing some kind of profiling on on the human subjects, right, then in that case, at the end of the day, it is actually going against the privacy of the person, right? So the human surveillance, so those kind of AI use cases should not be considered. Discrimination. So purposes which cause individual or groups to be discriminated against or excluded from equal access to AI's benefits and opportunities to the wider population. So any kind of discrimination when it comes to race, religion, caste, creed, any kind of discrimination or gender for that matter. So those AI cases which deal with such things should not be considered. De-anonymization. So de-anonymization of already anonymized data, which may result in identification of individuals or groups. So let's say that I have anonymized some data before passing it on to the AI system. So and then for whatever reason, I am actually then in middle of it there is a module which actually de-anonymizes it, right, for whatever reason. So that should not happen. So this way the information like personal data, personal information, personal freedom stays intact. Coming to society, under this there are two aspects. So one is the manipulation and the second is undermining debate. So for deception or unfair manipulation of individuals or groups via public forums, media, or moderation of other similar cases. So these, like, if at all there is any kind of deception or unfair manipulation of individuals or groups, such things should not be considered. Undermining debate systems which undermine human debate, or for example, or democratic electoral systems, let's say, intentionally harmful impacts to users and others directly and indirectly affected by the system. So these also should be dealt with very carefully. Environmental harm. So all system development or deployment shall be conducted with minimum or to no explicit damage to the environment. So of course, we know that these AI systems, these so-called LLM systems, of course, they are so convenient, right? You can just fire it up anytime, and then you can just ask any question to it, and then it basically answers your query. But behind the scenes, right, there was a big research which was done by certain agencies, which said that these particular LLM models consume a lot of water, a lot of energy resources to generate results. So at the end of the day, we have to actually see, because at the moment, consider the volume of usage of these GPTs. Everyone is using it. So, but at what cost, right? So that also is something to consider. So sustainable AI is also a very prominent field now, and a lot of research is going on in these areas. So moving on to SAP high risk cases. So as I was mentioning, that SAP classifies certain AI use cases as high risk under certain circumstances. So over here there are certain criteria that are defined. So for example, if the AI has led to any negative consequences for individuals or whole populations in the past, so those cases come under high risk case. So as I was mentioning to you, the Amazon's example of discriminating AI recruiting tool, which was doing some kind of a gender discrimination when it came to technical hiring. So such cases will also fall under the SAP high risk AI use case. So high risk use cases are not prohibited within SAP. However, they must first go through an assessment process of the AI ethics steering committee. So what SAP has done is SAP has set up a AI ethics steering committee that basically reviews these cases and understands whether these cases fall under the high risk case category or not, and whether they can be developed, deployed, and based on that analysis only, they decide that whether these cases should be further developed, deployed, or sold. And any further changes should only be after the assessment process of the AI ethics steering committee. So in this way, you see that whatever AI use cases that you are actually using, right, in the released AI use cases, when it comes to Joule capabilities or AI agents or any kind of AI scenarios, standard AI scenarios which are released by SAP, SAP has made sure that they are actually actively reviewed before it is, being released to the customers, right? So they go through the whole process of the AI ethics steering committee. So over here, these are the high risk cases which SAP typically typically these fall under the category of SAP's high risk cases. So first is the processing of personal data. So as you know, SAP also another aspect. SAP also takes the aspect of processing of personal data very seriously. They have a dedicated team who is looking into the data protection and data privacy when it comes to SAP standard products that are released. So over here, like any kind of use cases which identifies personal data, right, or does not anonymize that personal data, becomes a high risk case. Processing sensitive data, so any kind of sensitive data, let's say religion or biometric data, so those also comes under the high risk cases. Or automated decision making, so is the system making fully or partially automated decisions without human involvement? So this also becomes like a case as a high risk case. Negative impact to individuals. Could the system harm individuals' well-being, health, safety, or somehow restrict their rights and freedoms? So this also, falls under the category of a high risk case. So having said that, I will just take a pause. Does anyone have any questions, whatever till what we have covered so far? Or any suggestions? It is better if we have this session interactive, because I know it's a lot of theory to take when it comes to AI ethics, but I'll try to make it more interactive by giving certain examples, certain use cases, and maybe we can talk and discuss about it to make it more fun. So having said that, coming to the next example, right? So there was a case from Google when it comes to facial recognition and AI, ethical AI withdrawal. So the context was that Google sold facial recognition technology for enterprise use. So over here, what was happening, right? There was surveillance and civil liberties, and also the consent and privacy was also another ethical issue. Like individuals could be identified without their knowledge or approvals with the help of this facial recognition technology that they had come up with. And this particular and as you know as this particular technology information becomes available, there was always a risk of misuse by different agencies for that matter. So, and in this case, the outcome was that Google's, stopped offering the facial recognition APIs broadly and declined to sell to the law enforcement. And in this case, they, established AI principles emphasizing socially beneficial use and harm avoidance. So across the course of time, we see various examples and use cases where data was taken for a particular for a particular. That's why that's what it becomes very important that when it comes to data protection and privacy, right? It also becomes important for us to understand that maybe if at all you're giving your personal data to somebody, how does that person actually use that data, right? What is like, and in fact, that person should use the data only for the purpose for which that person has been given to. So, whenever such data is shared, right, there's a detailed contract which is put in place which makes sure that the parties do not misuse the data in any way. So, having said that, uh, like these high risk categories that we just discussed, right? So they fall under, these domains like let's say categorization of persons as we discussed, right? Identification of people, profiling them in any way, critical infrastructure, uh, employment or HR, right? Healthcare, democratic processes, migration, law enforcement, public and private services. So these are some of the high risk domain cases that whenever a use AI use case comes and it falls under either of these categories, right, then it is further scrutinized to check whether in any way it is crossing the red line or not. So this is a detailed floor, map that shows how typically, AI use case is typically analyzed and brought to process. So, for example, we start from here. We'll try to simplify this. I know it looks a bit scary at first, but don't worry. So we started from here. So first is we check that are you working on a AI use case? So once you say yes, you have to complete the risk classification form. Okay. So over here, the main purpose why we have the risk classification form is that we try to establish the difference that whether that particular AI use case somehow falls under the red line use case, the one that we were checking in the past, right? So over here, like these three, and once we say that this does not fall under a red line use case, then we say yes, it falls under a red line use case. Then we try to understand that is it causing a harm to any of these three things? Is it causing or multiple? Let's say personal freedom, society, environment. If any of these it is causing harm to any of these categories, we immediately stop it, right? We don't proceed with it. Second is that if this is not a red line use case, then we go to the next one and check that is it a generative AI use case, right? So if we say it is a generative AI use case, then we go ahead and complete something which is called as a AI ethics policy self-assessment, right? And this is typically done for the high risk cases, and then this is sent after that this is sent forward to the steering committee assessment because this particular case is classified as a high risk case. And after that what happens, so or if it is not a generative AI use case, right, then the next level check is that is it processing personal data in any way. So and then we say that no, it is not, sorry, no, it is not processing any personal data. In that case, what we do is we complete the like I will be coming to this particular green part soon, but okay, after that personal data also we check that is it processing sensitive personal data. Okay, so if it is if it is processing any sensitive personal data, again you have to complete the AI ethics policy self assessment related to the high risk cases. then does it negatively affect individuals? Does it have automated decision making, high risk sector? So these criteria are considered, and if at all these criteria somehow fall under a high risk case, these are sent to the steering committee assessment, and only after that it is actually verified. It is sent to actual production. So and for all standard cases, like for both, I mean for normal cases as well, for all the normal cases or the standard cases, also you need to complete the AI policy self-assessment. And in case if it is a high risk case, right, then it has to go for a steering committee approval. And only after that it can continue to what we call as a AI factory process, which we'll be looking into in the next slide.
Yeah, if we can go back. Yeah. In this flowchart, I think you must have already covered, probably I must have missed it, but can you just little bit elaborate regarding like, I mean, like in what use cases do you actually go for a red line cases? For example, just give me a small example of where it could be a personal freedom, society or environment. And like a person being or, implementing this, how would he even know that, he's entering into that red line area?
Sure. So let us say that you are implementing AI use case, okay, that basically takes your that basically works on live video feed from your laptop. It basically consider that as a company, right? It may sound a little bit absurd, but consider that as a company, I want to understand the productivity of my employees, and what I do is I actually I install an application in the respective company provided laptops, and basically when they start their day they have to launch that application, and when the application is launched, right, the video camera of the laptop is triggered, and then the company can actually monitor what the employee is working, or whether he has gone out of the desk. So and the company says that based on the amount of time the employee spends in front of his system, that will impact the employee's performance. So if you try to understand this use case, the first thing that goes away in this use case is the personal freedom, right? Because there is constantly somebody who is watching over you, who is constantly monitoring you. So that those kind of AI use case, AI use case, no, it will fall under a red line case, Mithila. Just a small example.
No, that helped. Thank you.
Yeah. So moving ahead.
Hey, sorry, quick question. Okay.
Yes.
So there is a mention of complete risk classification form. Is it like a real form, physical form here, or?
You're talking about this one?
On the top box, yes.
Yes. It is a physical form, and I mean not a physical form as such. Nowadays everything is kind of digital, but this form, like this, whatever I'm talking about, right? This particular process is followed by SAP when it comes to their AI use case assessment. Yeah. So this particular form is something that SAP whenever they like
So
for
it's
example,
downloadable PDF form.
Downloadable PDF form. Exactly. So they complete, they basically do like, because as you know, in multiple forums which SAP conducts with its customers, right? Like every time we give feedback to SAP, or we raise a use case with SAP that, what, I have this use case, I have that use case. So SAP collates all of this information and then decides to bring some of them to standard. So when it does that, right? So it has to go through this whole process. So at that point of time, they actually fill this risk classification form before they actually start considering any AI use case to be developed and to be productized.
Okay, thank you.
So now, like in both of these cases, we have understood that like we have to complete the AI ethics policy self-assessment, and only after that we continue to the AI factory process to start developing and productize it. So now let's see what happens typically in that step. So the AI factory process basically is a 5-step process. So it starts from step number 1, which is ideation, where the use case is identified based on common domain and AI expertise. After that, it is validated, like experiments are done to assess feasibility of those AI solutions. Then we have the realization phase, where we have the development of these AI functions. And then we have the productionization phase, where basically these AI functions are integrated into the business processes, And finally, the operations part of it, where we delivered embedded AI functions to the customers. So all the way from ideation to operations, it follows a cycle. And again, from operations, there is a feedback loop again, which is sent back to ideation, because after giving it to the customers also, they may have certain observations, they may have certain concerns. So that is also taken into consideration, and again, it is being fed back to the ideation phase. So it is a cyclic process, the AI factory process, and uh, like this is a typical process that is followed for any of our developments also that we do, right? Respectively, whether it is ABAP development, Fiori development, CAP app development, or any kind of development for that matter, it typically follows these steps. So, and the same is, applicable to AI as well over here. Now, moving on to the human-centered approach to AI. So now when it comes to a AI project, right? Typical AI project, let's say your organization wants to put together a team who will be working to deliver AI projects to the customers. So this is what SAP mentions as a typical, human-centered approach for a typical, AI team. So over here you will have, and like over here you like as I have shown you, I have marked like these, all of these use cases are marked with different colors. Like these colors actually correspond to different areas from the previous diagram. So you see these colors. So when you come to this diagram, right, you have to basically map this with that diagram and understand that which particular steps that particular person is responsible. So a common example is, let's say, if it is an AI use case owner, he will be responsible for the entire life cycle, all the way from ideation to operations. So the AI use case owner in this case is responsible for the coordination of the delivery of the AI enabled product or feature. And then let's say there is an AI data scientist who basically develops, implements, or applies AI methods. So this particular person will actually be working in the first three layers, which is the ideation, validation, and realization. Then when it comes to an AI engineer, his main work is to basically design, implement, and maintenance of the AI function. So he will be working in the third and fourth, which is the sorry realization and productionization phase. Then product developer will be working more towards the this particular phase. So this is something that is released by SAP, where they have actually given personas of different people who are involved in this particular factory process, and how the factory process is actually a human-centered approach. It is not like, although we say it is for development of an AI use case, but it is the main point over here is that the humans are driving it. And so across different like personas, designer, AI ops engineer, user assistance developer, customer, you can see which all areas that particular person will actually play a role in the factory production process. Now moving on to the global AI ethics policy. So the global AI ethics policy is a 10 principle policy, and this is actually adopted by UNESCO. So I will not be reading it line by line. You can rather do it from your side as well when you have the time. But rather, I want to use this time to actively engage and discuss on pointers over here to see that like do we have any examples which we can relate to when it comes to such things. So first, the first principle is human rights, safety, and no harm. So it says that AI must not anonymize data, manipulate or deceive people, undermine democracy, or harm users or rate people's trustworthiness. So this is the first principle. Of course, this is also something that we saw earlier, that it should, whatever AI ethics policy is there, should not cause any harm, or it should not conflict with any kind of human rights in any way. Safety and security. So AI must be protected from attacks and unintended harm. So when it comes to that, so basically these fall under the high risk cases as what we saw earlier. So extensive testing, risk identification, fallback mechanism, all these things should be, and continuous monitoring, all these things should be actually done for such kind of high risk cases. Fairness and non-discrimination. So this is the Amazon example that we saw, where it talked about bias, discrimination. So any kind of AI must avoid bias, and it should aim to protect the diversity. So in this case, SAP ensures as per their global AI ethics policy, that whatever data that they are, whatever AI ethics policy is there, and whatever AI use cases that they are working on, those are fair. They are like there is ongoing bias testing that happens, accessibility, compliance, and all that. Principle 4, sustainability. So as I was mentioning that like this comes under the red line category itself. If your AI use case is doing any harm to the environment, that particular uh, uh, that particular use case falls under the category of red line use case, and it should not be considered. So that is what that AI must support environmental, economic, and social sustainability, and all AI activities follow SAP sustainability policies. So sustainability is very much at the top of things over here in this AI ethics policy. Principle 5, data privacy and protection, privacy and data protection. So AI must comply with, so there are two product standards over here, two policies is from SAP itself. So one is the SAP Global Data Protection and Privacy Policy, and the other is the SAP Global Development Policy and Product Standards. So both of these are something that the AI ethics policy follows. Human oversight is something that we have already seen. So you have the human in the loop, human on the loop, and human in command, different kinds of human oversights. And then you have transparency and explainability. So AI must be clear, like as we know, it should be clear about the capabilities, limitations, intent, and so on. And so any kind of like when users interact with AI, let's say you are having a conversation with ChatGPT or so on, right? It should not do any kind of emotional manipulation to you. It should not, like when it comes to documentation, like it should include data, models, processes, updates, and so on. So many, things are there when it comes to transparency and explainability as a topic as well. Principle 8, responsibility and accountability. Humans, not AI, are accountable. So at the end of the day, we have to realize this, that no matter what AI solution we have developed, how uh, how superb that AI solution is with a lot of capabilities, but humans at the end of the day are accountable behind this. In fact, many organizations are building their AI center of excellency team. They have the top management, including the CEOs and CXOs, are very much part of this team. Basically, it is being driven by them. And SAP ensures governance, compliance checks, and responsible development, deployment, sales, and usage of these particular use cases. Awareness and literacy. So SAP promotes AI education for its employees and the public through a lot of free learning content that is available. So as I was mentioning to you, the SAP AI ethics cookbook is available on the SAP platform. We can just go through and read through it, and lot many even a lot of free courses as well in SAP learning. The earlier we used to have used to have open SAP, but now it's the SAP learning website, right? So you can go to that and you can see content from different kinds of platforms. Events like SAP TechEd, SAP Sapphire, some of these events actually promote AI literacy. Coming to multi-stakeholder and adaptive governance. So as I was mentioning, that SAP has a AI advice. Like SAP also takes a lot of inputs from an AI advisory panel, so which consists or comprises of members and experts from the industry when it comes to providing, like for example, if it is building a AI use case for the fashion industry. So there are experts from that domain who are actually brought in, and insights are taken from them before the product is developed. So this and all of these decisions respect global laws and human-centered values. So having said that, these are the 10 principles of the global AI ethics policy, and no matter what kind of AI use case you are working on, or what AI use cases you are thinking to consider in your respective development, check if this falls, like how are these principles actually considered and taken care of. Now, moving on to the concept of data privacy. So, data privacy is a very important topic, as we know. Countries like Europe are very particular about their data privacy, and even US for that matter. So, there are different acts. Like you have, I think, in Europe, you have the GDPR, and then in US, California, you have the CCPA. So, there are different kinds of acts that enable data protection and privacy at SAP. So over here you have So if this is the SAP Cloud portfolio, so under this you have, so these four are the major four modules when it comes to the security foundation. So over here, the data protection and privacy is one of the most important layers that is there. So SAP is continuously focused on improving its product development standards. So what happens is whenever a typical SAP standard product is released from any of its components, right? So every component has a DPP role to play, and any standard, any products like any product for that matter, right? The standard SAP products have to go through stringent checks when it comes to the data protection and privacy. That if at all the customer is passing any kind of sensitive information, right? That information is used solely for the purpose for which it is required. So such things are taken care as part of the data protection and privacy. Then coming on to the artificial intelligence at SAP. So as we know, the SAP's use of AI and its development is governed by the SAP's global AI ethics policy. That is what we saw in the earlier slides, right? The 10 principles that we had. And now we have the data protection management system. So SAP has implemented a DPMS with respect to its internal data protection and privacy control. So this is something that is SAP specific. They have certain things in place and rules in place. The EU standards contractual clauses. So SAP implements the EU standards contractual clauses as published by the European Commission following the Schrems 2 decision. So these things, right? I will just read more or less the headings. If at all you are interested, you can go through it. It is these for like this is for majorly your reference. Like in case if you're working with European customers, in case you're working with like as we will also be quickly covering the country specific AI laws as well. So if at all you're working with those customers, right, you can just go deeper into it uh, and try to understand. So this is as a part of your GDPR. Like we have three things. One is your EU standards contractual clauses. We have the EU cloud of code of conduct, and then we have a DPA amendment self-service for EU and UK customers. So these are the three parts. What are these three parts? I'm not going too much into the detail of things. And then coming to the global data protection and privacy laws, like some of you may ask, okay, fine, we discussed about GDPR, but what about the other countries? Do they not have any data protection and privacy laws? So of course they do. So of course we know the CCPA and CPRD, right? When it comes to the California's privacy laws, then we have the HIPAA, which is the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. We have the Vietnam Personal Data Protection Decree for Vietnam. We have the Philippines data processing and DPO registration. For Brazil, we have the we have the General Data Protection Law (LGPD). For India, we have the Digital Personal Data Protection Act, which is the DPDPA. Data processing agreements, which is the DPAs, technical and organizational measures. So when it comes to compliance frameworks as such, right? So the very first thing which is important, right, is the data processing agreements, right? So SAP signs these kind of agreements with all the customers to ensure compliance with processing their personal data, because there are many applications, right, which deals with customers' personal information. So how is that secured? So these kind of agreements are in place to make sure that compliance is carried out, and then the information is secure. So for cloud services, you have a separate DPA. For support and professional services, there is another DPA. And of course, like there is a section, I think it is there it's within the DPA section website itself, about the FAQs. Like if at all you have any questions, you can go to this section. Then there is technical and organizational measures. So SAP continuously enhances security controls to protect customer data from unauthorized access, changes, or deletion. And then you have sub-processors, like for example, SAP may engage sub-processors for hosting and infrastructure support. So let's say one, like I would like to mention over here that we'll be discussing anyways going forward, but so what typically happens, right, in your respective AI use cases or AI samples, you make use of, you make use of the LLM models for processing your data, right? So the LLM models over here can be either hosted on the SAP platform, or it can be hosted at the customer side. So, and even so for example, let's say it is the Open AI model or the Gemini model. So these are typically hosted at the OpenAI or OpenAI side or Google side, right? The GCP servers. So in that case, SAP has very strong, contracts with them that puts into place that whatever data that they are sending to these LLMs cannot be used by the parties in any way to train their respective models. The data should be immediately deleted as soon as it is used for the purpose, and it should not actually forward it to any other third party during the processing. So they have very strict law regulations in place that make sure that even if the SAP is engaging the sub processors for hosting or some kind of infrastructure support, the data of the customer is kept secure in every way. Government data requests. So SAP processes certain government requests for customer data. So that is also, taken care into consideration. Data subject rights, continuous improvement of cloud services. So there are a lot of compliance frameworks. Of course, I am just going through it on a high level. You can, if you want, you can read through it to get more understanding and more idea. And if you have any questions, we can always discuss. We have the data privacy and transfer impact assessments. We have DPA amendments. We have the product development schedule. How SAP may use customers' data for product research and development. So that is also something that is considered. So when it comes to certifications, right? Like when it comes to processing of personal data, because at the end of the day, it is all a connected ecosystem, right? SAP is working together with its partners, with many providers. So how in an overall picture, right? So the parties in this case need to be certified. So there are audit reports and certifications. So SAP holds multiple third-party certifications and audit reports supporting the security measures that are outlined in the DPA. So there are industry-specific attestations. There is some things like FedRAMP and PCI-DC. Then the EU Cloud COC. So SAP has obtained declaration of adherence to the EU Cloud Code of Conduct. The DPMS, that is what we were talking about, the data protection management system. So some of these, certifications are in place from the SAP, are already in place from the SAP side, so that so that there is proper AI, so that there's proper data privacy governance on these matters. Now, the thing is, when it comes to your personal data, right? So one question is very important. So who collects and processes your personal data? So SAP or other SAP group company collects and processes your personal data for a specific purpose, right? So SAP allows use of cookies and similar technologies to site functionality and analytics. So what kind of personal data may SAP collect? Right. So there could be contact details, right? Let's say business relationship data, legally required compliance data, usage, registration, and participation data, a special category data like some, in this case, job application data, or third party provider data. So customer satisfaction related data is also something. So there are multiple kinds of personal data that SAP collects for specific purposes and use cases, but those data is at the end of the day used only for the purpose to which it is collected to. And of course, even when it is collected, there are respective, the person from which this data is collected is notified that this is what information we require, and this information will be used for only these things and not beyond. So these are some of the reasons why SAP processes the personal data. So you can just go through that. So again, so whatever you may require as per your data protection rights. So once you share the personal data, right, you may request access to that data, correction of the data, return of the data, restrictions on processing. You can say that this particular data can be used only for this purpose. Withdrawal of consent, like if for whatever matter, like you had given a consent to process the personal data, but now going forward you don't want to proceed, you can actually withdraw your consent. You can object to the processing of the personal data in case if you feel that SAP or any of its sub parties are using it for some other purpose. You may also complain to relevant data protection authority if you believe SAP has violated any privacy laws. So, and also as we discussed, that there are country specific privacy laws in place to take this effect. So this is something which is kind of similar to whatever we discussed so far. So I'll just move forward with this. So now little bit information about the data protection and privacy within BTP itself, right? As the main platform. So when it comes to BTP accounts and data stored in databases by SAP BTP, so BTP offers a number of capabilities like, let's say, services, build packs, applications, and so on. That's what we saw, right? We have different services like Joule in this case, or SAP Build in the other case, or Business Application Studio. These are some of the services and applications. So now, like basically, like, but at the end of the day, whatever services or whatever information is consumed by those services, right? You have complete, view of that. You have complete authorization towards it. So, as of course, like one person or there is a admin user who is responsible for management of the global account as such, and all the sub accounts that are there underneath it, and the members to which this sub account is provided to, as everything is separated into detailed organization and spaces, and every sub account is assigned a quota. That is what we saw earlier, right? So all these services and applications also have to follow the data protection and privacy in every aspect. So whatever, like, then of course, when it comes to the users are stored in the platform identity provider. The global account users are stored in the platform identity provider or tenant of the SAP Cloud Identity Services, and the business users are stored in a tenant of SAP Cloud Identity Services or your own identity provider. So this using the SAP's BTP default identity provider services, you can ensure that like the users or whatever users have access to only what they're supposed to have access to. So at every step you have authorizations in place whenever like you will have access to only those things that the access to has been given by the respective administrator. So moving on, we have the security and the customer data protection. So this is also something that you can go through. So this more or less talks about the how customer data is handled. So customer data is imported, output, processed by the services for no purpose beyond that to which the customer has subscribed. That is the first very important thing. Customer data is protected from malicious access by security technologies that include authentication and authorization. And customer data is protected from accidental exposure to SAP administrator or support person by security policies, access controls, and monitoring. So these are some ways in DPP, how DPP handles the customer data protection in certain ways. So now this is the SAP AI Launchpad overview, but this slide will make sense only when we come to the AI Launchpad. So I will be coming back to this slide and talking more about how DPP is ensured when it comes to the AI Launchpad when we discuss that. So of course, when it comes to, and this is also a continuation to the same Launchpad service. So we'll come to this. There are lots and lots of things that are there when it comes to AI ethics policies and different kinds of policies when it comes to data protection, AI ethics, and all that from region to region, country to country. Anyone have any question or any comments on this part?
I was seeing in the Fiori, right? Where does it mention, like, how does it be mentioned, whether it's a public or private? Because I just went to the Fiori login profile about the settings, but I just see the versions of ECC and I mean HANA, and I couldn't see much on how it says whether it's a public or private cloud.
So under your system's product version, you would have multiple products, and one of them would say S4 HANA private or public cloud over there. It would be private cloud for most likely for you.
Yeah, it doesn't say anything.
I think it would be easier if you share your screen.
It just says S4 HANA 2023.
Yeah, S4 HANA 2023, right?
That's
Does it say private?
Yeah, that is a private cloud.
That's a private cloud, yeah.
Oh, okay. So if it is S4 HANA 2023, it's a private cloud? That's
That is how SAP comes up with this. So if it is like usually the public cloud releases are kind of a quarterly release. So you have 2608, 2602. So that is how the naming convention it is they usually refer to it as a cloud edition CE 2602, for example. So 202602. So that is how the naming is, Devi. And for private edition, it is always like 2021, 22, 23. And I think now SAP mentions that it will be a once in 2 years release, right? So like after 23, it will be 2025. So yeah, that's how the typical naming convention works.
Can you show me how it looks like 2023 is private cloud? Like it should be mentioned somewhere, right? Can you show me that?
The thing is that it is difficult for me to show you now, but let me just check if I can arrange some kind of screenshot for you and just and share it to you. Yeah.
Okay. But anyways, I understood that
It is a private cloud for
2023, that
sure.
series,
Yeah. It
those
is a private.
series.
Mhm.
Okay. I just wanted to understand the series, like this is private, that is the other one was public. Yeah. Okay. I'm good.
Hey there! Want to get really smart with AI and SAP? Our SAP AI Masterclass training is here to help. You can learn at your own pace on our easy platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP AI. It helps you use smart tools to study data, predict results, and improve business work in real time. Our course covers everything you need, from basic AI ideas to advanced SAP AI use cases. It is built by experts who know real industry work. Your trainers are skilled pros with strong SAP and AI knowledge. They guide you step by step and answer all your questions clearly. And don't just trust us. Our learners truly enjoy this course. Many professionals like you say, it helped them grow fast in their careers. Best part? The course fee is simple and affordable. You get great value for your learning journey. Ready to become a SAP AI expert? Join from our course page today. For more details, visit ZaranTech's website now.